Chu Ge accidentally traveled to a parallel world, and when he woke up, he found that it was the bodyguard interview site. Through the selection system, you can learn that the protagonists of various urban templates in this world are randomly entering. Later, it was discovered that the boss was actually the stepmother of the city soldier king. Nah, what bad thoughts can I have? Hello, can you call me stepfather? Chu Ge said sincerely to the city soldier king. Dragon King, Miracle Doctor, Shenhao, Rebirth, Time Traveling, God of Gamblers, Star and so on. The obedient protagonist does things for himself, and the disobedient ones are dealt with. The villain is ruthless in doing things, and he is the only one in heaven and earth. Chapter 1 Interview Scene, Selection System. Moyu Group, Headquarters Building. In the chairman's office, Lu Yanru leaned back in a chair and stretched lazily. Every movement she makes shows off her curvy figure and charming posture. In her cold and majestic eyes, there flashed a trace of unknown fatigue and loneliness. As the chairman of the Moyu Group, Lu Yanru's every move is full of majesty in the board meetings and in front of her subordinates, making people dare not act rashly. However, in private, she became herself again and no longer forced herself to be strong on the outside. Every frown and smile is captivating. The cool charm is captivating. Blurred eyes, captivating. A trace of sadness flashed across Lu Yanru's eyes and she sighed deeply. The acquisition plan she proposed was blocked, and when she drove to the company in person yesterday, she was accidentally hit by someone. She would not regard this kind of accident as an accident, but as a warning from her opponent. If she doesn't heed the warning, next time it might not be a simple fraud. Lu Yanru needs to resolve her own safety issues immediately. The demand for bodyguards is no longer just ordinary bodyguards. Instead, she needs a bodyguard who can stay with her at all times, whom she can trust and who can give her a sense of security. Meanwhile, the Human Resources Department is conducting an interview process to select bodyguards for Chairman Lu Yanru. A person without any bodyguard level assessment certificate actually dares to come for a bodyguard interview. I don't know where he gets the courage from. Haha, he probably comes to join in the fun. You don't think you can get the job just because you are handsome, do you? No way. Even those who have passed the A-level bodyguard assessment would not be 100% sure in front of so many colleagues. Why does this man look so confident? Could it be that the position for the interview is the bodyguard position of Chairman Lu of the Moyu Group. This is a position that many people want to get. This man has bright eyes and a handsome face. He is only 21 years old. Could it be that he is the man favored by God? Look, even the head of the Human Resources Department blushed when he saw him. Hey, can you be quiet? When Wang Shan, the head of the Human Resources Department, heard the other party talking about her, her blushing face instantly turned dark, and she glared at the handsome man fiercely. This guy is very handsome, but maybe he has some problems with his brain. Is this what God means when he opens a door and closes a window? He was narrating on the side and praising himself at the same time. Humph, what a shameless man. The other people who were interviewing the bodyguard had long disliked him. If it wasn't for the purpose of making a good impression on the interviewing supervisor of the Human Resources Department, they would have started scolding him long ago. Can't speak. Okay. Chu Ge saw the look in the interviewer Wang Shan's eyes, shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Afterwards, Chu Ge turned around and glared at everyone. What are you looking at? Just listen honestly in the interview. Everyone complained in their hearts, aren't you the most dishonest person? This scene was seen by Lu Yanru in the chairman's office through the surveillance camera. This guy is really interesting. Lu Yanru smiled. This handsome applicant left an interesting impression in her mind. But if you want to be her bodyguard, it's not enough to just be handsome or good at talking. Chu Ge left the crowd, sat in a corner, and silently turned on the system. Option 1. Be like everyone else, no different from others, be honest during the interview, reward, title of honest person. Option 2. Attract attention and be the most handsome guy on the field, reward, all-round top bodyguard ability. The reason why Chu Ge did this just now was because he chose the second option. He traveled directly to the interview site. He was probably the most bizarre one among all the time travelers. After binding the selection system on the spot, I learned from the selection system that this world is a little different. Simply put, the world he traveled through was a world in which many urban novels had intruded. Perhaps a miracle doctor who resembles the protagonist lives in some shabby little clinic. Or maybe it was an unknown son-in-law who slapped the crooked-mouthed Dragon King back into submission. This is such a headache-inducing world. The system won't remind the protagonists of these things, and they can only rely on themselves to understand them. This chaotic world will respect me as king. After absorbing the abilities of the all-round top bodyguard, Chu Ge smiled and a hint of ambition arose in his heart. The all-around top bodyguard's ability is not only to gain abilities, but also to indirectly strengthen his physical fitness to match the abilities he has gained. If those protagonists can do things, so can I. His starting point was as a bodyguard. It is said that Chairman Lu Yanru is a mature and beautiful lady in her 30s. He, a serious bodyguard, didn't know if he could escape the clutches of this mature lady. Chu Ge smiled in his heart. Chu Ge. The interview supervisor Wang Shan called out. Coming. Chu Ge stood up and sat in front of Wang Shan, handing her the interview materials. Before Chu Ge traveled through time, the predecessor of this body just wanted to join in the fun and test the waters. Fortunately, he is a real orphan with no relatives or friends, otherwise it would be difficult for Chu Ge to deal with this kind of relationship issue. Without your credentials, I can't tell what you're capable of. I'll give you a chance to demonstrate your abilities. Wang Shan looked at Chu Ge's interview materials, an unremarkable resume, and couldn't help but groan. In the end, Wang Shan decided to give this handsome young man a chance to show himself. He is so handsome and confident, perhaps he has some unknown reason for his confidence. When everyone heard that Wang Shan was actually going to give this guy a chance to show himself, they couldn't help but curl their lips. Is it a big deal to be handsome? Option 1, pick up your resume and leave. People with real strength never show off. If you can't keep me here, I'll find another place to stay. Reward, passerby temperament. Option 2, everyone here is trash. I am the strongest among them. I am who I am, an invincible firework. Reward, a pistol with unlimited bullets that never wears out. Chu Ge looked at the system selection that suddenly popped up and made his choice without hesitation. Chapter 2. One move, passed the interview. The temperament of a passerby sounds ordinary at first glance, and it is a temperament that will be ignored wherever you are. Although this temperament is conducive to the professions of assassination and bodyguard, Chu Ge just doesn't choose it. Leaving in disgrace is not in line with his character. He won't choose it even if you offer more. My ability is very simple, just one word, strong. Chu Ge slowly raised a finger, then he looked at everyone and said slowly. I just want to say that no one here can withstand a single punch from me. As long as I knock you down, the position of bodyguard will be mine. Arrogant. Wang Shan didn't expect that after giving this guy a chance, he would be so arrogant. All of these interviewees are top-notch bodyguard elites, yet they are talking big like this. Wang Shan frowned slightly and shook her head silently. It seems that I really misjudged him. The other party is simply a big talking liar. Chu Ge's big talk made everyone present angry. Good boy, if the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think we are sick cats? A guy without any ID actually made such outrageous remarks. Okay, but you must not cause any disability or loss of life. We have video and recordings to prove it. Wang Shan saw that everyone dared to be angry but not to speak out, and knew that they were maintaining their professional ethics, so she spoke up. After the chief interviewer spoke, everyone could no longer suppress their anger. Everyone can brag, but today I'm going to show you what a certified professional bodyguard means. A professional bodyguard dressed in black walked up and shook the ID hanging around his neck at Chu Ge. Chu Ge took a closer look. Oh, it turns out he's an A-level bodyguard, no wonder he dared to come up first. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. I'm afraid that once I make a move, you won't have a chance to fight back. Just as this guy was about to speak, Chu Ge raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand to stop him. Li Chang was so angry that veins popped out and he sneered. Very good, very arrogant. I want you to come in walking and go out lying down. As soon as the voice fell, Li Chang's eyes condensed, he snorted coldly, and suddenly swung a heavy punch. The fist pointed directly at the center of the eyebrows, and the speed was swift and powerful. Everyone subconsciously exclaimed at the sudden attack. However, in Chu Ge's eyes, the opponent's punching speed was too slow. Like a child's attack, Chu Ge grabbed the opponent's fist with his backhand and exerted force. Li Chang groaned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After removing the opponent's wrist, Chu Ge suddenly turned sideways, and the gravity of his knees slammed into the opponent's abdomen, hitting it violently. With a plop, Li Cheng fell to the ground helplessly. His abdomen was cramped, as if his internal organs were being stirred, and his face was full of disbelief. Killed instantly. Li Cheng's face flushed. In front of his peers, he was defeated miserably and lost completely. He had no strength to fight back. Chu Ge did not stop, grabbed the opponent's dislocated wrist, and with a click, restored it to the opponent. After all, it's not an enemy, there's no need to be ruthless. Thank you. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and endured the pain, saying thank you with difficulty. You're welcome. Chu Ge let go of the other person and looked at the people in disbelief. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Although several of them had A-level certificates. But they could not easily knock down A-level. He was a ruthless person. I surrender. Chu Ge saw that everyone was scared and felt a little regretful that he had not taken any serious action yet. Did I pass the interview? Wang Shan stared at the scene in front of her eyes with wide eyes. She didn't expect that this guy was not bragging. He really has this ability. She was not wrong. In the chairman's office, Lu Yanru was watching the surveillance video. Seeing this scene, a hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Although the other party did not have any documents, but with the other party's strength, it was enough to make her feel safe. And those bodyguards with documents did not have the courage to step forward. Such a person, even if she became her bodyguard, her safety could not be guaranteed in case of emergency. Lu Yanru thought about it and made a call directly. After Wang Shan took the call, she nodded repeatedly and looked at Chu Ge with strange eyes. Chu Ge was stared at so hard that he was confused. Seeing this scene, the other interviewees also walked out consciously. They no longer had the face to stay here. Congratulations, you passed the chairman's bodyguard interview. Next, please follow me. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shan smiled congratulatorily at Chu Ge and took Chu Ge out of the office. Chu Ge followed Wang Shan into the elevator until they arrived at the chairman's office. Chairman, I brought Chu Ge here. Well, you go down first. Okay, Chairman. Before Wang Shan left, she closed the office door. Lu Yanru looked at Chu Ge and found that this man was not afraid of her eyes. She could see from Chu Ge's pure eyes that he had no evil thoughts towards her. For some reason, Lu Yanru felt relieved and a little disappointed. Chu Ge had not yet put his mind on Lu Yanru. In his eyes, he saw the wireless bulletproof pistol in the system space. After his sight came out of the system, he carefully observed the boss he needed to protect. Watery peach blossom eyes, graceful figure, every move, all the time, releases her unique charm. Estimated to be in her 30s, it is the most brilliant and charming age for women. Captivating, sometimes pure and sometimes imperial. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Steady, steady, there will be many opportunities in the future. Chu Ge took a deep breath and calmed himself. Here is the contract. Take a look at it and if there is no problem, just sign it. Lu Yanru pushed the contract document on the desk in front of Chu Ge and said slowly. Okay, boss. Chu Ge picked up the contract and felt something was wrong when he saw that his annual salary was 3 million. The first thought is not earned. But it depends on how serious the situation this woman is in that she is willing to spend so much money. Chapter 3 being followed, fighting in the suburbs. Generally speaking, even if one is hired by someone of the chairman's status, the highest known salary is only a few million. Boss, isn't this salary too much? Chu Ge handed over the contract and asked tentatively. Lu Yanru took the contract and gently stroked Chu Ge's palm with her red painted nails. Chu Ge felt his heart suddenly scratched by a cat's claws. Is this a tickle, or an itch in the heart? This boss. Quite interesting. Chu Ge withdrew his hand calmly and touched his nose. Being my bodyguard is worth the price. Seeing Chu Ge's actions, Lu Yanru raised the corners of her mouth slightly, glanced at Chu Ge with watery eyes, and said lightly. When he decided to hire Chu Ge as her bodyguard, he already had a basic understanding of Chu Ge's information. In the eyes of rich people, identity, background, education and other information can be easily found out. Finally, Chu Ge carefully read all the terms and conditions and signed the contract. Very good, from now on, you will stay by my side and protect my safety. Don't be restrained, just sit anywhere. Lu Yanru smiled brightly after seeing Chu Ge signing the contract. At the same time, I felt relieved, thinking that my safety should be somewhat guaranteed now. My own acquisition plan must be accelerated, but those people's methods will only become more and more violent. Throughout the afternoon, Chu Ge sat on the sofa and watched Lu Yanru issuing instructions on the phone. What a strong woman she is, she didn't even drink a sip of water. From the phone conversation, Chu Ge learned some things, such as that there were obstacles in acquiring a company. There is not only pressure on the business level, but also pressure on interpersonal relationships. No wonder she hired a bodyguard. It seemed that Lu Yanru had encountered something that made her alert. Before I knew it, it was dark. As the chairman of the Moyu group, Lu Yanru actually worked overtime until about 8 o'clock in the evening. He is so dedicated. Chu Ge himself would not be able to do it. After all, these things are completely left to his subordinates. Hello. Yao Yao, are you not going home tonight? Okay. Hearing the beep of the phone being hung up, Lu Yanru sighed deeply. This Yi Yao always thought that she had killed her father, and she wouldn't listen no matter how she explained. Lu Yanru took Chu Ge out of the office and came to the underground parking lot of the group headquarters. Chu Ge took the key skillfully and started the engine. Just drive according to the instructions on the map. I'll take a nap. Lu Yanru sat in the passenger seat, took off her high heels, put her feet in front of her, and closed her eyes. Chu Ge frowned slightly. Does this woman know that her actions can easily lead to crime? Fortunately, I am a serious bodyguard. Chu Ge complained silently, paying attention to the situation around him, and occasionally glancing at the sleeping Lu Yanru. At some point, Lu Yanru put her feet in front of her and huddled down in her seat. When Chu Ge was adjusting the gear, he accidentally bumped into it. Slip. Hey hiss. Dove indulges in silky smoothness. Chu Ge expressed strong condemnation, saying that he was really driving. Lu Yanru squinted her eyes quietly and looked at Chu Ge, who was driving seriously, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. This man is really interesting. Not long after, Chu Ge keenly discovered that there was something wrong with the car behind him. Option 1. Call the police immediately and get rid of the vehicle, but the consequences will be endless. Reward. A limited edition Ferrari. Option 2. Solve the hidden danger by yourself. Reward. Peach Blossom Banquet. I'm being followed. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and directly chose the second option. It's not his style to cause endless trouble. A mere Ferrari, he no longer cares about it. He was quite curious about the Peach Blossom Banquet. He turned the steering wheel with his backhand and entered another street with fewer pedestrians, deviating from the prescribed route of the car's navigation. Unexpectedly, the black car followed. There's more than one. When Chu Ge paid attention, he found that there was more than one black car following him. Without saying a word, Chu Ge took out a pistol from the system space and put it on his waist. The route has deviated. The target vehicle's route is likely to be heading to the suburbs. We may have been discovered. We're going to take action in the suburbs. The boss has ordered that no one be killed. Understood. On the passenger seat of the black sedan, a bald head in a black suit and sunglasses gave orders in a rough voice while holding a walkie-talkie. Brother, after this trip, we have to hide abroad. After all, the Moyu Group is a group worth tens of billions. If something happens to the chairman, the impact will be very big. The younger brother who was driving, wearing a black mask on his face, said in a worried tone. The bald elder brother patted his younger brother on the head and laughed triumphantly. Stop talking nonsense. After we finish this job, millions of dollars will be deposited into your account, and Big Brother will take you to ride foreign horses abroad. Thank you, boss. Half an hour later, Chu Ge drove to the sparsely populated suburbs. Why are we in the suburbs? Lu Yanru woke up at some point, looked at Chu Ge vigilantly and asked. Boss, look at the back. I don't want to either. Chu Ge smiled bitterly and motioned Lu Yanru to look at the vehicles behind. Hearing this, Lu Yanru quickly looked at the rearview mirror and found two black cars following closely behind. Lu Yanru tightened her seat belt with some fear and looked at Chu Ge nervously. What should we do? Is it too late to call the police now? Lu Yanru thought that Chu Ge had bad intentions towards her, but she didn't expect that she had misunderstood him. After hearing this, Chu Ge turned around, glanced at Lu Yanru, took out the pistol from his waist, and said. As your personal bodyguard, there's no need to trouble others with such trivial matters. Hold on tight, boss. I'm about to start the car. Suddenly, Chu Ge slammed the steering wheel, made a handsome drift, turned the front of the car around, and rushed directly towards the two black cars. Wait, how come you have a gun? Lu Yanru looked at the pistol on Chu Ge's waist in astonishment. She didn't expect that this bodyguard actually hid a gun secretly. We can't let them get away, stop the car quickly. The bald boss saw the other party suddenly make a sharp turn and rush towards him, and hurriedly shouted to his men. Just stay in the car and hide well. Chu Ge watched the two sides getting closer and closer, his eyes gradually turned cold, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Lu Yanru nodded very obediently, curled up into a ball, and handed her safety to the bodyguard who was on his first day in office. Chu Ge saw that the two cars were preparing to attack him from both sides and force him to stop. Chu Ge sneered, his face very calm, and crashed directly into the car on the left. Lu Yanru held onto her seat belt tightly, looking at the man beside her with panicked eyes, whose face was extremely calm. How capable is this guy? He was able to remain so calm in such a dangerous situation, all alone. I think I have found a treasure. Lu Yanru pressed her pounding heart with her hand and secretly stared at the man in front of her. Chapter 4 times have changed, clean and neat. Damn it, this guy actually wanted to ram me directly. How much salary do you get every day? He really doesn't want to live. Get out of the way. The bald boss was not here to die, so he rushed to the steering wheel, grabbed it and hit it hard, trying to avoid the opponent's impact. Several harsh drifting sounds were heard. The three cars stopped one after another as if they had agreed on it. Chu Ge said comfortingly, ask the boss to lie down under the passenger seat, and then close the car door. You bastard, you only get a little salary every day, why do you risk your life? The bald man wearing sunglasses, who was still shocked, cursed with fear on his face. It was almost like that. If he hadn't reacted quickly and hit me from this direction, I would have been seriously injured if not killed. Behind the bald man, 5 strong men in black swung out electric batons, which made crackling sounds. Boy, I advise you to send that woman over here, so that you won't suffer this physical pain. The bald man and his men slowly walked towards Chu Ge, looking extremely arrogant and confident of victory. Then let's give it a try. Chu Ge swooped down suddenly, his sharp eyes like a blade, and he attacked the opponent with the momentum of a tiger descending from the mountain. Come on. Seeing that the other party still wanted to resist, the bald man raised the electric baton in his hand and ordered his men to rush forward. The first person to attack was a man in black who rushed up and raised an electric baton to hit him in the face. Chu Ge's waist was like a long bow, and the electric baton whizzed past Chu Ge's face. The crackling electric light made Chu Ge feel numb on his face even though he didn't actually touch him. At this moment, Chu Ge's waist was as fast as a spring, and he jumped up on the spot. In the panicked eyes of the man in black, he took the electric baton. The next second, Chu Ge pressed the switch and swung it out violently. Sizzle. The man in black twitched and fell to the ground instantly, like a fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. At the same time, powerful electric batons attacked Chu Ge from 3 sides. Chu Ge's face didn't show any sign of panic, his eyes became even colder, and he fell directly to the ground, holding up with one hand. With one kick, he swept the entire army. The 3 men in black were caught off guard and were knocked to the ground in an instant. The last person attacked instantly. Chu Ge dodged like a dragon. Chu Ge's arm suddenly rose up like a python, and hit the opponent's wrist like a heavy stone, and the opponent's electric baton slipped out of his hand instantly. It's over. The man in black who had taken action felt his hands lose strength instantly and he let go of his hands subconsciously. The moment the electric baton slipped from his hand and was snatched away by the other party, the man in black's face changed drastically and he turned around and tried to escape. Good opportunity. Chu Ge's eyes lit up. He swung the electric baton backhand and hit the man in black who had no time to escape. Sizzle. The electric baton seemed to be stuck to the opponent's body, and the fierce electric current instantly rushed into the opponent's body, causing damage and paralysis. In the end, the man in black opened his mouth, unable to even utter a scream, and was directly electrocuted and passed out. The other 3 men in black who tried to get up were knocked unconscious by Chu Ge's electric baton. It only took less than 10 seconds. In this day and age, it's important not only to have good kung fu but also to have weapons in your hands. The stun gun is really useful. The bald man opened his mouth wide, looked at Chu Ge who was slowly walking towards him in astonishment, and subconsciously took a step back. Damn, I actually ran into a tough guy. The bald man suppressed his panic and quickly opened the trunk. Chu Ge's eyes fixed. Bang! Bang! The last second, without any hesitation, he rolled to the ground and hid behind the black car next to him. In the car door facing the bald man. The sight of bullet holes everywhere is shocking. If Chu Ge hadn't reacted quickly, the fate of the car door would have been the same as his fate. There is a gun, damn it. Chu Ge's face was gloomy and he cursed inwardly. The pistol at his waist was in his hand at some point, with the safety on. Times have changed. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand a single shot from me? The bald man had a gloomy expression and sneered. The bald man was holding a specially made rifle in his hand. This is the shotgun that the bald man placed on the back seat just in case. After all, this is a life-threatening business. But I didn't expect that one day it would actually be useful. In the car not far away, Lu Yanru was so frightened after hearing the gunshots that she trembled all over. She covered her mouth and watched Chu Ge hiding behind the car. He was afraid that if he made a sound, he would disturb Chu Ge. Now that you've fired your gun, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out? Chu Ge said loudly, secretly looking for an opportunity to kill this guy. Once the gun is fired, it will be a matter of life or death. After doing this, I can leave safely. As for you, I'm afraid you will only become fertilizer for the flowers and plants here. The bald man held a shotgun in his hand and slowly walked towards the car where Chu Ge was hiding. There was no panic in his heart at all, and he was smiling unscrupulously on his face. No matter how strong the opponent is, he can't withstand my rifle shotgun. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bald man screamed and fell to the ground. I saw the bullet pass through his knee, leaving a bullet hole, and blood stained his pants red. Bang! 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 The bald man, in so much pain, panicked and fired several shots at the bottom of the car. Only shooting can relieve his fear. The car windows were broken, the doors were shattered by bullets, and the tires exploded. Crack! 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 The bald man's face changed instantly, and he quickly took out a bullet bag from his pocket. Chu Ge had already retreated when he opened fire. Although the rifle shotgun was powerful, it was only limited to close range. Bang! Ah! The bald man was shot in the hand instantly, and the bullet bag fell directly to the ground. Chu Ge walked over quickly and kicked the bullet bag away. No more bullets. Chu Ge squatted down, put the muzzle of the gun against the man's face, and looked at him with a mocking look. Tell me who your boss is. I advise you not to suffer physical pain. Chu Ge stepped directly on the other person's injured hand. The bald man screamed in pain, his whole body twitched in pain, and cold sweat broke out on his face. I said, don't kill me. The bald man had no courage and confessed directly, fearing that the other party would kill him. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and there's no surveillance. I don't even know how I died. The bald man spoke out the truth intermittently. Chu Ge listened with a calm expression and great interest. Finally, what did you do to the bald man? Lu Yanru asked curiously on the way back. I have done so many bad things and have killed so many people. What do you think I will do, boss? Chu Ge said with a smile on his face, looking at Lu Yanru. You won't kill them. Lu Yanru looked at him in horror and made a gesture towards her neck. Don't worry, boss. I didn't kill them myself. Chu Ge assured Lu Yanru with a serious face. Along the way, the frightened boss needed someone to comfort him, and Chu Ge felt obliged to do so. But Chu Ge didn't know that after Chu Ge left the fight scene, two figures slowly walked out. Boss, this woman is your stepmother. You really are so heartless. A strong and honest-looking man teased the person next to him. This woman with a vicious heart killed my father and kicked my sister out of the house. I wish she were dead. The young man called the boss clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred for Lu Yanru, and said with gritted teeth. Chapter 5 I'm a bodyguard, I don't have bad intentions. This young man who is full of hatred for Lu Yanru is called Yi Feng. He once served in the most elite special forces of the Huameng and was qualified as the captain. A week ago, for some unknown reason, he chose to retire at the peak of his strength. Even though his superiors tried to persuade Yi Feng to stay, he was determined to leave. Yi Feng's father, the original controller of the Moyu group. On the first day after marrying Lu Yanru, to everyone's surprise, he died. Although my father was in poor health, he wouldn't die so soon. Yi Feng determined that the vicious woman Lu Yanru was the murderer who murdered his father. He conspired to seize the Yi family's property, causing his sister Yi Yao to now only dare to live in a friend's house. If he, as the elder brother, does not show up, then what qualifications does Yi Feng have to be his sister's brother? Check who this man is. I thought I could kill someone by borrowing his knife, but I miscalculated. He is quite strong, but he is still no match for me. Yi Feng turned and said to the brothers beside him. He suppressed the hatred in his eyes and hid it in the deepest part of his heart. I don't know what he was thinking about, but a hint of gentleness appeared on his rebellious face. Yi Feng continued, Yao Yao doesn't know I'm back yet. I'll go see her now, and tomorrow Yao Yao and I will appear in front of Lu Yanru openly. Okay, boss, I'll do it now. Since you've come back this time, the brothers have been eager to see you. Wang Shi nodded heavily, patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, and told him to go with peace of mind. Let's find some time and get together. Yi Feng thought of his brothers, smiled, and rode away on his motorcycle alone. After Wang Shi watched Yi Feng leave, he looked at the long-abandoned water plant not far away. In my mind, I recalled what the bodyguard had done before. I didn't expect that Lu Yanru's bodyguard would be such a cruel and ruthless person. All bodyguards are like this. It seems that Lu Yanru is indeed as cruel and ruthless as the boss said. Wang Shi smiled naively, his eyes becoming more and more cold. No matter who it is, the boss's enemy is my enemy. In a luxurious duplex villa. As a personal bodyguard, Chu Ge has to live with his boss and check the structure of the entire villa first. Boss, this place is so big, do you live alone? After discovering that the villa was safe, Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru who was slowly walking down the spiral staircase and said. Lu Yanru changed her clothes into a pink pajama dress with a lace hem and a very girlish bow in the middle. White skin, smooth and bright. Black hair falls naturally on shoulders. Lu Yanru's dress gave Chu Ge an extremely comfortable and relaxing feeling. Lu Yanru swayed her body and slowly walked to Chu Ge, handed Chu Ge a cup of hot water, sat on the sofa, and spoke slowly. This is my husband's home. Upon hearing that this was the home of her boss's husband, Chu Ge changed her mind and stood up, wanting to go out. Hey, that's not right. I'm a bodyguard. What bad intentions could a bodyguard have? Moreover, the boss's husband is the former chairman of the Moyu group who died not long ago. Dead. It scared me. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief, sat back on the sofa awkwardly, and coughed. Boss, is there anything to eat? I'm a little hungry. Lu Yanru looked at Chu Ge trying to run away and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. You are so young, you must have consumed a lot of energy just now. Lu Yanru was very glad that she found a reliable bodyguard, and said as she walked towards the kitchen. Apart from the auntie who comes to clean during the day, she usually cooks for herself and enjoys the process of cooking. The boss really trusts me. Aren't you afraid that I will serve the tiger myself? Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru's back, and suddenly thought of the long cannon that Li Yunlong pulled out to attack Ping'an County. Fire! Fire at me! How can I let the boss do it himself? Let me do it! Chu Ge immediately stopped thinking about it, stood up quickly, and trotted towards the kitchen. When I came to the kitchen, I saw Lu Yanru had already started washing vegetables, so I quickly rolled up my sleeves to help. Lu Yanru's face suddenly turned red, like a red apple. She bit her lips lightly and glared at him fiercely. Stand aside. Chu Ge scratched his head innocently and stood aside obediently. It's not my fault. He really didn't mean it. It's just that the boss takes up too much space. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening and a sumptuous dinner was placed on the table. Boss, it's delicious. Chu Ge picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth along with the rice. It was oily but not greasy, and smooth and tasty. It's delicious because of what the boss cooked. Lu Yanru corrected Chu Ge's mistake in words and took a sip of rice. For some reason, Lu Yanru felt that after Chu Ge came along, something she was lacking was filled. Warmth. Seeing the dishes she cooks being praised, this is the life she longs for. Unfortunately, this is my own choice and I can't blame others. A trace of regret suddenly flashed across Lu Yanru's eyes. It's your own destiny, your own choice, so just keep going. Same. Chu Ge replied with a smile. It was really a good deal. It was hard to find a female boss who provided food and accommodation. When Chu Ge saw Lu Yanru's manners while eating, he finally understood what it meant to be a beauty that is a feast to the eyes. Drink some chicken soup to replenish your body. I will have to rely on your protection from now on. Lu Yanru filled a bowl of chicken soup for Chu Ge, handed it to him, and urged him to drink it. It tastes good. Chu Ge slurped the chicken soup into his mouth. Hey, how come there are wolfberries? I don't need to make up for it. Chu Ge felt that his boss might have misunderstood his body. Suddenly, Chu Ge's eating posture froze. He glanced at Lu Yanru, then looked down. Afterwards, Chu Ge continued to eat without changing his expression. However, Chu Ge took a full hour to finish this half bowl of rice, which was a bit difficult to swallow. I'm really just a bodyguard. I don't have any bad intentions. Chapter 6. Feeling desperate, I choose to. Lying in the guest room arranged for him by Lu Yanru, Chu Ge lay on the bed with his head resting on his hands, a look of aftertaste on his face. Is this the peach blossom banquet as a reward from the system? If possible, arrange this kind of reward a few more times. If I could give a review, Chu Ge would definitely give it a 5-star rating. God knows how he managed to finish this peach blossom banquet. Chu Ge gradually calmed down and recalled what happened today. The order of this parallel world is completely different from that of his previous life. The memories in his brain are too normal, so normal that he thinks they are normal. The country is called Huameng. Decades ago, the world was in chaos, with wars everywhere and no order at all. Major cities were also independent. Finally, under the threat of enemy countries, the rulers of major cities formed the Huameng through peaceful negotiations, with major cities as the basis of the alliance. The city he lives in is called Yundu, and the ruler of Yundu is not a certain person. It is almost an open secret that the ruler of Yundu is just a puppet pushed forward by the 4 major families. The real rulers are the 4 major families of Feng, Qian, Zhao and Shao. By monopolizing various industries, the goal of ruling Yundu is achieved. The person behind the scenes that the bald man mentioned turned out to be a young master from the Zhao family's side branch, Zhao Lingyun. Chu Ge had no way of knowing Zhao Lingyun's information. However, hacking into a network can definitely yield specific information. However, Chu Ge currently does not have a computer, so it seems that he will have to ask his boss to reimburse him for some supplies tomorrow. The ability of an all-round top bodyguard is not just about having strong martial arts skills. I'm just a bodyguard, why do I have so many troubles? They are all the boss's troubles. Go to sleep. Chu Ge covered himself with the quilt and fell asleep comfortably. In the master bedroom, Lu Yanru, who had not yet slept, was biting the quilt lightly, grabbing the quilt with both hands, with a dazed and hazy look in her eyes. She just had a glass of red wine. How could you be so bold? Could it be that I really have fallen in love with Chu Ge, the bodyguard I had only known for 1 day? But it's too fast. As Lu Yanru was thinking, she thought about what happened to her today. It seems that YU Group is planning to break off relations. The person behind this is not simple, as he dares to use such means. Lu Yanru returned to the state of the cold and elegant chairman again and picked up the laptop beside her. Medusa Company must be successfully acquired. Even the danger of YU Group could not change her decision. This acquisition is of great practical significance for YU Group's entry into the cosmetics industry. The Medusa Company not only has a perfect production line. She even bribed a researcher in the company to get important information. The facial mask project that Medusa Corporation has been secretly researching is about to succeed. I'm afraid that YU Group has no good intentions. They are all ambitious and everyone knows it. When it comes to business methods, I'm not afraid of anyone. Lu Yanru confidently organized her acquisition plan and prepared to implement it tomorrow. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Chu Ge's sleep was cruelly broken by Lu Yanru herself. On my first day at work, I actually forgot to set the alarm and had to enjoy the wake-up service from my beautiful boss. It's as embarrassing as it can be. Looking at the streets in heavy rain, Chu Ge spoke indistinctly while chewing a meat bun. By the way, boss, I learned from the bald guy yesterday that the one who wanted to kidnap you this time was a descendant of the Zhao family, named Zhao Lingyun. But don't worry, boss. My abilities are definitely worth the 3 million annual salary you pay. There will be absolutely no problem with your safety. Chu Ge felt it necessary to remind the boss not to confront him head-on, as the Zhao family was too powerful for the YU Group. There is a world of difference between the two. If the acquisition really doesn't work, you can only give up and can't force it. Zhao Lingyun, no wonder there is no news today about what happened yesterday. Lu Yanru muttered the name, her heart sinking to the bottom. The Zhao family, as long as the funds reach a certain level, you will find out how powerful the Zhao family is. After all, Yundu is secretly controlled by aristocratic families, and the Zhao family is one of them. My own power is too small. The more Lu Yanru thought about it, the paler her face became. Did she have to stop her acquisition plan? Should I give up, but will the other party really stop? The other party's kidnapping of me is a precursor to taking action against the Moyu group. Lu Yanru's face became increasingly ugly, and Chu Ge felt a little distressed. For ordinary people, aristocratic families are too far away and out of their reach. But once you touch it, you'll find how desperate it is. But Chu Ge would naturally not be afraid. Things like aristocratic families are just stepping stones in novels. Speaking of aristocratic families, Chu Ge suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a family with the surname Shao. The Shao family has always played the leading role. If used properly, the Zhao family can be easily destroyed. The protagonist just needs to have no conflicts of interest with himself. I shouldn't stand against the protagonist. Option 1. As a professional bodyguard, you should turn a blind eye to everything except the boss's safety. Reward: Blood Dragon Dagger. Option 2. As a personal bodyguard, the boss is in despair. A real man should stand up and help the boss solve the problem. Reward: a top business talent. Chu Ge looked at the choice the system suddenly gave him and chose the second one without hesitation. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, how could Chu Ge bear to fall into despair over such a good boss? I'm just helping the boss solve a problem, and it requires long-term planning, so it's not appropriate to say it to the boss. He is just a bodyguard, and if he tells it now, it will only be seen as consolation. The biggest variable in solving this matter is this guy Zhao Lingyun. Where are you, protagonist? I miss you so much. At this moment, Chu Ge wished that a protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him. Then you can kill someone by borrowing his knife without any worries. Chapter 7. The protagonist came to my door and called me stepfather. Along the way, we arrived at the company's underground garage safely. But Lu Yanru's face looked very bad, like a frightened bird. She was nervous all the way, fearing that another accident would happen on the road. After all, in the TV dramas I've watched, accidents are most likely to happen in this kind of rainy and hazy weather. The attack last night left a huge psychological trauma in Lu Yanru's heart. Moreover, Lu Yanru was very worried about the company's situation, but no problems had occurred so far. But often the biggest problem is having no problem. The psychological anxiety had a great impact on Lu Yanru's spirit. After all, the other party is from the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families. Whenever the opponent strikes, it will be a thundering blow. Can you handle it? Boss, are you okay? Chu Ge saw that the boss had no intention of getting out of the car and his eyes seemed a little dazed. He didn't know what he was thinking, so he quickly said, I'm fine, maybe it's because of too much pressure. Hearing this, Lu Yanru's dazed eyes finally showed a hint of expression. Only then did I realize that I had arrived at the company's underground garage. Lu Yanru couldn't help but lift the hair beside her ears, cheer herself up, forced a smile, and took out the cosmetics in her bag to touch up her makeup. Normally, Lu Yanru is very confident. Even without makeup, she can still exude her true charm with her natural beauty. The boss is so beautiful. Chu Ge saw the boss putting on makeup. He leaned outside the car door and smiled, looking like a hooligan who was teasing a girl. HMPH, you're such a smooth talker. But I'm your boss, be careful or I'll fire you. Lu Yanru looked a little angry after hearing what Chu Ge said, but there was a smile in her eyes, and the anxiety in her heart was not as strong as before. Chu Ge chuckled, locked the car door, and quickly followed his boss. Chu Ge followed his boss into the company lobby and found that more and more eyes were fixed on him. Sure enough, outstanding people always attract the attention of others unconsciously. Even though he is just an ordinary bodyguard, the golden light on his body still cannot escape the treasure eyes of everyone. This guy must be the bodyguard hired by the chairman yesterday. He's so handsome. Could it be that the chairman secretly kept him? Being handsome really can make a living. If I were younger, maybe the chairman would fall in love with me. You'd better be a gatekeeper and security guard. Don't wait until night to dream. Shish, keep your voice down, or you'll get fired. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. You don't know, but this bodyguard knocked down all the interviewees yesterday, and in the end, those interviewees left in shame. That's not what I heard. What I heard was that the boss took a liking to this bodyguard at first sight and eliminated all the interviewees directly. Really? Of course it's true. A friend of mine was there. After the chairman got on the elevator, the employees coming and going whispered and talked about it. After all, matters concerning senior management are often the easiest to satisfy employees' gossipy nature. Wang Shan, the head of the Human Resources Department, had just walked over from the front desk when she saw these employees whispering about the chairman. She frowned and said in a deep voice, "Go and do your work. Do you still want to work? Don't offend anyone else but the head of our department." Wang Shan is the chairman's confidant. Everyone dispersed in a hurry, fearing that they would be caught by the head of our department. "Hello, how can I help you?" At this time, a female employee who had just arrived at the company's front desk stood up and looked at the man and woman in front of her very politely with a professional smile on her face. "Where is that woman Lu Yanru now?" Yi Feng's eyes were sharp and his words were blunt. This time, Yi Feng wanted to tell Lu Yanru that he was back and he would take everything back with his own hands. No one can touch his own sister. Anyone who dares to bully his own sister is seeking death. He wanted to make Lu Yanru, the woman who killed his father, lose everything and make her pay with blood. "Sorry, I don't know where the chairman is." The female employee replied without changing her expression when she heard the other party's impolite words. Knowing that the other party was here to cause trouble, she secretly pressed the button to notify security. "Brother, that woman must be in Dad's former office now." Yi Yao hugged Yi Feng's arm and complained angrily on her face. "Let's go." Yi Feng snorted coldly and wanted to get into the elevator directly with Yi Yao. "Who are you? Stop right there." Several security guards hurried over, stood in front of Yi Feng, and warned him. "A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way." Yi Feng frowned and uttered a few words coldly. However, several security guards remained unmoved. After all, being a security guard in the Moyu group requires a rigorous selection process. The benefits and salary are good, and no one wants to lose this hard-earned job because of their own problems. "Sir, please leave here. You really won't move out of the way. Don't force me to do it." Yi Feng was like a beast about to release its wildness at this moment. His ferocious eyes like a beast made several security guards' hearts tremble. "Let them go up." Wang Shan hung up the phone and hurried over from the opposite stairs, asking the security guard to let the two people in. She knew Yi Yao, who was the biological daughter of the previous chairman and the nominal daughter of the current chairman. After notifying the chairman, she did what he said and she had no control over the rest. "You guys are smart." Yi Feng snorted coldly and pulled the fearless Yi Yao into the elevator. Wang Shan didn't know who the man next to Yi Yao was. After all, Yi Feng had never shown up in the company. Soon, Yi Feng and Yi Yao broke into Lu Yanru's office without any courtesy. Chu Ge stood directly in front of Lu Yanru. The first impression this young man gave him was that he was unruly and not an ordinary person. "Yi Feng, Yi Yao, why are you two here?" Lu Yanru stood up and walked to Chu Ge, looked at them in confusion and said. Even though Yi Feng was nominally her son, Lu Yanru understood that the other party was definitely not here to say hello. As far as she knew, shouldn't Yi Feng still be serving in the mysterious force? "This was originally my father's company. It seems we don't need to inform you that we are coming." Yi Feng's eyes were sharp as he looked at Lu Yanru, the woman who killed his father, and his fists creaked. Chu Ge noticed the other party's actions and stared at Yi Feng vigilantly. Yi Feng and Yi Yao, so these are the boss's nominal children. But why did Chu Ge feel inexplicably familiar with this scene? "My brother came back to tell you that things that don't belong to you can never be taken away. You vicious woman, I wish you were dead." Yi Yao chimed in, staring at Lu Yanru with hatred. It was all her fault. She was afraid to go home for fear of being persecuted by Lu Yanru. Now that her only relative, her brother, is back, she is no longer afraid. "There is no property here that belongs to you. Regardless of the legal provisions or the will left by your father, his shares are inherited by me. The only thing your father left you is 50 million yuan, and I haven't touched this money at all." Lu Yanru would not encroach on other people's property, but she would not be so reserved as to not want what belongs to her. Everything is out in the open and is legally binding. "Yi Yao, I never wanted to persecute you. What good would it do me to persecute you? It's you who has persecution complexes and has never dared to go home." The money you deserve has been regularly deposited into your bank card every month. I believe I have never treated you unfairly and I have a clear conscience. Lu Yanru looked at the two of them coldly. Since they wanted to talk things out, they might as well resolve the matter once and for all, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. You have a clear conscience, very good. Yi Feng laughed after hearing what Lu Yanru said, with a hint of coldness in his laughter. Yi Feng originally thought that the other party would be afraid of him and would restrain himself. Unexpectedly, his attitude was too gentle. He said it so confidently. A will, that kind of thing can be forged privately. He was not by his father's side from the time he fell ill to the time he passed away. Who knows what means the other party used to change his father's will. He gave 50 million to the brothers and sisters as alms, just like giving alms to beggars. My father's inheritance is far more than 50 million. Being with such a vicious woman and protecting such a ruthless person. Aren't you afraid that she will sell you out one day and you will lose your life in vain? I am willing to give you double the salary, and we can even be good brothers. Yi Feng suddenly looked at Chu Ge, kindly reminding him not to make the same mistake again. After all, with such amazing skills, it would be a pity for him to stay with this woman. For some reason, Lu Yanru suddenly became nervous, fearing that Chu Ge would misunderstand her as a vicious and murderous woman. A simple means of sowing discord. It seems that my guess might be correct. The other party should be the child of destiny, that is, one of the urban protagonist templates. Just when Chu Ge was confirming the other party, the system option suddenly popped up. Option 1, discover the urban template protagonist, the urban soldier king returns, immediately stand in the protagonist camp, and become the protagonist's right-hand man. Reward, 100 million funds. Option 2, if you want to deal with the boss, you must get past me first. Even if I become a villain, so what? My fate is in my own hands. Reward, villain camp favorability plus 100. Chu Ge showed a smile, stood in front of Lu Yanru, looked directly at Yi Feng, and seemed a little moved. Yi Feng thought that the other party would turn to the light, so he was confident and straightened his chest, ready to accept the other party's surrender. Lu Yanru didn't know what Chu Ge was thinking, and she was extremely nervous behind him. Would this man who gave her enough sense of security choose to leave him? Under the attention of the three people, Chu Ge spoke with sincerity. Hello, can you call me stepfather? I don't want to be your brother, I want to be your stepfather, but I don't know if that's okay. Chapter 8. Even the Soldier King is just like this. As soon as Chu Ge finished speaking, the whole office fell silent. Yi Feng thought he had misheard, but when he saw the mocking look on the other party's face, he realized that he had been fooled. Are you kidding me? Yi Feng's tone was icy and his face was terrifyingly calm. People who knew him well knew that this was when he was most angry. Sure enough, just like your boss, neither is a good person, a bastard. Yi Yao looked at Chu Ge with disgust and spat at him with disdain. It turned out that this bodyguard was the gigolo kept by this woman, using her family's money to support other men. As a professional bodyguard, how can I be bribed by the enemy? This is not in line with my personal professional ethics. You are so bold to bribe me in front of my boss, and I'm afraid you can't afford double the salary now. Right, boss. Chu Ge laughed, turned to look at the boss, and said with a wink. I thought he could be at peace with the protagonist and could peacefully use the protagonist to do things he didn't want to do. But he didn't expect the system to directly list the options for him. 100 million in funds. Money may be very important to other ordinary people. However, Chu Ge, who already had the system, didn't care about the mere 100 million yuan. The villain's favorability is plus 100, which is obviously a good thing at first glance. There are many protagonists, but there are also many representative villains. You will directly gain plus 100 favorability with villains, and then these villains will become your helpers in dealing with the protagonist. Since you've chosen the path of a villain, you have to do it thoroughly. Yes, you are right. Lu Yanru smiled like a flower and looked at Chu Ge with twinkling eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of different emotions in her eyes. For some reason, Lu Yanru felt that Chu Ge, who said these words, was particularly manly and made her particularly fascinated. Especially when he said he wanted to be the other person's stepfather, she didn't seem disgusted at all. Boss, are these two people interfering with your work? Chu Ge twisted his arms with a smile, ready to kick the two out. You have to understand that there are always people better than you. Don't think you are invincible just because you have some skills. Seeing that the other party wanted to attack, Yi Feng hurriedly protected Yi Yao behind him, anger burning in his eyes, and said coldly. He somewhat regretted that he was so impulsive and brought his sister to the other party's territory. If he took action himself, he would not be able to take care of his sister. Kick these two people out. This world has no room for naivety or ignorance. Since the two sides have already torn their faces apart, Lu Yanru doesn't have to worry so much. There are 50 million in the card. I have already posted the password on the card. I, Lu Yanru, owe nothing to your Yi family. What do you think your father's purpose in marrying me was? Wasn't it because he was attracted by my beauty? What a pity. In the end, he died without getting his wish fulfilled. Lu Yanru threw a bank card at Yi Feng, threw it to the ground, and finally made a teasing sound. She had had enough of the unreasonable behavior of these two siblings. Brother. When Yi Yao saw this vicious woman insulting herself and her brother like this, the grievance in her heart instantly surged up in her heart. She hugged her brother's arm, her face full of grievance. You actually insulted my father, woman, you are looking for death. Don't think that I won't hit you just because you are a woman. I swear, I will never let my sister suffer any grievances again. Lu Yanru's behavior completely angered Yi Feng, and Yi Feng said loudly with a ferocious face. The next second, Yi Feng pounced on him like a wild wolf. Looking for death. Chu Ge's face was filled with anger, and he immediately threw a heavy punch to meet the attack. He is now going to experience how powerful the king of soldiers is. The two men's fists collided hard. Yi Feng's punches were as powerful as an ox and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. But Chu Ge is not as simple as Yi Feng thought. So what if he is the king of soldiers? Chu Ge repeatedly neutralized Yi Feng's killing moves. As all you can do is hide. Let me see how long you can hide. Seeing that the other party was repeatedly resolving his attacks, Yi Feng's eyes showed a trace of solemnity. His heart sank slightly, and he continued to attack, mocking the other party, hoping that the other party would reveal a flaw. However, Chu Ge remained calm despite Yi Feng's ridicule and did not give Yi Feng any chance at all. You can't eat sarcasm. No matter how you shout, I will just ignore you. For Chu Ge, verbal persuasion has absolutely no effect. Seeing that his taunts had no effect, Yi Feng became even more serious. Where on earth did this guy come from? How could he be so powerful that even I, a soldier king, couldn't defeat him? This should be the soldier king's method of killing the enemy. After a brief fight, Chu Ge felt that he had a clear understanding of Yi Feng's basic strength. All I can say is, that's all. It was fun to fight, right? It's my turn next. A fierce look flashed in Chu Ge's eyes. Chu Ge changed his previous defense and turned from defense to offense. At the moment of dodging Yi Feng's attack, he swung his fist at an extremely fast speed, and the fist turned into an afterimage and hit Yi Feng's vital abdomen with a slam. Oh no, it's too late. Yi Feng watched helplessly as the opponent's fist hit his abdomen hard. In an instant, Yi Feng, who had no way to dodge, felt that his stomach was about to be torn apart by the opponent's fist, and his internal organs were churning wildly inside. Pain. Under attack, Yi Feng took several steps back, gritting his teeth. He looked extremely embarrassed, and the tearing pain made him break out in cold sweats. Yi Feng took a deep breath and stared at the other party vigilantly, fearing that the other party would continue to attack him in the next second. Yi Feng was shocked. First, his attack did not cause any harm to the opponent. However, the opponent was able to defend against his continuous attacks with ease. The opponent's sudden attack just now left me with no time to react at all. I am a soldier who has been fighting abroad for many years and has always maintained my combat qualities, but I am not as good as a bodyguard. Yi Feng felt a little frustrated. The power that he was so proud of was so vulnerable in the hands of the opponent. Chu Ge couldn't help laughing when he saw that Yi Feng endured the attack without making a sound. If it hurts, just scream out. Call me stepdada and I'll let you go today. Chu Ge continued to provoke and anger Yi Feng. Then, he looked at Yi Yao who was huddled in the corner and said in a cruel manner. Your sister is delicate and tender. I wonder if she can take my blow. As he said that, he raised his fist and gestured towards Yi Yao. Chu Ge's actions frightened Yi Yao so much that her pupils constricted and the fear in her heart magnified infinitely. She was just a girl spoiled by her brother. She had never encountered such a thing before. At this time, Chu Ge's behavior was like that of a villain who was bullying the good, but Chu Ge did not think that Yi Feng was a good person. Chu Ge had his own judgment on whether Lu Yanru had spoken before. It was the aggressiveness of the two siblings that made him look at them in a new light. Of course, he would never bully a little girl. Looking for death. Seeing that the other party actually paid attention to his sister, Yi Feng was completely enraged. Rage completely devoured his reason. Like the roar of a wild beast, Yi Feng roared up and attacked Chu Ge head-on. King of soldiers. What a waste. In Chu Ge's eyes, Yi Feng, whose reason was devoured by anger, attacked without any plan and was easily controlled by him. He raised his knee suddenly and attacked Yi Feng's stomach again. This time, Chu Ge could clearly hear Yi Feng's groan of pain, and then he nodded with satisfaction. Brother, Yi Yao cried worriedly. She wanted to come up and help, but she didn't dare to. With his stomach hit hard, Yi Feng's hands were no longer able to resist at that moment. Chu Ge did not stop. Yi Feng had been so ruthless before, so he naturally had to retaliate. Chu Ge grabbed Yi Feng's arms with both hands, pulled them hard, and when he let go, Yi Feng's hands dropped instantly. Kill me if you have the guts, otherwise I will make you pay the price. Yi Feng, who was being strangled by Chu Ge, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and stared at him with vicious eyes. Even though his arms were dislocated, Yi Feng's defiant look remained unchanged. Brother, let's go back. We don't want anything anymore. Yi Yao felt like the sky was falling. Her brother's arms hung limply and the other party pinched his throat like a chicken. The brother he was so proud of was completely unable to fight back against the other party. Sister. Yi Feng remembered at this time that his sister was still behind him. His heart sank, thinking that he was careless. He didn't expect the other party to be hiding so deeply, so he took his sister deep into the tiger's den. Damn myself. Well done. Although Lu Yanru was not a bad person, she was not a pedantic goody-goody either. She cheered in her heart. Yi Feng was so aggressive before, and now look at the other party's miserable situation. A hint of pleasure flashed through Lu Yanru's heart. Option 1, be a person who takes pleasure in repaying kindness and revenge, leaving no hidden dangers for yourself. Reward, a chance for a romantic encounter. Option 2, in the adult world, there is only profit, and profit is paramount. In the pleasure, the profit is also obtained, and the value of the other party is squeezed out. Reward, a female secretary. Why have the rewards become so weird? Does such a handsome man like him need a romantic encounter? He felt like taking back his previous words. This system really didn't understand him at all. The female secretary is pretty good, the system really understands me. Moreover, I want to help my boss and become someone that no one can mess with. Then we must break the situation of the four major families that is like a shackle. The aristocratic family is a cancer to him. Killing you will dirty my hands. Get out of here, useless thing. I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, even if I don't think about yourself, I'll have to think about your sister. Chu Ge didn't have such a strong idea to get rid of Yi Feng for the time being. After all, it was rare for the protagonist to come to him. Naturally, we have to make good use of the waste and use Yi Feng as a chess piece to break the turtle shell of the aristocratic family. It would be better to let Yi Feng go this time, and then get rid of him after squeezing out all the value from Yi Feng. Why not do it? You will regret it. Yi Feng gave him a vicious look, and left the place dejectedly with his tearful sister without saying a word. Hey, I shouldn't have been dumbed down just now. After Yi Feng left, Chu Ge recalled what he had done before. I thought about my next plan and the system's rewards. Chu Ge finally felt relieved. He was not lowered in intelligence. It seemed that the other party's protagonist halo had no effect on him. If you let him go like this, what if he attacks you in secret? Lu Yanru was not as optimistic as Chu Ge and said with some concern. After all, Lu Yanru noticed Yi Feng's last look before he left. That sinister look was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Chapter 9. My female secretary has arrived. Don't worry, boss. I know what I'm doing. Chu Ge replied to his boss absent-mindedly, wondering when the female secretary would be able to arrive. System, is my secretary loyal to me? Host, rest assured that the rewards given to the host after the selection are all loyalty to the host and cannot be changed. Chu Ge also felt relieved. It seemed that he now had people to do some things. Moreover, Chu Ge remembered that after helping the boss solve the problem, the top business talent rewarded by the system would also be credited to his account. It seems that the matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible, Chu Ge pondered to himself. When Lu Yanru saw that Chu Ge knew what was going on, she felt relieved. Chairman, the shareholders have jointly requested to convene a shareholders meeting immediately. I understand. At this time, a phone call came in. Lu Yanru answered the phone. After hearing the other party's words, she immediately hung up the phone. Lu Yanru's face became solemn. She owned 35% of the shares of Moyu Group and was the largest shareholder. The shareholders' meeting did not have the direct right to remove her from her position. However, the shareholders' meeting can cause too much trouble for oneself. It seems that this is Zhao Lingyun's method, using the shareholders' meeting to put pressure on himself. Lu Yanru could only think positively. This was still considered good. If it was not what she thought, then how should she deal with it? This phone call made Chu Ge realize that the other party was going to take direct action against the Moyu Group. The only most reasonable solution is, it can't solve the problem, but it can directly solve the person who raised the problem. How simple it is. Chu Ge followed Lu Yanru to the door of the shareholders' meeting. Chu Ge naturally could not follow them in, but just waited outside the door. Standing outside the door were the bodyguards and personal secretaries brought by the major shareholders. The bodyguard is tall and strong, and the secretary is charming and attractive. You can tell at first glance that they are not serious secretaries. Chu Ge showed an envious look. When would his secretary be able to deposit the money into his account? This system is really unreliable. At this moment, Chu Ge's cell phone suddenly made a buzzing sound. Chu Ge walked to the empty side. It was an unfamiliar number. Confused, Chu Ge clicked to answer it. Hello. Who is this? Boss, I'm the secretary you hired, and I just took office today. Chu Ge's eyes lit up. My secretary finally showed up. I need you to find someone to help me keep an eye on a man named Yifeng. It's very simple to find Yifeng, just keep an eye on Yifeng's sister Yiyao. I'll send the relevant information of the two to your mobile phone. For the funds for this operation, please send me an account later and I'll transfer the money to you within today. Chu Ge does not have the money to register a company for the time being, so he can only let his female secretary do something unrelated to his job first. The fragmented ideas in Chu Ge's mind were coalescing into a complete plan. Okay, boss. The female secretary's voice on the phone was so sweet that Chu Ge felt numb inside. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ge closed his eyes and waited for the boss to come out. An hour later, Lu Yanru walked out without saying a word. Seeing that the boss was in a bad mood, Chu Ge followed her without asking any more questions. In the conference room, a middle-aged man bowed and nodded respectfully while reporting the situation to the person on the phone. Yes, Mr. Yun, don't worry. That woman won't hold on for much longer. Very good, your shares are still yours. This matter is done. If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to me. The man on the other end of the phone hung up. After getting the guarantee, the middle-aged man felt relieved. I was lucky enough to catch Yun Xiao's eye and keep my shares, but the other shareholders were not so lucky. After returning to the office, Lu Yanru's ugly expression finally eased. Lu Yanru said somewhat disappointedly, this shareholders' meeting was completely like one person manipulating these shareholders behind the scenes. These shareholders were like puppets. It seems that Zhao Lingyun had found out about all this. With Zhao Lingyun's power, it is normal for these shareholders to suddenly become united. Then what is their purpose? Are they trying to make the boss give up the acquisition plan? Chu Ge was not surprised. He knew that this would be the result of holding a shareholders' meeting. If only it were just like this. Lu Yanru sighed deeply. Lu Yanru continued, you don't know that whether I agree or not, these shareholders will say they will sell their shares, and the person who will buy them is Zhao Lingyun. Once Zhao Lingyun acquires more shares than I do, he will convene a shareholders' meeting and directly remove me from the position of chairman. If I lose the position of chairman, I will probably not be able to keep my shares, and they will probably be bought back at a low price. Lu Yanru did not expect that these shareholders would succumb to Zhao Lingyun so easily. This is the dominance of the aristocratic families in Yuncheng. I guess I won't be your boss soon. Lu Yanru also planned to give up. Since the Moyu Group could not be saved, she would just keep the stock price and sell it at a good price. Then leave this prosperous Yun city and go to another city, maybe she will have a chance to rise again. If you want, you can follow me to another city. Lu Yanru felt reluctant to leave Chu Ge, and said with a tight budget, but the salary may not be so high in the future. Boss, things haven't come to this point yet. Chu Ge looked up at Lu Yanru and said slowly. Boss, do you believe that I can help you solve this problem? If you really have a solution, just tell me what you need and I will solve it for you. Lu Yanru exclaimed in surprise. After repeatedly making sure that Chu Ge was not bragging, she said with the mentality of trying everything possible. Chu Ge nodded and said, I need my boss to advance me 1 year's salary. I need money to hire someone to do something for me. Do you want to kill Zhao Lingyun? Lu Yanru suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Chu Ge in disbelief. He could actually do this for me. To offend the Yuncheng Zhao family could cost one's life. No, it's not me who killed Zhao Lingyun. Don't worry, I will make people do this kind of thing willingly. Chu Ge smiled mysteriously at Lu Yanru, which made Lu Yanru very curious. Okay, but you don't need to pay. After all, you are doing things for me. I will give it to you directly, and your salary will be paid as usual. Lu Yanru took a deep breath. Since Chu Ge had this idea, she would naturally accompany him to the end. After all, Chu Ge was helping him. If you lose, you lose. What if I win? With this gambler's mentality, Lu Yanru directly transferred 10 million to Chu Ge privately. Do you think these are enough? Lu Yanru actually didn't have much money herself. What was valuable was the shares of the Moyu Group. Her total personal wealth was only over 10 million. Enough, the boss gave you too much. Chu Ge didn't expect Lu Yanru to be so generous, but considering that his opponent was Zhao Lingyun, it was not surprising. It's not much. As long as Zhao Lingyun can be killed, I will find a way to get it for you, even if it's 100 million. Chu Ge, I'm relying on you this time. If this matter is successfully resolved, I will give you a big red envelope. Now Chu Ge has become Lu Yanru's only hope. Although they have only known each other for 1 day, Lu Yanru trusts Chu Ge very much. Boss, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Then boss, can you get into the big red envelope? Chu Ge looked at the boss and teased with a smile. Really? You've made me feel so touched in an instant. Lu Yanru snorted. This man is so sweet talking and always tries to make her happy. Chu Ge was not so pessimistic. After all, in his plan, he had completely cleared himself of all blame. Even if something happened to Zhao Lingyun, the Zhao family would never think that it was them. However, Lu Yanru is likely to be implicated. After all, Lu Yanru's current identity is somewhat related to Yifeng. Chapter 10 Zhao Lingyun deserves to die. However, Chu Ge is not indecisive and hesitant. Besides, Lu Yanru's safety is her own responsibility, and no one can hurt her without her knowledge. In fact, bodyguards often have nothing to do. As long as the boss is safe, the rest of the time they rest. After a while, a brand new, latest model laptop was brought in by Lu Yanru's secretary Yan Jingxian. Chairman, the laptop you asked for has arrived. Well, give the laptop to him. Lu Yanru pointed at Chu Ge lying on the sofa and motioned Yan Jingxian to give it to him. Thank you. It finally arrived. Chu Ge quickly got up from the sofa and took the laptop very politely. You're welcome. Yan Jingxian knew that this was the chairman's bodyguard, but he seemed a little too lazy and didn't look very professional. The whole person just lay down on the sofa, which is not what a professional bodyguard would do. Since the chairman doesn't mind, then as the chairman's personal secretary, Yan Jingxian naturally won't say a word. Chairman, is there anything else? Yan Jingxian looked at Chairman Lu Yanru and asked. There's nothing more to do. You can go down first. Lu Yanru couldn't do anything now, so she waved her hand and asked the secretary to go down first. Only by dealing with Zhao Lingyun can the acquisition plan be restarted and the stock price return to its original level. Otherwise, Lu Yanru would be so busy that she might end up making things difficult for Zhao Lingyun. After Secretary Yan Jingxian left the office, Chu Ge skillfully entered hacker mode, tapping on the keyboard with his nimble fingers. Countless letters appeared on the computer screen. Under Chu Ge's operation, these garbled codes condensed into a stealth assassin, quietly invading the Yundu security defense system. The Yundu security defense system contains confidential information belonging to Yundu, but Chu Ge is not interested in these top-secret information. Naturally, he would not sell this information. Chu Ge just wanted to find Zhao Lingyun's information. Lu Yanru didn't expect Chu Ge to have hacking skills and be so versatile. Lu Yanru felt that the annual salary she offered was too low. I must increase his salary in the future so that I can feel safe around him. Lu Yanru did not disturb Chu Ge. The stock price of Moyu Group in the market showed a strange downward trend. As expected, it was Zhao Lingyun who took action against the Moyu Group. The other party not only wants Medusa Company, but also wants to have its cake and eat it too. It's really ugly. But who can stop him? Some people were born in Rome. When ordinary people like us thought of this, Lu Yanru turned her head to look at Chu Ge on the sofa, who had a serious look on his face, with a somewhat fascinated look in her eyes. At least I still have hope. This man showed up just in time. Chu Ge had no idea about Lu Yanru's mental activities. He now found himself like a god on the internet. Some extremely confidential things can be easily obtained by oneself. The skills rewarded by the system are indeed powerful. Not everyone can be a top bodyguard. I am so outstanding, my boss is really lucky. Chu Ge couldn't help but think narcissistically. Zhao Lingyun's specific information soon appeared in front of Chu Ge, which was the most basic identity information. All information of anyone born in Yuncheng from birth to the present is recorded in Yuncheng's security system. Before the establishment of the Chinese alliance, each city already had its own independent security system. The Huameng headquarters was originally jointly established by major cities, so naturally the division of power in the Huameng headquarters is in the hands of the rulers of major cities. The significance of establishing the Chinese alliance is that in times of danger, all cities can instantly work together to protect their interests. This is a world that is twisted to the extreme, but only in such a world can countless urban protagonists be born. Thinking of this, Chu Ge no longer felt strange. It took Chu Ge about half an hour to sort out all the information about Zhao Lingyun. Name: Zhao Lingyun. Gender: male. Age: 28. It currently holds a 51% stake in Yu Group, which is involved in projects such as gaming, real estate and entertainment. Father: Zhao Kongnan. Mother: Qian Yunmei. The internet has memory, even the crimes that Zhao Lingyun once committed have been cleared by the Zhao family. Chu Ge still found out some dirty and criminal things Zhao Lingyun had committed from the bits and pieces of information on the internet. These things are completely blank in the Yundu security system and there is no record at all. It can be said that Zhao Lingyun's death did not deserve a pity. The more he looked, the uglier Chu Ge's expression became, and his eyes became gloomy. From these things, he could clearly understand what it meant to be a lustful ghost and what it meant to be guilty of heinous crimes. If such people don't die, where is justice? The innocent women who were insulted to death by Zhao Lingyun, the workers who were beaten to death for demanding wages for construction work, and so on. These innocent people, they no longer need so-called justice, but rather let Zhao Lingyun die, which would truly make people happy. However, if Zhao Lingyun's lustful nature was utilized well, this matter would be accomplished more smoothly. Chu Ge suddenly thought of his plan and couldn't help but sneer. Option 1. The truth lies in people's hearts, and the truth cannot be concealed. Publish all of Zhao Lingyun's information. Reward: 100 million yuan. Option 2. End all things after death. Transform into a killing god. Kill Zhao Lingyun. Reward: a special forces team. The choice given by the system made Chu Ge a little silent. It's not that I can't choose, but I don't know if I can choose multiple times. System, can I select multiple options? Chu Ge asked the system in his heart. If the option doesn't suit his personality, Chu Ge will naturally not choose it. However, Chu Ge can choose more than one option between option 1 and option 2. There is no conflict between revealing the truth and killing Zhao Lingyun. These were all things he wanted to do, and Chu Ge felt it was very tempting to get the system's funds for free. You only regret not having enough money when you need it. Chu Ge felt that the system understood him and was sending him money. The system has never been a single-choice system. Whether it is multiple choice, single choice or even no choice, as long as the host is satisfied, it is fine. The system responded immediately and Chu Ge was very satisfied with the system. The system does not force you to make a choice, and even if you don't choose anything, the system will not punish you. What's more, it actually gave out rewards like the Special Forces team. The system is simply my sweet baby. I am currently alone with only a small secretary, and I am short of too many subordinates. The system is giving me a reward. Less than an hour before the end of Get Off Work, the content of the shareholders' meeting was secretly leaked. At the Moyu Group's headquarters, all employees knew that the chairman's acquisition plan was rejected at the shareholders' meeting. The shareholders meeting unanimously agreed that this acquisition plan was a waste of company resources and a meaningless acquisition. Of course, whether the news is correct or not is not what the employees care about. The only thing these employees care about is whether Chairman Liu Yanru's plan will be implemented. A bunch of traitors. Apart from being angry in the office, Liu Yanru did not make any response, which made the rumors outside become more and more exaggerated. Boss, don't be angry. This matter will be resolved within 3 days at the latest. Chu Ge made a promise when he saw the angry Liu Yanru. At this moment, Liu Yanru was like a little girl who was mad at her boyfriend, and she was coaxed into peace in an instant. Chapter 11. We are being spied on. On the other hand, as Chu Ge's secretary, Li Lanyan followed the instructions of her boss Chu Ge and spent money to hire a professional detective to keep an eye on Yi Yao. Yi Yao, who had no idea that she was being followed, packed her bags from her friend's house and planned to live with her brother. Your stepmother is such a bad person. Now that your brother is back, you'd better be careful. Yi Yao's best friend waved goodbye to Yi Yao reluctantly. Go back quickly. I'll message you when I get there. Yi Yao didn't look very happy. After all, her brother wasn't in good condition. She forced a smile and said goodbye to her best friend. Now she just wanted to get to her brother as soon as possible. Not far away, a private detective followed Yi Yao quietly. Until night. The target you want to monitor is currently at the address I sent you. If you continue to monitor him, you will have to pay extra. A private detective was making a phone call in a narrow space, using a surveillance camera to monitor the scene inside from outside the window. After all, you get what you pay for. Now that the task has been accomplished, if the employer does not follow up, then the bill must be settled. No problem. I'll give you another 20,000 yuan and ask you to keep a close eye on him for 48 hours. But I have to remind you that the other party is not an ordinary person. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. The private detective was very satisfied when he heard that his employer generously gave him 20,000 yuan. After all, the employer this time seems to be a wealthy man, and the task is very precise. He can earn 20,000 yuan in 48 hours. It is difficult to get such a big business under normal circumstances. Okay, boss. No problem. The private detective quickly and politely hung up the phone. After all, he is a big customer, and your title changes from you to boss, which naturally means that the employer should enjoy the treatment that he paid a high price for. They don't look like ordinary people. You have to be careful. As a professional private detective, Olishan is certainly not a fool. He can tell at a glance that these people are not ordinary people. After all, who would spend money to monitor ordinary people? Rich people are not fools. After all, fools don't have money. Although he likes money, he still has some intelligence. Spend a few $100s to hire someone to help me keep an eye on it. I have to move to another place. Olishan's eyes turned, he packed up his things with a smile, and sent a text message to someone on his mobile phone. At this moment, in the rental house, 3 men were planning to help Yi Feng get revenge, but they were all called back by Yi Feng. These are brothers who have been through life and death with Yi Feng, but they all retired a year ago. Yi Feng's retirement also gave them a backbone again. The retirement money they received was not enough for them to survive. They were not used to the rest of the work, and if it weren't for Yi Feng's frequent help, they really wouldn't know what to do. Before Yi Feng's father passed away, he often transferred money to Yi Feng's card, totaling several million. So it was no problem for Yi Feng to help a few brothers. Don't be impulsive. Fortunately, my arms are only dislocated this time. Otherwise, I don't know how long I can recover. Yi Feng shook his newly reconnected arm and stretched his muscles, but he still felt a tearing sensation in his stomach and it ached dully. Yi Yao was ordering takeout as she couldn't cook. After hearing her brother say that everything was fine, Yi Yao felt relieved. Boss, who is that guy? How could he hurt you like this? Do you want us to help you kill him? Although we don't have much special ability, we still have the ability to kill a person. We haven't regressed. Yu Qing and Du Wei have always obeyed Yi Feng's orders. After all, Yi Feng saved their lives on the battlefield. Keep calm. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. We'll have to settle this account sooner or later. Yi Feng became very calm at this moment. He was not as furious as when he confronted Chu Ge in the office. I was careless this time. Next time I see that guy, I will definitely kill him. Wang Shi, how is the information I want going? Did something happen to you, Wang Shi? At this time, Yi Feng looked at Wang Shi who was sitting silently beside him and noticed that the other's expression seemed a little strange. Boss, this is Chu Ge's information, it's all here. Wang Shi shook his head to indicate that he had no problem, but the information in his hand made him doubt his life a little. After repeated investigations, he found that the information before him was absolutely true. Yi Feng looked at him strangely, then took the information and looked at it. Name, Chu Ge. Gender, male. Age, 21 years old. Specific situation, no record of fighting since childhood, weak character, lustful and greedy for money, a homebody, and both parents are dead. Occupation, bodyguard of the chairman of Moyu Group. It's that simple, that concise. Is this true? Yi Feng said with some doubt. I have confirmed it again and again, boss, it is absolutely true. Wang Shi patted his chest and assured repeatedly. Yi Feng hummed, continued to look at the information in his hand, and fell silent. It's not that Yi Feng doesn't believe in Wang Shi's ability to do things, but the information is too simple. He beat himself up like this, and he's actually a stay-at-home guy. What a joke. The other party is weak, lustful and greedy for money. However, based on Yi Feng's observations during their first confrontation, the personalities described in the information seem to be the opposite. No, the lustful part seems to be true. I don't know if that bastard Chu Ge has already eaten Lu Yanru. Yi Feng felt sick when he thought of his nominal stepmother who was cheating on his father. Bastard. Yi Feng cursed out loud, his face looking extremely ugly. Is the boss okay? Everyone noticed that Yi Feng's face looked strange and looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Feng also knew that being angry would not solve any problems, so he signaled to everyone not to worry. About half an hour later, the takeaway ordered by Yi Yao was finally delivered. After eating and drinking, everyone was discussing how to deal with Chu Ge and take back the shares in Lu Yanru's hands. Boss, the stock price of Moyu Group is dropping drastically. Something is wrong. Zhang Qi, who is in charge of network sabotage and usually likes to play on the computer, suddenly spoke up at this moment. How could the price of Moyu Group's shares drop so drastically? Yi Feng exclaimed in surprise and quickly looked at the stock chart on Zhang Qi's computer. Although the Moyu Group has nothing to do with Yi Feng has always regarded the Moyu Group as his own. After all, this is the result of his father's years of hard work, and he will take it back sooner or later. She's been tricked. It seems that Lu Yanru has offended someone she shouldn't have offended. Zhang Qi seemed to have thought of something and said with glee. Don't show that expression. This Moyu Group will be the boss sooner or later. If something happens to the Moyu Group, what good will it do to the boss? Wang Shi patted Zhang Qi's head and said to Zhang Qi while staring at him. That's true. Zhang Qi suddenly realized something and the gloating expression on his face disappeared. Yi Yao didn't understand all this. Smelling the room filled with the smell of alcohol, Yi Yao walked forward and pushed open the window. The wind blew in, Zhang Qi casually glanced out the window, and suddenly froze. Camera. Zhang Qi quickly opened the software he had made on the computer, and found that the camera was monitoring them. We are being monitored. Zhang Qi immediately blocked the camera without any expression, turned his back to the camera, and spoke to everyone in a very serious tone. Chapter 12 Li Lanyan's efficiency. Although the camera is hidden, Zhang Qi has sharp eyes and is very sensitive to this familiar equipment. I didn't notice it during the day because I didn't even look there. Can you lock the location? A fierce look flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He was like a tiger in trouble being bullied by a dog. When had he ever suffered such humiliation before? No problem, boss. Zhang Qi seemed particularly confident in the area he was good at. I saw him typing away on the keyboard. He was trying to hack into the surveillance camera and follow the clues to find the location of the monitor. The location is confirmed. Zhang Qi pointed to the place where the red dot was flashing. After zooming in, he found that it was near him and others. Boss, watch me catch this rat. Wang Shi snorted coldly, got up and left the rental house. About 10 minutes later, Wang Shi came back, holding an ordinary man in his hands. I'm only doing this for money, I really don't know who you are looking for. The ordinary man had a sad face, with the red slap marks clearly visible on his face. Apparently he was beaten during the resistance. It's so unlucky that I have to get beaten for a business worth only 100 yuan. No, I have to pay more. Otherwise, his mouth wouldn't be so tight. He was caught so quickly. It seems that the target this time is really not a simple one. It was somewhat beyond Olishan's expectations that he had just left for a short time when he was discovered by the other party and his previous hiding place was found. Olishan was a little scared. Fortunately, he was usually cautious, otherwise he would be the one to be beaten. As long as the person who was caught keeps his mouth shut, he will definitely give him more money afterwards. You really don't know. Quote. Yi Feng looked coldly into the other person's eyes. But those who do this kind of thing are all old hands, and whoever dares to really speak out can forget about making it in this industry. I really don't know, I'm just a money collector on the road, he asked me to keep an eye on it and gave me 100 yuan. Quote. The man looked at everyone with fear on his face and told the truth. Afraid that they would not believe it, he took out a wrinkled 100 yuan from his clothes. Have you searched it? Quote. Yi Feng's cold gaze stayed in the other person's eyes for a long time before he looked up and asked Wang Shi. I've searched it, but there are no clues in the phone. It seems that what he said is true. The other party is very cautious and will not expose himself so easily. Quote. Wang Shi nodded and expressed his thoughts. Let him go. Quote. Yi Feng waved his hand and rubbed his temple. This kind of thing was the most troublesome. Was it Chu Ge, Lu Yanru, or an enemy he didn't know about? We can't stay in this place. Let's go to a friend of mine. Quote. In this situation, only when she is with me can I be assured of Yao Yao's safety. Quote. Yi Feng's IQ was online at this time, and he thought that Yi Yao should have been followed when she came, otherwise if they were followed, they would have been discovered by them long ago. Not far away, Olishan was eating a hamburger with big mouthfuls. He saw Yi Feng and others hurriedly leaving the rental house through the night vision equipment, and he couldn't help laughing. For the sake of money, you can't run away. Boss, they have changed places and are currently tracking us. Quote. After Li Lanyan received the message from Private Detective Olishan, she immediately called to report to Chu Ge. Fearing that it would delay Chu Ge's next plan, Li Lanyan was not idle at all and made a lot of preparations. Chu Ge, who was in the boss's villa, was not surprised to hear the news. After all, Yi Feng was the protagonist. If he was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have to go to so much trouble. Keep watching them, as long as you can always grasp the other party's specific location. Quote. You have already seen the specific plan. I trust you, just follow the plan. Quote. Okay, boss. Quote. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru, the cook, who was carrying a pot of freshly cooked pig's trotter soup. Boss, be careful of the heat. Quote. Chu Ge hurriedly walked over, carefully took the pig's trotter soup and placed it on the dining table. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Yanru blew on her fingers, looking very cute. It was indeed very hot just now. You're not burned, are you? Quote. Chu Ge frowned when he saw this, and immediately walked forward, took Lu Yanru's hand and turned it back and forth. Little man, don't always take advantage of me. Quote. Lu Yanru smiled and withdrew her hand, turned her back to Chu Ge, and said, help me take off my apron, let's get ready to eat. Quote. Boss, you are so virtuous. I wonder which man will take advantage of you in the future. Quote. Looking at Lu Yanru's delicate figure, Chu Ge suddenly felt a little jealous. He untied his apron and put it on the hook outside the kitchen. What's wrong? I can't get married again. Quote. Lu Yanru chuckled when she heard that, a cunning flashed in her eyes, and she said deliberately. Yes, I can. Quote. Chu Ge answered with a tone that was inconsistent with his meaning. By the way, who was the call just now? Does he have a girlfriend? I heard a girl's voice. Quote. Pick up the bowl and chopsticks. Lu Yanru picked up some pork trotter meat with tendons for Chu Ge, dipped it in the seasoned chili, put it in Chu Ge's bowl, and asked casually. That's the secretary I just hired, and she's helping me now. Quote. There was no need for Chu Ge to hide this, so he blurted it out immediately. Secretary. I didn't expect that my bodyguard has such ambition. Do you want to start a company in the future? Quote. Lu Yanru was a little puzzled. Could it be a small business? Starting a company is not a simple matter. You must find the right field, otherwise you will lose all your money. I will help the boss solve the problem and then decide what type of company to open. Quote. Chu Ge couldn't say for sure now. After all, top talents can only be obtained after the boss's problems are solved. He has to start according to the areas in which the top business talents are good at. I feel relieved that you know what's going on. I'm afraid that you are just acting rashly. Quote. Lu Yanru still believed that Chu Ge had his own plans in mind. She liked men who were ambitious and had plans and goals. After Chu Ge and Lu Yanru fell asleep one after another, Zhao Lingyun's nightlife had just begun. Li Lanyan is very capable and implements Chu Ge's plan seriously and supervises it personally. Are there no other women? Anyone would get bored of eating the same food every day. Zhao Lingyun pushed the woman in his arms away with disgust. He felt extremely irritated and got angry at the people around him. The people around him lowered their heads quickly, not daring to talk back, as if they were being used as a punching bag by Zhao Lingyun. The woman who was pushed away didn't dare to get angry at all, for fear that if she spoke out, she would be noticed by young Master Yun. At this moment, a bartender in Zhao Lingyun's box had a strange look in his eyes and knew that his chance had come. Li Fei walked to Zhao Lingyun and whispered in his ear. Zhao Lingyun's complexion gradually improved, and there was some movement on his face. Li Fei was no longer needed for what happened next, as Zhao Lingyun left the box directly with his lackeys. Li Fei watched Zhao Lingyun and the others leave, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, and he thought of the woman he met today. You don't need to do anything, just say a few words at the critical moment. As long as you finish this matter, the 20,000 yuan will be yours. Li Fei had a hunch that the other party was so sneaky and must have some bad intentions towards Zhao Lingyun. As long as he could deal with Zhao Lingyun, Li Fei would naturally agree. He didn't hesitate and agreed on the spot. In the taxi outside the bar, Li Lanyan, who was sitting in the back seat, saw the text message on her phone and also noticed that Zhao Lingyun was leaving the bar with some people. Master, drive. Li Lanyan immediately transferred 20,000 yuan to the other party and instructed the taxi driver. Chapter 13. The Green Hat, the show begins. The next day, Chu Ge followed Lu Yanru to work at Moyu Group as usual. Now the stock price of Moyu Group has hit its historical lowest point in the market. Shareholders sold off their Moyu Group stocks one after another, cursing in their hearts that the Moyu Group would go bankrupt soon. Yu Group, which caused the Moyu Group stock price to fall, is secretly buying up the stocks from these shareholders, preparing to make a fortune later. The morale within the Moyu Group is in turmoil. Except for the shareholders and senior executives, the employees who do not know the truth are already pessimistic about the future of the Moyu Group. Chairman, a number of people have submitted their resignations. If we don't find a way to stop it, the number will continue to increase. Wang Shan, head of the Human Resources Department, came to the chairman's office and reported the number of people who resigned today. It's okay, just keep recruiting people. Lu Yanru's face was calm and there was no panic in her eyes. This was just the beginning, and the one who perseveres to the end will be the real winner. Chairman, don't you really want to consider stabilizing them? If we are not able to stabilize the group's stock price in the next few days, the consequences will be disastrous. As Lu Yanru's confidant, Wang Shan's worries are not fictitious. Once the company has problems that are not resolved, then the companies and banks that cooperate with them will be the death warrant of the Moyu Group. Chu Ge sat on the sofa and clicked on the video sent to him by his secretary Li Lanyan. According to Li Lanyan, she has found out the information of Yi Feng's current girlfriend. However, Yi Feng's current girlfriend's private life is particularly chaotic. After a period of time, after draining the rich man's money, they would replace him with another rich man to continue enjoying the wealthy life. Yi Feng has never told her his real identity, and his current girlfriend has always thought that Yi Feng is just an ordinary person who joined the army. To avoid embarrassing noises, Chu Ge secretly put on headphones. In the 20-minute video, Yi Feng's girlfriend is very uninhibited and has a good figure. This kid Yi Feng is probably firmly cuckolded. Chu Ge thinks that good things should be shared, and he wonders if Yi Feng will be so angry that he will vomit blood after seeing such a video. Given the other party's tough character, Yi Feng would probably go and kill him. It seems that the real heroine has not appeared yet, based on Chu Ge's experience from reading urban novels. In novels like Soldier King, the first female protagonist is not an ordinary person. Due to Li Lanyan's strong execution ability, Chu Ge's plan has been implemented to the most critical step. Chu Ge saved the wonderful video, but felt that it was not the right time to send it to Yi Feng. Let's do it. Without any hesitation, Chu Ge gave Li Lanyan the order. A villain must have the awareness of a villain. A villain will not do everything by himself like the protagonist. It feels so good to have someone at your disposal. After receiving the message from the boss, Li Lanyan immediately arranged for personnel to take action. In just one day, Li Lanyan recruited a lot of available people through her own means and waiving her money. Although the boss has not yet established a company, Li Lanyan feels that he will definitely encounter many such problems in the future. If the boss is not convenient to solve the problem, then he will leave it to these people. People who are rewarded by the system are actually no different from normal people, except that they are loyal to Chu Ge. Yi Feng brought his sister and brothers to his friend's house, ready to stay with her temporarily. This friend of mine is no ordinary one. I saved his life during a visit home, and he owes me a favor. The other party is famous for her beauty and her nickname is Blood Rose. He opened a bar called Red Romance in Yundu and his business is usually very good. At first, many jealous colleagues wanted to bring her down, but unfortunately, they all ended up with their families broken up, which was a horrifying result. Since then, the nickname of Red Rose has become more and more famous, but not many people know her real name. It is said that there is a big shot standing behind Red Rose, and no one dares to provoke Red Rose anymore. With Yi Feng's arrival, Red Rose Wu Manhong realized that the other party must have offended someone and had no choice but to come to her place for temporary refuge. Wu Manhong expressed her welcome to Yi Feng's arrival and said it was also a chance for her to return the favor. With Wu Manhong's assurance, Yi Feng was reluctantly relieved about Yi Yao's safety. After all, even Lu Yanru didn't dare to offend Wu Manhong. At noon, Yi Yao received a call from her best friend, saying that she wanted to come and play with her. Yi Feng didn't want to agree at first, but when he saw Yao Yao's pleading eyes, he thought that this was Honglang's territory, so there shouldn't be any problem. I will arrange my men to follow Yao Yao. Don't worry, no one will dare to touch my people in my territory. Wu Manhong saw that Yi Feng was worried about her sister's safety and assured him confidently. Thank you so much this time. Yi Feng looked at her with gratitude. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be alive. Wu Manhong looked at Yi Feng with a different gaze, with different emotions in her heart. However, when Wu Manhong thought of the big shot behind her, this strange emotion was suppressed by her. Not long after, Yi Feng received a piece of bad news that was shocking. His sister Yi Yao was missing. Who touched my people in my Red Rose territory? Check it for me, find the person immediately. Wu Manhong was completely slapped in the face and immediately got angry at the person under the phone. I just promised Yi Feng that there would be no problems. How long has it been? There was actually someone so arrogant as to take Yi Yao away in his own territory. This is a slap in her face, it is a provocation to her. After Wu Manhong hung up the phone, she saw Yi Feng walking around anxiously, while calling Zhang Qi to check the surveillance. At this time, even if Yi Feng is a soldier king, without any news, he can do nothing. Fearing that Yi Feng might do something irrational, Wu Manhong hurriedly comforted him, "Don't worry, brother Yi, we'll have news soon. I was too careless, the other party is bolder than I thought." Yi Feng did not blame Wu Manhong. It was he who did not protect Yao Yao well. Did you do it, you bitch? I advise you not to touch Yao Yao, otherwise you will regret it. Yi Feng called Lu Yanru directly, with a hint of murderous intent in his cold voice. Yao Yao is the bottom line. Whoever touches her will die. I don't understand what you are saying. Lu Yanru had no idea what Yi Feng was saying. Seeing Yi Feng talking to her like this, she could not help but reply coldly. When Chu Ge heard that it was Yi Feng calling, he directly took the boss's phone. You are threatening my boss, Yi Feng, do you think I don't exist? Chu Ge said directly to Yi Feng without any politeness. Yi Feng took a deep breath and hung up the phone. If it was done by the other party, at least my threat can make the other party hesitate. If it wasn't the other party who did it, then who would it be? Yi Feng's mind was in a mess, his sister's disappearance made it impossible for him to remain calm. Look, he hung up. Chu Ge chuckled and handed the phone directly to the boss. Don't let anyone get killed. Lu Yanru took the phone and said without any surprise. Boss, don't worry about my work. Chu Ge smiled, and the show began. It's just Zhao Lingyun. Sooner or later he will uproot the Zhao family as well. If you want your sister, come to this address. At this moment, a text message was sent to Yi Feng's mobile phone. After seeing the address, Yi Feng felt reassured. At least the other party was targeting him, and Yao Yao should be fine for the time being. Thinking of this, anxious Yi Feng hurriedly took Wang Shi and others to the address on the information. Follow Yi Feng and help him. Wu Manhong immediately ordered his men to follow Yi Feng and provide assistance to Yi Feng at any time. Yi Feng's sister was kidnapped and disappeared, and she was also responsible. The person who sent the text message to Yi Feng was Li Lanyan, who then sent a message to Li Fei. Li Lanyan has prepared everything. Just waiting for Zhao Lingyun to enter. Chapter 14. The Death of Zhao Lingyun. Yuncheng, one of the four great families, the Feng family. Miss, Yi Feng, who you asked me to keep an eye on, seems to have had some problems recently. A man in a suit and tie stood in front of Feng Linlin with great respect. What? Tell me quickly, what happened to brother Yi? When Feng Linlin heard that her sweetheart Yi Feng had encountered something, her heart suddenly tightened and she asked hurriedly. The man in a suit noticed the young lady's nervous expression and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The eldest daughter of the Feng family, who is usually gentle and dignified, became so out of control after hearing the news about Yi Feng. How could Yi Feng deserve the favor of the eldest lady of the Feng family? If those young men out there who want to pursue the young lady knew about this, they would probably be heartbroken. Yi Feng took his sister Yi Yao to the Moyu group to find Lu Yanru, but for some unknown reason, Yi Feng was beaten out in the end. The man in a suit and tie said truthfully, I guess the other party has no idea how terrible the blood rose is. Is brother Yi seriously injured? Is he in the hospital? When did it happen? Uncle Wang, I want to see him. Have you sent anyone to investigate? Who did it? When Feng Linlin heard that Yi Feng was injured, she lost her composure and her words became nervous. When she thought of the trouble that had happened to Yi Feng's younger sister Yi Yao again, she hurriedly asked again. Where is Yao Yao now? Deal with those who kidnapped her and rescue Yao Yao. Don't worry, miss. Yi Feng is fine. He just dislocated his arm and later reconnected it himself. Now Yi Feng and his brothers are leaving Blood Rose. I've asked someone to check. It was a bodyguard named Chu Ge who arranged a woman named Li Lanyan to do it. This Chu Ge is now the personal bodyguard of Lu Yanru of the Moyu group. I've arranged for someone to go there. Don't worry, miss. Wang Jing checked Chu Ge's background clearly, including Chu Ge's secretary Li Lanyan. Because in Yuncheng, there is nothing that the Feng family cannot find out. Send someone to warn Chu Ge that Yi Feng is not someone he can afford to mess with. If the other party doesn't listen, then kill him. Feng Linlin didn't know where Chu Ge came from, but since it involved her lover, she had to intervene. It's a good thing Yi Feng is okay. If something happened, Feng Linlin felt like she would go crazy. Miss, forgive me for being blunt, but Yi Feng is not worthy of you at all. Moreover, there is a huge gap in status between you and Yi Feng. The head of the family will definitely not agree to you two being together. Wang Jing was worried that she was getting deeper and deeper into trouble, so he couldn't help but say a few words that were beyond his status. You don't understand him at all. There is nothing he can't do as long as he wants to do it. Feng Linlin shook her head. No one knew Yi Feng better than her. She believed that Yi Feng would accomplish something for her that would be recognized by his father. Boss, something happened here, we were attacked. Unidentified people attacked us, but Yi Yao is still in our hands. Fortunately, the other party has no guns. I have confidence in you, boss. Boss, please rest assured. I will ensure that the plan is completed. After Chu Ge answered the phone, he heard Li Lanyan's hurried assurance. Li Lanyan was very afraid that this matter would not be handled perfectly and that she would lose the trust of her boss. Yi Yao is the key to angering Yi Feng and the key to the entire plan, so Yi Yao cannot afford to fail. Chu Ge made a prompt decision that he had to personally take charge of this matter, mainly because there were too few talented people. The foundation is still shallow and more efforts are needed. The more critical the moment, the calmer Chu Ge needs to be. Send me the address and I'll be there right away. Chu Ge took a deep breath, and suddenly thought of a possibility in his mind, and said in a deep voice. This wave of mysterious people is most likely the heroine. It seems that the identity of this heroine is extraordinary. Boss, I'm going out for a while. Nothing will happen in the company. Wait for me to come back. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ge woke up Lu Yanru who was resting in the chair, gave her some instructions, and left in a hurry under Lu Yanru's worried eyes. Lu Yanru now feels that apart from being a chairman, she can't do anything else. Chu Ge ran to the underground parking lot and sat in the boss's car. After setting the navigation according to the address sent by Li Lanyan, Chu Ge turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator to rush out. Li Lanyan, who was waiting for the boss to come for support, made preparations for both situations and exchanged the clothes of the unconscious Yi Yao and Yi Yao's best friend. The two look very similar in body shape and hairstyle. Once they change their clothes, if you don't look carefully, you can't tell which one is Yi Yao. Li Fei took the real Yi Yao and arranged her in a luxury suite at the Sky Hotel. Li Lanyan asked someone to take Yi Yao's best friend to attract the attention of the mysterious people. As long as they could delay them, everything would be over. Li Fei, you did a good job. Unlike those useless people under me, you will be the supervisor of the bartenders in the future. Zhao Lingyun looked at Yi Yao, who was unconscious on the bed, with pride. She was indeed, as Li Fei said, innocent, cute and attractive. The most important thing is that Yi Yao is Yi Feng's sister, and Lu Yanru is Yi Yao's stepmother. You go out first. Zhao Lingyun waved his hand casually, asking Li Fei to leave quickly and not to interfere with his work. You have no tact at all. Get out of here right now. But when Zhao Lingyun saw that Li Fei didn't leave yet, his face darkened and he cursed. Li Fei did not respond and just stood there in a daze. Zhao Lingyun walked up to him with a gloomy face and slapped him in the face. Mr. Yun, give me some more. Li Fei, who was beaten, covered his face and wanted to resist, but when he thought about the secret signal that had not been sent yet, he could only smile and rub his fingers at Zhao Lingyun. Want money? Zhao Lingyun snorted coldly when he saw this. He had plenty of money. It was only because he was in a good mood, otherwise he would not have bothered to give the money. Take it and get out of here. Zhao Lingyun took out a stack of banknotes from a black bag beside him and threw it at Li Fei, waving his hands in disgust. When Li Fei was thinking about how to continue delaying, he felt his cell phone vibrate. He immediately picked up the money and left the room. After about 10 minutes' journey, Chu Ge arrived at the rooftop of a building in the alley and looked at the two groups of people in the alley below. How's things going? Chu Ge looked at Li Lanyan, who was wearing a white sportswear, and felt very refreshed. The pretty and charming Li Lanyan made Chu Ge's eyes light up. His secretary general was not bad. With such a pleasing secretary by his side, Chu Ge's mood suddenly improved a lot. Boss, you're here at the right time. Yi Feng has already arrived at the scene. Li Lanyan looked at the boss respectfully and said quickly. The show is about to begin, how can we miss it? Chu Ge laughed. Although this group of mysterious people would definitely find out about him, it didn't matter. It was just a small episode in the plan. As long as he can kill Zhao Lingyun with Yi Feng's help, it doesn't matter even if the Zhao family knows about it. The plan would not go perfectly, and Chu Ge could only secretly say it was a pity. Yi Feng and his brothers rushed directly into the hotel, and Zhao Lingyun's bodyguards outside were killed by Yi Feng. For Yi Feng, anyone who stands in his way deserves to die. When Yi Feng opened the door, he saw Zhao Lingyun coming out of the bathroom naked. Who are you? Zhao Lingyun, who had just taken a shower and was about to start, frowned at the person who suddenly rushed in, and took a few steps back vigilantly. Where did his bodyguard go? Was he killed by the other party? Before Yi Feng could even look at the bed, he instantly thought of a possibility and his brain exploded. Suddenly, blood surged up in Yi Feng's chest, and his heart was filled with anger. I want you to die. Yi Feng didn't care who the other person was. He roared, pulled out the dagger in his arms, rushed forward, and stabbed directly into Zhao Lingyun's body. How could Zhao Lingyun, whose physical fitness had been drained by alcohol and sex, possibly resist Yi Feng? Unexpectedly, the other party drew his knife and stabbed it into his body. Zhao Lingyun screamed in fear. Wait, don't kill me, I didn't do anything. Zhao Lingyun is not stupid. He thought of a possibility that Li Fei and Yi Yao might be a trap set up specifically for him. You dare to quibble? Die. Yi Feng was completely unable to stop the other party from talking. He just wanted the other party to die, so he stabbed him more than 10 times. Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Zhao Lingyun. The blood that the other party coughed up splashed directly onto Yi Feng's face, looking very scary. Boss, Yao Yao's clothes are intact, she is fine. Wang Shi held the unconscious Yao Yao and shouted loudly to Yi Feng, trying to wake Yi Feng up. Boss, we should go. Someone will call the police soon. The others hurriedly dragged Yi Feng and Zhao Lingyun apart. At this time, Zhao Lingyun was covered in blood, his pupils were dilated, and he was already dead. Chapter 15. Does the boss want to break the law? Outside the hotel, Chu Ge saw Yi Feng, who was covered in blood and still in a daze, being hurriedly taken out of the hotel by Yi Feng's brothers. The passers-by outside were so scared that they kept dodging, fearing that they would anger this group of people. When the hotel manager arrived, he saw Zhao Lingyun's body lying coldly on the floor in the room, with blood all over the floor. The shocking scene frightened the hotel manager so much that he immediately called the police. The matter is finally over. Without Zhao Lingyun as an obstacle, YU Group is no longer a problem. I'll leave it to you. Put it online as soon as possible and increase the popularity. Don't let it go down. Chu Ge took out the USB flash drive containing Zhao Lingyun's criminal information and handed it to Li Lanyan. Then, he drove away from the scene. On the way, Chu Ge received 2 calls, one of which was from a top business talent who was rewarded for solving the boss's difficulties. The other one killed Zhao Lingyun. He was the captain of the Special Forces team rewarded by the system. With 2 special talents in his possession, Chu Ge's goal became closer. Boss, YU Group is leaderless, you can take action now. Chu Ge leisurely told the good news to Lu Yanru, who was anxiously waiting for news. Really? There shouldn't be any problem. Lu Yanru, who was anxiously waiting for news from Chu Ge in the office, stood up in shock, and her whole person seemed to be rejuvenated. It's not a big problem. Yi Feng killed the man himself. The hotel has surveillance. Even if the Zhao family wants to make trouble for us, they will at least deal with Yi Feng first. Chu Ge's assurance finally made the mountain in Lu Yanru's heart disappear temporarily. As for what will happen to the Zhao family in the future, that is a matter for the future. In just 2 days, all of Zhao Lingyun's scandals were exposed. Even the Zhao family could not stop the anger of netizens from all over the Chinese alliance. The Chinese alliance needs face, and the Chinese alliance needs a just execution. Although Zhao Lingyun himself is dead, Zhao's responsibility for concealing his sudden death cannot escape judicial accountability. Li Lanyan followed Chu Ge's arrangement and put all the evidence of Zhao Lingyun's crimes on the internet. In Yuncheng, the Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand, but in the entire Huameng, the Zhao family cannot do it. Especially Zhao's enemies, who usually smile, but who knows if they have already started stabbing Zhao in the back in their hearts. The Zhao family's business is constantly encountering problems. The Zhao clan leader is discussing how to reduce the impact of this incident and is extremely busy. The only people who care about Zhao Lingyun's life and death are Zhao Lingyun's parents. My only son is dead, and I want Yi Feng to be buried with him. No matter where he comes from, he must die. Zhao's mother cried all day long, and when she talked about Yi Feng, the hatred on her face could no longer be eliminated. The wanted warrant for the murderer has not yet been issued. Even if Zhao's mother put pressure on him in the name of the Zhao family, it had no effect at all. A force was secretly helping Yi Feng to clear his name. At one side, Zhao's father was smoking a cigarette with a sad face, listening to Zhao's mother's roar, and the pain in his heart was no less than that of Zhao's mother. A foolish mother often spoils her son. Zhao's father has reminded Zhao Lingyun more than once not to be too ostentatious and to learn to keep a low profile. Now the son whom I had raised for 28 years is gone, and he left without even leaving any bloodline. This matter doesn't seem to be that simple. Now the family is trying to make amends because of Ling Yun's matter. We can't use the power of the family now. We can only rely on ourselves to solve it. When Zhao's father thought of the look in the patriarch's eyes when he looked at him, he felt particularly scared. He was afraid that he would be punished again when the family business stabilized. Why? The Zhao family is so powerful, they won't even agree to our proposal just by talking. Zhao's mother didn't consider the consequences caused by her son at all. She only thought that the family wanted to ignore it, and she immediately became angry. How long are you going to go crazy? You can't talk about the family casually. Zhao's father slapped Zhao's mother to the ground and said coldly, we still have some money. We can spend money to hire a killer to kill Yi Feng. Okay, let's do it. After hearing Zhao's father's solution, Zhao's mother didn't care about the slap on her face and nodded quickly. As for Chu Ge, he received 100 million funds from the system, so he handed it over to Li Ruai, a special top business talent given to him by the system, to register a company. Since Li Ruai's abilities lie in financial stock trading and company management, Chu Ge asked Li Ruai to set up an offshore investment company, Tamed Capital. Tamed Capital directly invested 100 million yuan in capital. The man behind the scenes was Chu Ge, and on the surface it was fully handled by Li Ruai. Li Lanyan was also arranged by Chu Ge to join Tamed Capital to help deal with things. Although I don't know where you got the 100 million yuan, but you are so confident in handing it over to this man named Li Ruai. Aren't you afraid that he will run away with the money? Lu Yanru approached Chu Ge step by step on the sofa. She was very curious about why he had such courage and deeply attracted her. You have to be able to judge people accurately. For example, I can tell that the boss is a serious person just by looking at him. Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru, who sat next to him and was actually sticking close to him. Chu Ge accepted her offer and directly hugged Lu Yanru's slender waist. Lu Yanru was frightened by Chu Ge's actions and screamed. At this time, the two were very close to each other. Doesn't your brother know whether your sister is decent or not? Lu Yanru spoke in a sweet voice, with her fingertips touching the forehead of the dishonest Chu Ge, and her voice was as charming as a charm. Chu Ge chuckled and let go of his hand directly. This was very damaging to his professional ethics. He is a bodyguard, how can he tease his boss? This is not good. Hee, boss, please be serious. I'm a professional bodyguard. Chu Ge coughed and sat down seriously, keeping a distance of 2 centimeters from Lu Yanru. This distance should be enough to prove my innocence. So hypocritical. Seeing this, Lu Yanru crossed her legs and put them directly on Chu Ge's body. Whose bodyguard and whose employer are in the same villa? Whose bodyguard dares to speak to the boss like that? Whose bodyguard dares to speak wildly and tease the boss every day? Every time Lu Yanru said this, Chu Ge's eyelids twitched. Boss, you can't turn your back on me. I just helped you solve a problem. Whose bodyguard can be like me, not only protecting the boss's life, but also protecting the boss's property from loss? Chu Ge could not tolerate Lu Yanru having the upper hand, so he immediately pushed her down on the sofa, looked at her and spoke slowly. What a charming man. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanru's eyes gradually became blurred. She stared at him intently and muttered to herself. Boss, if you take advantage of me again, you will have to pay more. Chu Ge looked very scared and quickly sat aside, ready to bargain. Lu Yanru couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a moment, she calmed down a little and asked seriously. Seriously, where do you plan to start with Tamed capital? It all depends on God's will. Chu Ge actually wanted to tell Lu Yanru that he didn't know either, but this would damage his wise image, so he smiled mysteriously. Tell me quickly, I really want to know. Lu Yanru was as curious as a cat. She pulled Chu Ge's arm and acted coquettishly without caring about her image. The boss is trying to break the law and find out business secrets. Chu Ge suddenly rubbed his hands embarrassedly, looking at Lu Yanru's figure unscrupulously. Chapter 16. We are really drinking coffee, don't get me wrong. Come on, if you don't come, you're not a man. Seeing Chu Ge hesitate to move his mouth but not take action, Lu Yanru instantly became bolder. She held her head high, her face rosy, and a hint of cunning flashed in her big watery eyes. Stinky man, you say one thing and mean another, and you dare to tease me. I'll teach you a lesson. Now, in just 2 days, Lu Yanru has completely cleared up the chaos within the Moyu group. Without the obstruction of Yu Group, Lu Yanru has successfully acquired Medusa Company with a huge investment of 10 billion yuan in the name of Moyu Group. Chu Ge is the unknown contributor to this acquisition plan, so as the boss he naturally has to be rewarded well. Seeing his boss so boldly challenging his nervous system, Chu Ge couldn't help but take a deep breath. Use this to test the bodyguard. Which bodyguard can withstand such a test? If he didn't do it, he wouldn't be a man. Strike when the time is right, and run with great vigor. After Chu Ge succeeded, at the moment when Lu Yanru's expression suddenly dropped to the extreme, he made a prompt decision and ran out of the office. This woman is not a good person. Chu Ge was frightened as he recalled the feeling from the previous second and the touch on his hand. When Chu Ge saw his secretary Yan Jingxian coming out of the elevator, he thought it would be better to run away quickly. Secretary Yan. Chu Ge pretended nothing had happened as he passed by Yan Jingxian and greeted her. Where is bodyguard Chu going? Yan Jingxian held the documents in her arms, pushed the frame of her glasses on her nose, and looked at Chu Ge in confusion. As the chairman's full-time personal bodyguard, shouldn't you be staying by the chairman's side at all times? I have something personal to attend to. Secretary Yan, I'll take my leave. Chu Ge hurriedly stepped into the elevator and saw the boss opening the door and looking outside coldly. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his head. People are so happy today. Chu Ge felt the elevator going down, looked at the display showing the number of floors decreasing, and hummed a little tune with pride. Where did Chu Ge go? Seeing that there was no one outside, Lu Yanru asked Yan Jingxian with a cold face. Lu Yanru usually treats people in the company like this, so Yan Jingxian didn't feel anything was wrong. Bodyguard Chu just said he had something personal to attend to and left in the elevator. Yan Jingxian answered the chairman's question honestly. Well, come in and report things. Lu Yanru looked calm, and her cold and aloof image had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The moment she turned around, she recalled what had just happened, and a sense of shame appeared on her face. In a coffee shop, Feng Linlin sat leisurely in the corner, looking at the street outside the glass, stirring the coffee in the cup boredly. At this time, Chu Ge walked in slowly. Do you have an appointment, sir? The waiter on the side saw Chu Ge come in and look around as if looking for someone, so he hurriedly walked up to him and asked. Yes, table number 3, a woman named Feng. Chu Ge said immediately when he saw the waiter coming over. In fact, he didn't want to come, but there was a chance that the other party might be Yi Feng's heroine. As Yi Feng's enemy, Chu Ge must try his best to eliminate all the supporting forces behind Yi Feng. Only in this way can we avoid hitting rock bottom and rebounding after getting rid of Yi Feng. Feng Linlin suddenly saw a well-dressed and handsome man sitting in front of her. Are you Chu Ge? Feng Linlin had never seen a photo of Chu Ge, so she asked this. After all, in Feng Linlin's heart, apart from Yi Feng, there is no other man who catches her eye. Didn't you ask me to come here? After asking the waiter to prepare a cup of coffee with sugar for him, Chu Ge looked at the eldest lady of the Feng family and said slowly. When they first met, Chu Ge's first impression of the eldest daughter of the Feng family was that she was so elegant even when stirring coffee. She was indeed a girl trained by the Feng family, but unfortunately, she met the troublemaker Yi Feng. It was you who did what happened to Zhao Lingyun. Feng Linlin took a sip of coffee and said lightly. Wasn't that done by the murderer Yi Feng? I know nothing about it. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge looked surprised. He was not surprised at all that the other party knew that it was him who did it. But admitting it is not a good idea. What if the other party uses some means to record a conversation or something, then you will be caught in the trap. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I'm here to tell you that Yi Feng is not someone you can mess with. If you don't listen to my advice and seek death, I will grant your wish. Seeing that Chu Ge did not admit it, Feng Linlin's eyes turned colder as she looked at him. Are you threatening me? Chu Ge looked disdainful and sneered, then can Yi Feng only hide behind women? Without women, what is Yi Feng? You dare to insult Yi Feng like this? Feng Linlin's tone became heavier, she looked at Chu Ge and said coldly, Yi Feng doesn't know that I am helping him at all. If he knew, a strong-willed person like Yi Feng would never accept my help. As she spoke, Feng Linlin suddenly thought of something and laughed coldly, and said sharply, indeed, a person like you, how could he understand the strong-willedness in Yi Feng's heart? After all, you are eating Lu Yanru's soft rice, and you are just a gigolo kept by Lu Yanru. What do you want to say? If there is nothing else, I'll go back. Chu Ge took the coffee brought by the waiter, blew away the hot coffee steam on the edge of the cup, took a small sip, and the sweetness from the taste buds and the rich aroma of the coffee made Chu Ge involuntarily fascinated by his eyes. The main reason I came to you this time is to find evidence of Lu Yanru embezzling Yi family shares. I need you to help me find it. After all, as Lu Yanru's personal bodyguard, it should be easier for you to gain Lu Yanru's trust than anyone else. After that, I will give you 200 million, which will be enough for you to spend the rest of your life. Seeing Chu Ge's persistent look, Feng Linlin finally revealed the real purpose of her visit to Chu Ge today. She could actually arrange for Uncle Wang to come find Chu Ge, but she didn't want Uncle Wang to think that she was helping Yi Feng again. She didn't want others to think that Yi Feng was a loser who relied on women, so she could only meet him by herself. There is nothing that can't be solved with money, at least in Feng Linlin's eyes, she has never encountered such a thing. Oh, Chu Ge slowly opened his eyes and looked at Feng Linlin smiling so confidently, and couldn't help but say. This is the purpose of your appointment with me. Woman, don't you think it's dangerous for you now? You come to me alone. Chu Ge suddenly leaned close to Feng Linlin's face, a terrible smile appeared on his face, and his voice became low and hoarse. She looked exactly like a villain, and Chu Ge wanted to tease her. What do you want to do? Feng Linlin was so scared that she almost spilled the coffee in her hand. Her face changed and she was about to stand up. Linlin, a puzzled voice suddenly came from outside. Brother Yi. The familiar voice made Feng Linlin's face startled. She turned her head suddenly in surprise and saw the figure she had missed for a long time standing outside the glass. Sorry, we are really having coffee, don't get me wrong, I just got here. I didn't expect you two still have an old relationship. I'll leave first. I haven't paid for the coffee yet. Since you're here, you treat me. Chu Ge appeared outside the coffee shop at some point, walked to Yifeng, muttered something, and left happily. There was no time for Yifeng to react, nor was there any time for Feng Linlin to explain on the spot. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive at the wrong time. Chu Ge really didn't expect Yifeng to appear here. He just happened to run into him and the heroine Feng Linlin drinking coffee, and they were so close to each other. Yifeng ignored Chu Ge's words, but a crack appeared in his heart between him and Feng Linlin. Although he did not explicitly confirm his relationship with Feng Linlin, he had already regarded Feng Linlin as his woman in his heart. But unexpectedly, just now, from his perspective, he saw Chu Ge suddenly leaning close to Feng Linlin's face, as if he was going to kiss her. Feng Linlin seemed to be laughing, then stood up shyly and tried to hide away. Cold, freezing cold. I'm sorry, I seem to have come at the wrong time and ruined your good thing. Yifeng laughed at himself, thinking that he was really being too sentimental. Brother Yi, you misunderstood us. Feng Linlin was very simple-minded in front of Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng mistakenly thought that she and Chu Ge were dating, she hurriedly wanted to explain. Stop. I don't want to hear your explanation, I only believe what I saw. Unfortunately, I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. Yifeng's heart was broken. The person Feng Linlin was dating turned out to be his enemy. After saying that, Yifeng turned around and ran away, not paying any attention to Feng Linlin chasing after him. However, Yifeng's skills were so great that Feng Linlin could no longer see him after chasing for a while. Chu Ge, it's all your fault. At this moment, Feng Linlin hated Chu Ge so much. If Chu Ge hadn't done what she did just now, she might have been chatting with her lover, or even having a candlelight dinner with him. Feng Linlin felt like the sky was falling. There was nothing worse than having her lover misunderstand her. She wanted to explain the truth, that she just wanted to help him, but she was afraid that Yifeng would accuse her of meddling in other people's business, so she froze in place for a moment. Chu Ge saw this perfect scene from the corner, made a clicking sound, and walked behind Feng Linlin with a gloating look on his face. Are you feeling upset? Are you sad? Your lover ran away without listening to your explanation, this is so interesting. Chu Ge didn't expect that there would be such a misunderstanding between the two of them. This is great. The misunderstanding should be deepened, so don't let it be resolved. Why haven't you left yet? Hearing the sudden gloating laughter of a man behind her, Feng Linlin turned around with a gloomy face, and saw Chu Ge looking at her proudly. I'm not afraid that Yifeng will misunderstand me, so I rushed back immediately to explain. Chu Ge touched his nose, sighed with some regret, and lied easily. HMPH, who needs you to explain? Hearing this, Feng Linlin snorted coldly and said stiffly. My feelings towards Chu Ge couldn't help but change a little. This guy is not as insidious and hateful as Uncle Wang said. Chapter 17. The clown is me. Feng Linlin looked at Chu Ge deeply. She remained silent and turned around to leave. She didn't want to stay with Chu Ge for even one more second, because that was why Yifeng misunderstood her. She had to find Yifeng immediately and explain things to him face to face, otherwise this matter would become a knot in the hearts of both parties. If you are in such a hurry to leave, then don't we need to discuss the business that you, the eldest lady of the Feng family, came to me for? Chu Feng directly grabbed Feng Linlin's arm and pretended to be puzzled. Let go of my hands, that's disgusting. Feng Linlin's scalp instantly went numb and she shuddered. Feng Linlin was stunned on the spot for a moment, frightened by Chu Ge's actions. Chu Ge had no intention of playing rogue, so he naturally let go of the other person's arm. Feng Linlin turned and looked at Chu Ge, her face as cold as frost, and she looked at Chu Ge warily. What do you want to do? No one has ever dared to grab her hand so rudely, except her family members and relatives. She had never let any other man touch her, not even Yifeng. Chu Ge couldn't let Feng Linlin leave like this. It was just a coincidence before, but now he wanted to do it on purpose. Since the misunderstanding has already occurred, Chu Ge doesn't mind deepening the misunderstanding. Anyway, there will be no good outcome for Feng Linlin and Yifeng, so it is better to do good things. At this time, he chooses to be a good person. If you leave like this, the misunderstanding between you and Yifeng will still exist, and you and I haven't reached an agreement on the matter. In my opinion, as the eldest daughter of the Feng family, your previous impulsive behavior was still too childish. Think about it, besides your identity as the eldest daughter of the Feng family, what else do you have? Apart from your identity, will others still care about you? You will have nothing, then what will you be? Chu Ge's words were like a needle piercing Feng Linlin's heart, and the mockery in his eyes made her feel that the other party was looking down on her. Feng Linlin took a deep breath and tried not to get angry and let the other party look down on her. Being overprotected by the head of the Feng family, Feng Linlin did not gain any experience in dealing with people. She felt that Chu Ge was right. Her affairs had not been settled yet, and her help to Yifeng had not been realized. Then I will make an appointment with Chu Ge again next time. If Yifeng sees it again, it will be even more difficult to explain. Wait for me to make a call first. Thinking of this, Feng Linlin asked Chu Ge to wait while she called Yifeng first. Unexpectedly, when Feng Linlin was looking forward to the other party answering the phone and wanted to explain, the call was quickly hung up by the other party. Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please call back later. It didn't matter if the call was hung up, but the feeling of being hung up by her loved one while she was expecting made Feng Linlin's heart suddenly fall into a cold pond, and her whole body was chilled. Chu Ge glanced naturally at the place not far away, where Yifeng was hiding. He just saw Yifeng glance at him, then picked up the phone and hung up. After seeing Feng Linlin's dazed look, Chu Ge knew that his casual actions made Yifeng even more jealous. Yifeng actually felt that his actions just now were too impulsive. After all, there is a huge gap between Chu Ge's identity and the eldest daughter of the Feng family. Moreover, Linlin likes him, and Yifeng knows her feelings, otherwise he would not be so confident to treat her as his woman. So he ran back secretly, wanting to listen to Linlin's explanation. Who knew that as soon as he came back, he saw Chu Ge pulling Linlin's arm. When he saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned red with anger, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. He immediately had the urge to rush up. However, his courage was ruthlessly shattered when Feng Linlin failed to break free from her hand. Yifeng really wanted to tell himself that this was just a coincidence. But Linlin actually turned around and faced Chu Ge, and the two of them were talking and laughing. To passers-by, this man and woman looked like a perfect match. The woman seemed to be having a bad temper, but the man grabbed her hand and coaxed her back. A talented man and a beautiful woman. For some reason, these four words suddenly flashed through Yifeng's mind. Grass is a kind of plant, and the fire of jealousy burned fiercely in Yifeng's heart. Linlin, don't let me down. Yifeng still held on to the last glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that Linlin would call him again, hoping that Linlin would turn back and stay away from Chu Ge, the pretty boy. Damn pretty boy. Yifeng, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Chu Ge's appearance, gritting his teeth and cursing in a low voice. At the same time, he secretly stared at the two of them. Why don't we go in and have another cup of coffee and talk slowly? Chu Ge suggested, pointing at the steaming coffee that was still sitting where the two of them had been. Yeah. Feng Linlin's mind was confused at the moment. She agreed casually and walked into the store. Chu Ge followed beside her like a flower guardian. Chu Ge secretly raised his arm as if to put it on Feng Linlin's shoulder, but he didn't touch it, so Feng Linlin didn't realize his ill intentions at all. But from Yifeng's perspective, Chu Ge's dishonest hand was actually placed directly on Feng Linlin's shoulder. What hurt Yifeng the most was that Linlin, who was perfect in his mind, did not resist at all and let the other party do what he wanted. In an instant, Yifeng's mouth was bleeding from biting it. It hurt, but it was far less painful than the pain in his heart. It turns out that the clown was actually me. Chapter 18. I met him again, eat more greens. It's like two girls who have expressed their feelings for each other suddenly get together with someone else, and you just happen to notice it. No matter how strong Yifeng's heart was, it collapsed and he fled from here in a daze. At the same time, Yifeng felt a resentment towards Feng Linlin. If she didn't like him, why didn't she say it earlier? Why did you lie to him? Why did you play tricks on him? In fact, Feng Linlin doesn't like every girl she meets. But it was because Chu Feng's performance at this moment was too gentle and he took good care of the details, she almost fell into it and couldn't extricate herself. This is like a girl who has just fallen in love for the first time. A girl who has just fallen in love has love in her mind and her face is full of happiness. Coincidentally, Yi Feng's previous actions also inadvertently hurt Feng Linlin's heart. Besides, neither of them has really confirmed their relationship yet. Even though Feng Linlin knew that Yi Feng had a girlfriend before, that girlfriend's nightlife was messy, which made Feng Linlin feel that if Yi Feng found out, he would break up with her sooner or later. As long as Yi Feng didn't break up with her, she wouldn't take the initiative to do anything. In fact, Feng Linlin is extremely proud in her heart. After all, she is the eldest daughter of a large family. She disdains poaching. Dare to act. If you don't like it, then it's nothing. Yi Feng caught hold of his pride and threw it to the ground, and even stomped on him a few times out of dissatisfaction. He wanted to help Yi Feng wholeheartedly, but he didn't expect that the other party would not even give him a chance to explain. This feeling of loss and disappointment caused Feng Linlin's favorability towards Yi Feng to suddenly drop, while her favorability towards Chu Ge increased rapidly. The jokes that Chu Ge deliberately made up made Feng Linlin chuckle from time to time. The feeling of loss in her heart was sneaking away without her knowing. It's getting late. How about we have dinner together? Chu Ge looked at the sky outside. It was getting dark. The aroma from the snack street at the other end of the street wafted in, making Chu Ge feel a little hungry. With the beauty by my side, time passed quietly and it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. Feng Linlin looked at the time displayed on her mobile phone at this time. She didn't expect that she and Chu Ge had been alone for such a long time. Before, I had vowed solemnly that I would never continue to stay with Chu Ge like this. As a result, Feng Linlin was looking at Chu Ge secretly and cautiously. Chu Ge suddenly turned back, and she was scared like a frightened bird, at a loss what to do. Afraid that Chu Ge would discover her little thoughts, she quickly pretended to look down at her phone. What's wrong? Chu Ge looked at the flustered Feng Linlin with a strange expression and asked puzzledly. It's okay. Didn't you say you were hungry? I'm checking if there are any good restaurants. Feng Linlin lowered her head even more, and her entire face was almost pressed against the phone. Let's go. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. After dinner, just go home obediently. Chu Ge knew that more haste makes waste. Being too close to Feng Linlin would make her feel defensive involuntarily. In such seemingly familiar words, there was also a hint of unfamiliarity that seemed to indicate a reluctance to continue. Feng Linlin's current mood and reaction is just as Chu Ge expected. When I heard Chu Ge let me go home after dinner, I couldn't help feeling a little lost. It seems that the other party is just treating me as a friend and comforting me, not paying attention to me. I must have been overthinking it. Chu Ge took Feng Linlin, who was full of thoughts, and left in the boss's car. Is this car your boss's car? Feng Linlin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to smell the odor in the car and asked casually. It's my boss's, otherwise how could I have the money to buy a car? I'm just an ordinary bodyguard. Your boss must be very beautiful, otherwise how could you be her bodyguard? Feng Linlin said, paying attention to the changes in Chu Ge's expression with an inquiring look. It's because the boss is rich. Only the one with money is the boss. If I don't have money, I can't be a bodyguard. Chu Ge was concentrating on looking at the car and didn't notice the expression on Feng Linlin's face. But speaking of the boss, Chu Ge suddenly remembered that it was past 6 o'clock and Lu Yanru's car was still in his hands. According to usual time, Lu Yanru basically leaves the company at 7 o'clock. And now he was preparing to take Lu Yanru's car to take the girl out for dinner. If Lu Yanru knew about this, she would tear me apart alive. Chu Ge couldn't help but take a breath. This was very possible. I don't know where the food is delicious. Why don't we go another day when you have time and find a good place to eat? Chu Ge turned his head to look at Feng Linlin, who was fiddling with her nails. There was a very pure feeling coming from the other person. Only at this time did Chu Ge pay attention to the other person's attire. She was wearing a yellow-gray woolen gown, with her hands half tucked into the sleeves, her black hair draped over her shoulders, her eyebrows beautiful, her lips slightly parted, and her small and lovely face made Chu Ge feel an urge to hold her in his arms. This idea is terrible. You can't let a woman restrain your heart. You are a bodyguard who is naturally unrestrained and loves freedom. How can one succumb to the beauty of a girl? Feng Linlin had already prepared to go out for dinner, but Chu Ge's sudden words made her feel a little angry. I agreed to have dinner with him, but he didn't appreciate it at all. You know, if it were the men who wanted to pursue me, they would have been very happy. I've already found a place. Did your boss set a time for you to go back? Feng Linlin leaned back in her chair, holding her phone in both hands on her abdomen, glancing at Chu Ge. She wanted to know Chu Ge's real thoughts, whether he didn't want to have dinner with her or was afraid that his boss would be angry. Now that we've found a place, let's set the location on the navigation and go eat now. I'm not afraid of being misunderstood by others. After all, you and I are both single. Chu Ge was not stupid enough to tell the truth. It seemed that Feng Linlin was testing him. We have finally managed to dig into Yi Feng's corner, so we must stabilize the foundation and not lose the big picture for the sake of small gains. I'm not afraid that Yi Feng will misunderstand me, so why are you afraid that your boss will misunderstand me? Feng Linlin's tone was a little bad. She suddenly remembered that Chu Ge was Lu Yanru's kept gigolo. He felt inexplicably angry in his heart, wondering if he had used the same gentleness he had just used on his boss. Thinking of this, Feng Linlin stopped talking completely and directly entered the location into the navigation, feeling uncomfortable and aggrieved. What's wrong with you? Chu Ge asked deliberately when he saw Feng Linlin suddenly become angry and stop talking. I'm fine. Feng Linlin's words were the most destructive response a girlfriend could give to her boyfriend, especially since they had just met. I thought of my girlfriend. I hope she won't see it. Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. She was fine just now, but now she is suddenly angry. Although Chu Ge knew what made Feng Linlin angry, it was not easy for him to continue talking about that point. Otherwise, you will find that the more you talk, the more problems you will have. In his previous life, Chu Ge had a lot of experience in dating girlfriends, so he could handle this kind of thing. The two of them sat in silence in the car, waiting for Chu Ge to drive to the outside of the store. Feng Linlin seemed to have forgotten the awkward situation where the two of them didn't talk to each other before, and as soon as she went downstairs, she started to introduce the taste of this restaurant to Chu Ge. I used to love coming here to eat. It's a hotpot restaurant that has been open for more than 10 years and the taste is very authentic. Don't look at the small place and the unrefined decoration, but the hotpot tastes much better than some big restaurants. Feng Linlin noticed Chu Ge looking at the surrounding environment and was afraid that he would be dissatisfied, so she hurriedly said. It's an old restaurant, full of flavor. Find a seat, I'm hungry. The two of them found a seat in the corner and sat down. Chu Ge observed that this restaurant was just as Feng Linlin had said, with a strong atmosphere of fireworks, many people, and a booming business. After waiting for 10 minutes, all the dishes were served and Chu Ge started eating without any hesitation. This duck blood is delicious, you should try it. Eating with a man for the first time was the biggest breakthrough for someone like Feng Linlin, who had strict family education. She pointed at the duck blood rolling in the hot pot and looked at Chu Ge expectantly. Not bad, the taste is smooth and tender. Chu Ge held the duck blood in his mouth and took a sip. The duck blood in his mouth seemed to melt directly, refreshing, spicy and tender, with multiple flavors mixed in his mouth. Ja, you do it inside and I'll do it outside. Well, when did you come back and why didn't you notify me? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Enemies often meet, I don't know if it's fate. Chu Ge suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind him, and he and Feng Linlin looked at the same time. At this time, Yi Feng also noticed that Feng Linlin was actually having dinner with Chu Ge. In an instant, jealousy made his eyes red and his heart went crazy. They have even reached the stage of eating, it seems that they have known each other for a long time. I just wanted to warm my broken heart with my girlfriend, but I met these two people. Brother Yi Feng, are you bringing your girlfriend out for dinner? Chu Ge looked at the woman next to Yi Feng. She was the heroine in the video saved in his mobile phone. You're so lucky, bro. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Chu Ge complimented with a smile. Thank you, your girlfriend is also very beautiful. Zhang Jiajia was moved when he saw Chu Ge, who was 100 times more handsome than Yi Feng. He then noticed the car keys on the table and quickly became very polite. Feng Linlin was about to explain when Chu Ge interrupted her. Thank you so much, we are not in that kind of relationship yet. Feng Linlin felt very uncomfortable when she saw that Chu Ge denied the matter even faster than herself. Yi Feng looked at Feng Linlin deeply, and the anger in his eyes that came from being teased could not be concealed. Come on, eating more vegetables is good for your health. Chu Ge sat directly next to Feng Linlin, blocking Yi Feng's sight, added a vegetable, and pretended to speak loudly. Thank you. Feng Linlin was indeed frightened by Yi Feng's eyes just now. She didn't understand why Yi Feng looked at her in such a way. When Yi Feng saw Chu Ge's actions, he clenched his fists and directly pulled his girlfriend Zhang Jiajia to sit aside. What are you doing? Why don't you say hello to your friends when you meet them? You can just eat together. Zhang Jiajia was puzzled by Yi Feng's behavior and said angrily. In Zhang Jiajia's heart, Yi Feng is just an honest man without any money, who doesn't even know how to communicate with his rich friend. What a bumpkin he is. He was so blind back then. Zhang Jiajia complained in her heart. Eat more vegetables, brother. You don't look good. Are you lacking nutrition? Chu Ge didn't care what Yi Feng thought. To kill someone, one must destroy his heart. He directly picked up a pile of vegetables and placed them in front of Yi Feng, saying, concernedly, "Look how nice they are to you." Zhang Jiajia whispered in Yi Feng's ear, then smiled and was polite to Chu Ge. Yi Feng looked at the plate of vegetables with murderous intent in his eyes. This damn guy Chu Ge was definitely making fun of him and showing off to him that Linlin didn't like him but him. He even had auditory hallucinations, and for a moment, Chu Ge's mocking voice filled his ears. Are you hinting at him? Feng Linlin whispered. Feng Linlin no longer had the same feelings towards Yi Feng as before. The other party actually looked at her like an enemy. She also had a temper. Isn't it obvious enough? Chu Ge shrugged and said with a sly smile, who told him to look at you like that just now? I just gave you a small response. Hearing that, Feng Linlin pursed her lips and felt sweet in her heart. Chapter 19. Embarrassment caused by a hairband. It was a simple dinner, and Chu Ge enjoyed it very much with the company of his beauty. On the contrary, Yi Feng, who came with his girlfriend to eat, looked like he was chewing wax, which made Chu Ge very happy to eat. The more miserable Yi Feng was, the happier Chu Ge was. This is the hero and heroine of an urban novel, but unfortunately, the hero's halo has no effect on him. He, Chu Ge, is naturally resistant to the aura of the protagonist. However, during the meal, Lu Yanru called several times, and Chu Ge hung up the calls in front of Feng Linlin. Although to Lu Yanru, her behavior was a bit despicable. Chu Ge has some thoughts about Lu Yanru. After all, a bodyguard who doesn't have any thoughts about his beautiful boss is not a good bodyguard. His relationship with Lu Yanru can be described as friends, not yet lovers, and they are in a tentative and ambiguous stage with each other. It was already 8 o'clock when they finished the meal, but fortunately, Lu Yanru sent him a message and waited for him to come back to the company. Chu Ge felt a headache when he thought about how to explain it when he returned. We've finished eating, it's time to go home. Chu Ge asked the waiter who came to settle the bill to bring Feng Linlin a cup of cooling tea. Feng Linlin held the herbal tea in both hands and drank it with a straw. She watched Chu Ge pay the bill with the waiter, and no one knew what she was thinking. This state is exactly like a good girl who goes out to eat with her boyfriend and waits for him to pay the bill. Bang! Yi Feng couldn't stand it any longer. He slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Chu Ge. Mr. Chu, you won't be proud for long even though I am successful. The whole day, he felt that the other party was deliberately targeting him, following him around like a ghost and showing off in front of him. I felt like a clown, always being teased by Chu Ge, yet I still had to smile with a shameless face. He even suspected that Chu Ge was responsible for his sister's kidnapping, but he had no evidence. He did not lose his mind and attack. Even if he did, he would not be a match for the opponent. He had to endure it. What he was best at was not fists and feet, but he was proficient in guns. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked at Chu Ge as if he was looking at a dead person. What are you doing? Why are you going crazy in such an occasion? Zhang Jiajia saw that everyone in the restaurant was looking at her. She suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed, and whispered to Yi Feng. Yi Feng ignored Zhang Jiajia who was pulling him aside and stared at Chu Ge. Brother Yi, this is just the beginning between us. Only one of you can survive. Chu Ge walked to Yi Feng and whispered coldly in his ear. Looking forward to our next fight, you will always be defeated by me. Chu Ge gave Yi Feng a provocative look and bumped into Yi Feng's shoulder. You will regret it, and I will make you pay the price. Under Yi Feng's cold gaze, Chu Ge left with Feng Linlin in a very arrogant manner. Feng Linlin left without even looking at Yi Feng. The emotion she had in the past had disappeared today. There is no possibility for her in Yi Feng. Uncle Wang was right. Yi Feng and I were so different in status that we had no topic to talk about and no understanding at all. Hey, where is the hairband on your wrist? Chu Ge suddenly noticed Feng Linlin's empty wrist and asked casually. I threw it in the trash can after it got greasy. Feng Linlin said with some regret, I just bought it. It seems I can only buy it next time. A hair tie is not a big deal. Chu Ge nodded and planned to buy her one when he saw her again. Send Miss Feng back safely. Chu Ge did not take Feng Linlin to his car, but walked towards the car next to them and gave instructions to the man sitting upright in the driver's seat. I understand. After seeing Chu Ge, the man sat upright, his face cold but a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and his tone was very respectful. It is his honor to serve the boss. He took a lot of effort to snatch the boss's first mission from his brothers. What about you? Feng Linlin, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Chu Ge outside the car and asked reluctantly. This is my phone number. If you have any problem, you can call me. Chu Ge didn't say much. He just left her a phone number and let the driver drive away. When Chu Ge was driving to the company to pick up his boss, a phone call suddenly came in. Looking at the name displayed on the phone, it was Luo Shu. Generally speaking, the other party would not contact him, so Chu Ge quickly answered the call. Luo Shu, what's the matter? On the phone, Luo Shu hurriedly said, Boss, we just found an assassination order for Yi Feng through the dark web. The reward for the mission is $10 million. $10 million. Why are you interested? Chu Ge was not surprised to hear that Yi Feng was rewarded. Now, apart from myself, the only people who have a grudge against Yi Feng are probably Zhao Lingyun's parents. $10 million is indeed very tempting, but we will not act on our own without the boss's order. And this bounty for assassination was issued yesterday, and someone has already accepted the order. It seems that Yi Feng is in trouble. Hearing this, Chu Ge suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes smiling teasingly, looking forward, and continued, keep paying attention, Yi Feng is not so easy to kill. After hanging up Luo Shu's call, Chu Ge quickly arrived at the company, picked up Lu Yanru who had been waiting for a long time, and drove home. There is a smell of women's perfume in this car. On the way, Lu Yanru's sense of smell was very sensitive, and she immediately smelled the smell of perfume in the car that did not belong to her. On the way back, I picked up a friend. Chu Ge glanced at Lu Yanru and nodded casually without changing his expression. Oh, female friend. Lu Yanru had a cute pink hairband in her hand that looked very new. Hey, isn't this the gift I bought for you today when I passed by a jewelry store? I didn't even know when it fell off. Chu Ge took a look and thought to himself that something was wrong. He thought for a moment and quickly said, isn't this the hairband in Feng Linlin's hand? Didn't she say to throw it in the trash can? Why in your own car? Just then, Chu Ge heard his cell phone ringing. It was an unfamiliar local number, so he picked it up. Hello. Then, Feng Linlin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Ge, did my pink hairband fall on your car? I don't know if Feng Linlin did it on purpose, but she spoke very loudly, so Lu Yanru on the side could hear it clearly. Chu Ge cried out that it was not good after hearing this. He thought, you didn't fall on the car on purpose. I didn't even see it before. It is probably hidden in an inconspicuous corner that only the passenger in the passenger seat would notice. Really? I'll look for it later. Chu Ge spoke out of breath when he saw Lu Yanru's murderous eyes rushing towards him. It's a terrible feeling to be caught telling a lie in front of someone. Here, this is your girlfriend's bracelet. Lu Yanru said loudly with a sour tone. Forget it if you can't find it. Next time we have dinner together, you can accompany me to buy one. Feng Linlin seemed not to hear Lu Yanru's words. After saying this, she hung up. Boss, you see, this friend I just met really loves to joke. Chu Ge raised the hung-up phone to his boss with a forced smile. HMPH, the real business is to go out and have dinner with a woman. Drive quickly. I want to go home and rest. Lu Yanru snorted coldly, rolled her eyes at him, and angrily threw the hairband directly into his arms. The boss's gentleness has disappeared, which makes me feel sad. Chu Ge shook his head with some regret and drove obediently. I have definitely suffered a loss, and next time I will definitely get back at that little girl Feng Linlin. On the other side, Feng Linlin, who had just got off the car, couldn't help but smile complacently after hanging up the phone when she thought of Lu Yanru's sarcastic voice. Chapter 20 News about the second urban protagonist. The hairband was left there on purpose when she got off the car while Chu Ge wasn't paying attention. Feng Linlin was just impulsive at the time. She was furious when she thought that Chu Ge was actually Lu Yanru's gigolo. Lu Yanru didn't speak to Chu Ge the whole night, and this bastard bodyguard actually used her car to pick up girls. He said he had something important to tell me. I trusted him so much. I was stupidly waiting for him with an empty stomach, but he was actually having dinner with a woman. Could it be that Chu Ge really looked down on me, or was disgusted by the fact that I was married? Thinking of this, Lu Yanru, who was lying on the bed, suddenly became depressed and her mind began to wander. Besides, he had no right to make demands on Chu Ge, he was just his boss. The next day, Chu Ge sent Lu Yanru to the company as usual. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, as if nothing had happened last night. Your career has just started, and you have solved my safety problem. I'm safe staying in the company, you can go about your business first. In the office, Lu Yanru was busy for a while. In her spare time, she noticed Chu Ge sitting bored on the sofa, and couldn't help but say, "It would be very selfish of me to let a young, ambitious man who has just started a career accompany me to work. Boss, as a bodyguard, I will naturally work beside you. Someone will help me with my career." Chu Ge suddenly looked at Lu Yanru and exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect Lu Yanru to say this. After all, with your ability, being a bodyguard is really a waste of your talent. Quote, "How about this? You can still be my bodyguard, and you don't have to protect me every day, but I'll still get your salary, how about that?" Lu Yanru smiled brightly, her pair of peach blossom eyes emitting a unique brilliance, and her smile exuded charming charm. In this way, she would have a reason to continue contacting Chu Ge. She really wanted to see how far this amazing man could go. Choice 1, reject Lu Yanru's proposal and become a gigolo. Your career is not as good as a queen. Reward, gigolo physique. Option 2, men should focus on their careers. There are many beautiful women out there. The more money you make, the more women you will get. Reward, stock news with a 300% return rate. Choice 3, keep in touch, accept Lu Yanru's proposal, focus on career and supplement with feelings, they complement each other. Reward, news about the second urban protagonist. Chu Ge didn't say anything and looked at the option that suddenly popped up in the system. Among the three options, the first one can be ruled out. Career is very important to him. It is the foundation for him to succeed in the city in the future. Besides, if he wants to live off women, with his handsome and charming looks, he can easily hook up with some wealthy women, like Feng Linlin from yesterday. As for the news about the second stock option with a 300% return rate, Chu Ge was originally very tempted. But the reward for option 3 made him very excited, and Lu Yanru was also very nice to him, so leaving directly would seem too cruel. Especially the news that the reward was the second city protagonist, which made Chu Ge's breathing become rapid. The system actually randomly rewards the city's protagonist with rewards. Chu Ge did not hesitate and immediately chose the third option and said, "I think it's good to be the boss's bodyguard. I accept your suggestion, but I don't think it's good to just get paid without doing any work. How about this, I will still be responsible for the boss's pickup and drop off, and you can call me at any time if there is anything." Okay, Lu Yanru nodded heavily after hearing Chu Ge's words. This outcome is perfect for Lu Yanru. After all, she no longer has to face danger all the time. Over the past few days, the Zhao Group has had people arranged by higher-ups to check its accounts from time to time, and many issues such as fire safety and tax evasion have been directly exposed online. Several chain companies under the Zhao Group have been involved in contractual business disputes. Under normal circumstances, the Zhao Group would not be afraid of such small problems at all. But Zhao's enemies seemed to think that Zhao was very vulnerable now, and they attacked at the same time. In addition, Chu Ge's secretary Li Lanyan would occasionally leak some internal scandals of the Zhao family. The Zhao Group has been plagued by problems and has no time to take care of other things. Chu Ge secretly gave these Zhao family scandals to Li Lanyan. He just wanted to delay Zhao's hands and feet and buy some time to strengthen his own power. In an instant, the news about the second city protagonist rewarded by the system entered his mind. It's true. There are really a lot of dirty people in the four great families. There is even a traitor. This is interesting. Chu Ge murmured to himself. The identity of the second protagonist was indeed beyond his expectations. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with the second protagonist in the future, he received a call from Luo Shu. Boss, I just received the news that Yifeng was attacked just now, but he didn't die. The killer was actually taken away by Yifeng. Luo Shu told him all the details. If nothing unexpected happens, the killer should be a woman, right? Chu Ge crossed his legs on the sofa, hugged a pillow, and lay down leisurely before he spoke slowly. The boss is very good at predicting things. He is worthy of being the boss. Luo Shu's surprised compliment came over the phone. Chu Ge thought to himself, as expected, this is the routine of urban novels. Usually the protagonist is assassinated, the male is killed on the spot, and the female becomes his woman through influence. Go ask Li Lanyan for the video of Yifeng's girlfriend, then give it to Yifeng personally and play it for him in person. Remember to take a picture of Yifeng's expression after seeing the video. I want to see it. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ge suddenly looked forward to Yifeng's expression after seeing the video. It's no wonder that he was ruthlessly trying to stir salt in Yifeng's heart. Even though Yifeng and he were enemies, if they were enemies, then he had to use all means and make use of everything to continuously attack the enemy and finally kill him. Chu Ge has never been a kind-hearted person. Even if a female killer came to assassinate him, he would let this female killer understand what the fear before death is. How are you doing with what the boss asked you to do? On the other side, after Li Lanyan handed the video to Luo Shu, she saw Li Ruai busy directing his employees to make arrangements in an orderly manner, and asked. Secretary Li, don't worry. How could I forget what the boss told me? I have already invested all the funds of Tamed capital. If nothing unexpected happens, we will get 100 times the profit this time. Li Ruai said excitedly, pointing to the stock data on the computer. Feng family. Miss, Yifeng was attacked by a killer. After Wang Jing got the news, he immediately came to inform the young lady. Unexpectedly, Feng Linlin's reaction surprised Wang Jing. Feng Linlin just said in surprise, then what? Then, Yifeng is fine. Wang Jing looked at the lady in disbelief and stammered. Is this still the same lady who panicked and worried when she heard that Yifeng was injured? Chapter 21. I'll straighten your green hat and put it on firmly. It was the first time that Wang Jing saw the young lady return to her normal appearance before meeting Yifeng, and he felt very relieved. The lady finally changed back. It's not like before, after meeting Yifeng, when he followed her like a demon all day long. Hearing news about Yifeng, he was like a different person. But why did the lady suddenly change back? I will have to ask her later. Feng Linlin couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Uncle Wang's stunned look. Thinking about what she had done in the past, she felt that she was really stupid and naive. After Wang Jing left, he immediately found Feng Linlin's bodyguard who had gone out yesterday to secretly protect Feng Linlin. Even though Feng Linlin went out alone, there was someone following her secretly. Otherwise, Wang Jing wouldn't be so confident in letting Feng Linlin go out alone. As long as Feng Linlin's safety is not a problem, the bodyguards will not appear without permission no matter what Feng Linlin does. Tell me in detail what happened to the young lady yesterday. The only thing that changed the young lady's mind was what happened after she went out. Wang Jing directly found the bodyguard that day and planned to ask him clearly. Butler Wang, after the young lady left the house. The bodyguard honestly recounted in detail what happened after the young lady left home yesterday. Wang Jing waved his hand in annoyance and asked the bodyguard to leave, feeling very headache. Just when I thought Yifeng was gone and I was feeling relieved, here comes Chu Ge. Even he couldn't figure out Chu Ge's methods, and hoped that he would not hurt the young lady. Otherwise, Wang Jing would immediately become alert. This Chu Ge is not a good person. It seems that he needs to pay more attention to him. Luo Shu naturally took care of the things that Chu Ge had personally instructed him to do. After getting the video from Secretary Li, Luo Shu took a brother from the team and drove directly to Yifeng's residence. After Yifeng parted tenderly with his girlfriend that day, he was assassinated by a killer. He also knew that there was a bounty on his head. So now Yifeng never goes out, staying in the red romance of red roses. No one knows what he is planning. Captain, do you think Yifeng will attack us on the spot after seeing this kind of video? Should we make more preparations? After all, Yifeng has several retired special forces around him. Ku Wenrui was driving and was very talkative from the moment he got in the car until now. As Ku Wenrui's captain, Luo Shu had long been accustomed to the other party's chatterbox and fiddled with the camera in his hand. Don't be afraid. How much combat quality can a man who has been retired for a year have? Besides, Yifeng was defeated by the boss. He won't attack us for the time being. But I suspect Yifeng is secretly planning something that will be detrimental to the boss. Have you told the boss about this? Ku Wenrui's tone became serious when he heard this. The boss's safety is more important than their own lives, so no matter how cautious they are, it is not too much. Boss, you already knew that Yifeng's life cannot be taken now, because the forces behind the other party have not been completely eradicated. Once we take action, the forces behind the other party will hide in the dark, which will be even more disadvantageous to us. Boss is still wise. Ku Wenrui smiled and flattered the boss silently. Catch the thief in the dirty work, catch the adulterer in bed. The thing a man can't stand the most is being cheated on by his own woman. I'm really looking forward to Yifeng's expression on the spot. Half an hour later, Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui arrived at the Red Romantic Bar. The Red Romantic Bar is not open for business yet, and there are only a few bar staff inside. This environment is great. Captain, can I play it here? Ku Wenrui took the USB drive from the captain and looked at the big screen in the bar with some anticipation. Yifeng, my boss has something for you. Luo Shu glared at Ku Wenrui. This guy was mean and sinister. He liked this idea, so he called Yifeng. Yifeng's phone number was too easy to find. After a while, Red Rose Wu Manhong and Yifeng walked in front, followed by Wang Shi and others. This group of people walked towards the two of them aggressively. Where are the things? Yifeng looked at the two men with a gloomy expression, especially noticing that one of them was holding a camera in his hand. The other party came with bad intentions. Yifeng had never taken advantage of Chu Ge before, so he had a bad feeling in his heart. If someone suddenly wants to send him something, might it be a bomb? Thinking of this, he watched the two of them vigilantly. Based on Yifeng's many years of experience, the fact that these two people had been touching their guns for a long time and their subconscious movements while standing still further revealed their identities. I don't know where Chu Ge found such a person to use for his own purposes. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little envious, but then he thought that his brothers were not bad either. There are some evidences in your favor. I hope you like them. My boss is so nice to you. Ku Wenrui shook the USB flash drive in his hand, and then handed it directly to Yifeng. As he spoke, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. After all, the boss had clearly instructed that it should be handed over to Yifeng personally, so Ku Wenrui naturally carried out the boss's order perfectly, although he really wanted to play it for them in public. Wu Manhong asked her employees to get a laptop, and Yifeng directly plugged the USB drive into it. You can go now. Yifeng was cautious and did not open the USB drive immediately. He looked at the man who was still recording the video, frowned, and looked very unhappy. My boss said that I must capture your surprised expression when you see this video. Luo Shu didn't care whether Yifeng liked it or not, he just wanted to strictly follow his boss's orders. Get out of here. The honest Wang Shi's face suddenly changed and a fierce look appeared on his face. Wang Shi was certain that Chu Ge was responsible for Yifeng's assassination, and he had long wanted to avenge his boss. The people behind him did the same, looking like they were ready to fight if they disagreed. Hey, you want to fight? Ku Wenrui is no pushover. He came straight to Wang Shi and looked at them provocatively and with contempt. Yifeng could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. In order not to alert the other party, he took a deep breath and opened the video. Unexpectedly, a disgusting sex scene appeared in the video. The heroine in the sex scene turned out to be his girlfriend. Yifeng looked at the scene in disbelief. Wang Shi and others also widened their eyes and looked carefully. Wasn't this the sister-in-law they had just met yesterday? The male protagonist was not their eldest brother, but a man with a big belly. And it seems that my sister-in-law is very sober and doesn't seem to be forced, which can be heard from the wonderful dialogue. Everyone instantly felt the anger rising in the eldest brother. Wu Manhong didn't expect Yifeng's girlfriend to be so promiscuous. Where did you get it? Bang! A dagger pierced the notebook directly, making a hissing sound. Yifeng grabbed the dagger, trembling all over. His face turned ashen and cold air came out of his mouth. Yifeng's murderous intent seemed to solidify into substance, and he stared directly at Luo Shu's camera with horrified eyes, as if he could see his enemy Chu Ge in it, laughing at him, as if saying, "Brother, your green hat fell off and I kindly picked it up for you. Here, wear it more steadily this time." Ah! Yi Feng was like a mad beast, growling to vent the grievances in his heart. Zhang Jiajia, why did you betray him? Wasn't he good to her? It's done, let's run away. Luo Shu took Ku Wenrui and ran away happily while they were stunned and Yi Feng was going crazy. Chapter 22 Reward. Online instant messaging software. Ha 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 ha. Chu Ge looked at the funny video sent by Luo Shu, and saw Yi Feng's frustrated look, and laughed out loud. Maybe it's because I'm the villain, but I feel particularly refreshed when I see the protagonist being tortured, especially when the protagonist is being tortured by me. However, this was just a minor episode. In Chu Ge's heart, Yi Feng is no longer that powerful, even if he has a military background. Chu Ge really didn't believe that the military would go to war just for one person. Unless someone wants to use Yi Feng to break the dominance of the four major families in Yuncheng. At this moment, Chu Ge grasped the key points of all the random thoughts in his mind. Yi Feng wouldn't really be a chess piece used by the military to break the ruling situation of the four major families in Yuncheng as he guessed. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Chu Ge felt that the water was a little deeper here, and this thought lingered in Chu Ge's mind for a long time. Option 1. What does it matter if he has a military background? He must be killed and the protagonist must die. Reward. Internet instant messaging software data package. Choice 2. Be timid and hesitant. Hesitation will lead to defeat. Surrender to the power behind the protagonist and reach a reconciliation. Reward. M416 automatic rifle design and structure drawings. Quote. System, I fuck you. Chu Ge looked at the two options given by the system. Without looking at the rewards, Chu Ge directly chose the first one. But after seeing the reward for option 2, Chu Ge was immediately shocked. The system really doesn't understand me anymore. The design and structural drawings of the M416 automatic rifle are worth more than hundreds of billions. Chu Ge searched it directly on the internet and found that this kind of gun did not exist in this world. The value of the Internet Instant Messaging Software Data Package is far less than the value of this M416 automatic rifle blueprint. If I could produce this kind of firearm on my own and shock the world, I would be very rich and a trillion-dollar arms dealer. Then I would eat prison meals every day, watching others take my drawings and put the money I earned into their pockets. Without strong power to protect wealth, it will be ruthlessly harvested by those who have strong power. When Chu Ge thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. I was really impulsive just now and was blinded by wealth. The system is indeed good. He knows that even if he has the M416 gun blueprint now, it is useless and he dare not use it at all. But to test his character with such a reward is to look down on him. He actually had to succumb to the protagonist to reach a reconciliation. Bah, is he that kind of person? He just wanted to comment on himself now. This boy's character is so resolute and terrifying, like a dormant dragon in the abyss. Once he encounters storms, he will turn into a dragon. His future is promising. Chu Ge directly chose Yi Feng, who had a military background. He was confident that the other party would not be his opponent. This world, which has been invaded by urban novels, has always been based on text messages and videos. Once you release this software, you will be the first person to try it out and make a fortune immediately. Your net worth will be estimated to be at least 100 billion. The world has suffered from text messaging for a long time, and it needs Tamed to save it. He named it Tamed Capital, hoping to become successful. Boss, I'm going out for a while. Chu Ge touched the USB flash drive rewarded to him by the system, which contained the network instant messaging software data package, and planned to go to Tamed Company in person. Tamed Company is a new company established with full control of Tamed Capital. Come on, I'm optimistic about your future. Lu Yanru responded and looked at Chu Ge who was leaving, with a look on her face showing great anticipation for this man's future. Chu Ge continued to drive his boss's car out of the underground parking lot. As for the choice of car, Chu Ge would not buy one specifically, as long as he had a car to use. But now that I'm out, I can't waste time. You can have both career and pick up girls at the same time. Chu Ge opened the recent calls on his phone and called Feng Linlin directly. Come out for a walk. Didn't you lose your hairband yesterday? I'll take you to buy one. After Feng Linlin answered the phone, Chu Ge said meaningfully. It was because this girl deliberately left her hairband in the car that he and Lu Yanru missed the chance to have an intimate dinner. Then can you come and pick me up? My home is in the northern suburbs of the city. Feng Linlin happily answered Chu Ge's call. When she heard Chu Ge say that he would take her to buy a hairband, her face couldn't help but blush. This stingy man still remembered about the hairband. But since he remembered the hairband, does it mean that he has me in his heart, so he took her out to buy a hairband? What a trouble. Wait at the door. Feng Linlin immediately heard the man say something with a disdainful tone that made her heart sweet. What a domineering man. Even though he spoke very harshly just now, I just can't hate him. Feng Linlin held the phone in her hand and touched her red face. The feeling of being moved always comes so unexpectedly. Although they had only known each other for a day or two, they got along very naturally. She especially liked the feeling of getting along with Chu Ge. Oh no, I haven't put on makeup or changed my clothes yet. Feng Linlin hurriedly opened her closet and threw one set of expensive dress after another from the closet onto the bed. Half an hour later, Chu Ge observed the hidden cameras around the northern suburbs of the city. The surveillance was very strict and there was no blind spot to sneak into. The northern suburbs of the city have beautiful scenery, fresh air, mountains and water, and a natural landscape that has not been spoiled at all. This place belongs exclusively to the Feng family. Every luxurious villa in it is named after Feng. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every inch of land all belong to the Feng family. Only those of Feng family bloodline are qualified to live here. Even if you are a billionaire, you don't have a ticket to stay here. The appearance of a stranger like Chu Ge here would have been discovered by the security system long ago, and the security department was closely monitoring him. The people in the security department here are people who are highly trusted by the Feng family. Some of them are servants who have served the Feng family for 2 or 3 generations. Only after going through numerous trials and tribulations are they qualified to join this security department and serve as a member of it. Why hasn't he come out yet? Chu Ge looked at the time on his phone. It had been almost 20 minutes since he arrived here, but the other party hadn't come out yet. I'm already in the suburbs of North City. When will you come out? Chu Ge leaned against the car door, chewing gum, and called Feng Linlin again. Wait 3 more minutes, I'll be there soon. Feng Linlin didn't know what she was doing. She hung up as soon as she finished speaking. Then wait 3 more minutes. Chu Ge took a deep breath and tried not to get angry. He regretted that he came too early and should have finished his work at the company first. A woman's 3 minutes. Haha. Those who understand will understand. You don't understand. I understand that you don't have a girlfriend. Hee hee. After hanging up the call with Chu Ge, Feng Linlin changed her clothes and was putting on makeup. Women dress up to please themselves, and Feng Linlin treated Chu Ge's invitation as her first date. I want to show my best side. Chapter 23, Billionaire. No experience. Chu Ge was bored and looked around. He saw a black vehicle driving towards him in the distance. The black vehicle was getting closer and closer to him, and Chu Ge could see clearly that the license plate was YC10001. After seeing the license plate number, Chu Ge realized that the owner of the car should be the head of the Feng family. Apart from Feng Legion, the head of the Feng family, the only one who can enter the Feng family and is qualified to have this license plate number is Feng Legion. I guess no other member of the Feng family would dare to use it. When the black car passed by him, the rear window slowly rolled down. The middle-aged man in the car looked at him in confusion, wondering why a stranger appeared here. Chu Ge didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the black car slowly disappeared from his sight. For some reason, the other person's eyes, which were calm but contained infinite calculations, put him under great pressure. Under the other person's gaze, I actually felt inexplicably nervous. This shouldn't be the case. Chu Ge couldn't understand it because he had never been afraid of the power of the Feng family. Why are you still panicking? Chu Ge pondered over it and couldn't understand it. An hour later, Feng Linlin couldn't wait to put on her makeup, and walked down the stairs quickly, holding on to the stairs, and saw her father sitting on the sofa in the living room. Dad, why are you back? Feng Linlin was afraid that her father would know that she had a date with a boy, and she couldn't help but feel panicked. We are just ordinary friends, why am I so panicked? Feng Linlin quickly comforted herself. I just came back not long ago. Feng Legion, the head of the Feng family, usually has a dignified look on his face, but after seeing his daughter, his eyes completely softened, his face was kind and amiable, full of fatherly love. Everyone who knows Feng Legion knows that the ruthless Feng Legion is extremely doting on his daughter and will do whatever she wants. Looking at his daughter dressed so carefully, wearing the beautiful dress of an elegant girl, he wondered, where are you going? Are you going home for dinner tonight? The joy that could not be concealed in his daughter's eyes under her bangs made Feng Lijian frown. There was something wrong with his daughter. I made an appointment with a good friend to go out and play. You probably won't be back for dinner tonight. Feng Linlin blinked, not daring to look her father in the eye. She continued to go downstairs as if nothing had happened, and then jogged outside. Feng Lijian's mind was no longer on the daily news in his hand, and the newspaper was wrinkled in his hand. At this moment, Feng Lijian suddenly recalled the strange young man he saw outside an hour ago. The young man's appearance and temperament made him take a second look. He wondered if his daughter was in love. Feng Lijian felt like his heart was suddenly stabbed. My daughter wouldn't be deceived, would she? Thinking of this, Feng Lijian could no longer sit still and immediately called housekeeper Wang to come to him immediately. The northern outskirts of the city. Chu Ge finally waited anxiously and waited until he felt like he had lost all desire, and finally Feng Linlin came over reluctantly. These 3 minutes are really long. Chu Ge looked at Feng Linlin and said with resentment in his eyes. Does it look good? Feng Linlin was afraid that Chu Ge would get angry if he waited too long, so she put her hands behind her back and gave Chu Ge a cute smile, her eyes full of anticipation. It's okay, not bad. Chu Ge was tired and didn't want to make her too happy, so he said it insincerely. In fact, he noticed the matte tomato red lip glaze on Feng Linlin's lips at first sight, which seemed to be tempting him to taste it. Whether it is her slim figure, her delicate skin, or especially her almond-shaped eyes that look like a crescent moon when she smiles. It's just okay. Feng Linlin lowered her head in a very depressed mood, stood on tiptoes looking at the ground, and pouted angrily. I spent so much time putting on makeup, but Chu Ge's reaction was so indifferent. I will never put on makeup in front of him again next time. What are you daydreaming about? We are about to set off. Chu Ge had already sat in the driver's seat, but Feng Linlin was still daydreaming outside. How long did she want him to wait? When Feng Linlin heard Chu Ge calling her, her depressed mood was instantly swept away, because she was about to go shopping with Chu Ge. This is the first time in my life that I go shopping with a male friend. I feel excited, nervous, and a little nervous. Feng Linlin, who sat in the passenger seat, quickly fastened her seat belt, and Chu Ge then slowly drove away. A lousy bodyguard actually dared to kidnap my daughter. What a bastard. Butler Wang, why didn't you tell me earlier? Feng Lijian looked at the surveillance footage and saw his daughter getting into another man's car. His face was terrifyingly calm and his eyes were full of anger. He wished he could catch Chu Ge and interrogate him immediately. Is this the good friend my daughter was talking about? But then I thought, since my daughter has a crush on the other person, doing this would undoubtedly make her angry. Wang Jing didn't dare to say anything at this time. Feng Lijian was so terrifying that most of the enemies he had seen had gone to hell. Oh, let someone protect the young lady well. Feng Lijian's terrifying eyes made the people around him tremble. After thinking about it, the terrifying eyes disappeared, and they became helpless and sighed. At this moment, as a father, he was extremely heartbroken. If this bastard Chu Ge dared to bully his daughter, he would be dead. Master, Chu Ge is a man of deep thoughts and ruthless actions, but the eldest lady likes him. Wang Jing spoke quickly after realizing that the master of the house was not that scary. Even if my daughter likes it, I still have to persuade her. Feng Lijian was about to say no, but when he thought of his daughter, his heart softened and his voice became gentle. Feng Linlin had no idea that her father at home was both angry and worried about her. Where are you taking me? Feng Linlin looked at the street outside, then looked at Chu Ge, who was driving seriously with deep and charming eyes. Let's go to my company first, and after we finish our business, we'll go shopping in the mall. Chu Ge is now thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this online instant messaging. Last time Li Heru said there was a chance to make some quick money, but I don't know what the situation is like now. Chu Ge was very excited when he went to the company for the first time. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. I know nothing about business. Li Heru said he wanted to use 100 million yuan to make some money. He trusted the system and knew Li Heru's loyalty to him, so he authorized him without hesitation. Although 100 million is a lot of money, he has never touched it or really seen it, so in his mind it is just a string of numbers. So I don't feel bad about spending it. At worst, I can just choose from the system and get 100 million easily. In the passenger seat, Feng Linlin was thinking about the fact that Chu Ge actually took her to his company. He didn't reply for a long time, and she was a little nervous. How will he introduce himself to the company employees when he arrives at the company? Tamed company rents a floor on the 17th floor of a commercial building, with a lot of vacant space. It does not have many employees, but they are elite. The company's receptionist smiled professionally and stood up when she saw the two people come in. Sir, madam, how may I help you? Such politeness made Chu Ge a little disappointed. There was no face-slapping moment. The company's front desk service attitude deserves a thumbs up. However, he had already sent a message to Li Heru when he came. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Heru walking towards him quickly. Boss, we made a lot of money. We made a full 10 billion. Li Heru held Chu Ge, who had a confused look on his face, and whispered excitedly. I haven't even put in any effort, and I've become a billionaire. Chu Ge stared at Li Heru with wide eyes. He felt that he had underestimated the positioning of the top business talents portrayed by the system. I didn't have any experience at all. I just gave Li Heru 100 million, and then 10 billion popped up. Even robbing a bank isn't that fast, right? Although Feng Linlin was not short of money, she also knew what 10 billion meant, and looked at Chu Ge in surprise. Chapter 24 Double the bonus, let go of my daughter. Isn't he a bodyguard? Isn't his asset 10 million? Feng Linlin was a little confused, but she was unexpectedly surprised. As long as this man becomes more outstanding, does it mean that this man whom she likes can get her father's recognition in the future? She learned from Uncle Wang that Chu Ge was not the gigolo kept by Lu Yanru, and the source of the other party's money seemed to be the 10 million yuan transferred secretly by Lu Yanru. This 10 million is not money for keeping a mistress. The specific reason is unknown, but it is most likely the reward for dealing with Zhao Lingyun. Feng Linlin couldn't help but think far ahead. This is our boss. After Li Heru brought Chu Ge and Feng Linlin into the company, he introduced Chu Ge's identity to a dozen employees. Hello, boss. The employees quickly stood up and looked at Chu Ge with a reserved look. This is their boss. Unexpectedly, he is so young, even younger than them. They had been in the company for a few days and had not yet met the boss, but the general manager had already led them into foreign stock markets. Just like a deep-sea tiger shark, it makes money at a voracious pace. You can imagine how fast it makes money. From more than 15 million US dollars to 10 billion. Just now, they were stopped by the greedy general manager when they wanted to continue, and he immediately collected the funds and ran away from the stock market with the money. The act of withdrawing without hesitation shocked the foreign tycoons. They were shocked that in such a feast of harvest, anyone would stop so quickly. After all, greed is human nature. If he hesitates for even a moment longer, these big sharks will eat up all the funds in Li Heru's hands. Facts have proved that the general manager's decision was correct. Those big sharks have begun to close their nets, and those greedy people have begun to be harvested. After converting the US dollars earned into RMB, it amounted to 10 billion. After just a few days of work, the boss's company made hundreds of billions. It's like writing a novel, so dreamy and not real at all. The fact that the man with a net worth of hundreds of billions is actually younger than them makes them feel that people are different. Chu Ge himself felt a little dizzy. Seeing that the employees had not sat down and seemed to be waiting for his response, he nodded and waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down. Don't be shy, sit down. Everyone waited for Chu Ge to find a seat and then sat down quickly. After Chu Ge confirmed that Li Heru really made 10 billion, he reminded him, don't be stingy with the bonus. According to normal industry rules, double the bonus will be directly given to them. Chu Ge didn't know how much the bonus was according to industry rules. He really didn't know, so he could only say it vaguely. If everyone gets hundreds of thousands of dollars as written in the novel, will these employees still be in the mood to go to work? So Chu Ge would never do such a stupid thing. Double the bonus is enough to make these employees grateful to him. Who knows, after everyone gets hundreds of thousands of dollars in bonus, these people may not only not be grateful to him behind his back, but may even call him a fool. There is no order without rules. If a company wants to grow into a giant, it should have its own rules. Chu Ge's business and technical skills are not even as good as those of the employees in front of him. Any one of them is very capable. But Chu Ge can recognize his own shortcomings. He only needs to use people, grasp the general direction, and let the people below do it. This time, he can earn 10 billion, and Chu Ge's plan will be easier to implement. The things that the system just rewarded in his hand came in handy. Hearing the boss mention the bonus, everyone looked at Lee Haru. The general manager said that the bonus would be in hand when the boss opened his mouth. After all, no matter how much 10 billion is, it belongs to the boss. Their salary will not be more or less, but bonuses are like things that depend on whether their boss has a conscience. Lee Haru could actually announce the bonus himself, but he didn't do so. After all, the boss is the best person to do this kind of thing. Don't worry, boss, the bonus will be in their hands soon. Lee Haru quickly assured. Secretary Lee, go and get this done now. Quote. Chu Ge turned his head to look at the female secretary Li Lanyan, who was wearing a black business suit and gold-rimmed glasses, and gave instructions. Although he didn't understand, it didn't mean that he didn't understand that bonuses should be paid immediately to achieve the best effect. Okay, boss. Li Lanyan pushed the frame of her glasses and went to find the company's finance department. It must be said that Li Lanyan's figure is simply explosive, and her hot body made Chu Ge's eyes light up. Feng Linlin couldn't help but become alert when she saw that Chu Ge actually had a beautiful secretary with a hot body and attractive looks. Thank you, boss, you are wise. Quote. Boss, I love you so much. Long live the boss. Quote. Hearing the boss personally agree to immediately pay double the bonus, everyone cheered on the spot, and compliments came out one after another. According to the industry bonus, if it is doubled, they should be able to get a bonus of 50,000 yuan each this time. For them, this is a considerable amount of money, far exceeding their expectations. It seems that they have really found the right company. The boss is generous. No wonder he is their boss at such a young age. It is impossible not to accept it. This Tamed company has just started. At first, they joined with the mentality of going with the flow. Unexpectedly, they made tens of billions in just a few days. Then in the future, it may not be impossible to become a trillion-dollar group. These employees are not only grateful for Chu Ge's generosity, but also full of hope for the future of the company. They will work harder to make more bricks and tiles for the company, strive for promotion and salary increase, and the future is promising. You work hard, the company will not treat hard-working employees unfairly. Quote. There are some things Chu Ge cannot say here. After briefly motivating the employees, he asked Lee Haru to take him to the chairman's office. Although it was his first time here, Lee Haru had already prepared the chairman's office. How did you make money? Quote. Chu Ge glanced at Feng Linlin beside him and asked Lee Haru impatiently. He did not choose to hide it from Feng Linlin, because if she wanted to know, with the strength of the Feng family, they could still find out. Boss, because the oil-producing countries are experiencing internal turmoil, the price of oil itself has been fluctuating. Quote. Under such circumstances, oil itself will gradually become scarce, and those greedy foreign capitalists will make much more money than us. Quote. Lee Haru tried to describe it simply in words that the boss could hear. Because he could see that the boss didn't seem to care what happened in the middle, he only cared about the reason and what he got. Chu Ge was very satisfied to see that Lee Haru was very tactful and did not use professional terms when talking to him. I have a deeper understanding of the top business talents identified by the system. After talking for a while, Lee Chuj slowly got down to business and handed the USB flash drive in his hand to Lee Haru. I came here this time to give you this. There is a very important software in it, which is a data packet of an internet instant messaging software. The company can recruit people on a large scale from today. Don't worry about the money issue. The main issue is talent. As long as you think they are talents, we will give them a satisfactory price. Even if we have to poach them, we can poach them from anywhere. Lee Haru looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and asked puzzledly, Internet instant messaging software, boss, then we will adopt a paid model, right? But if we charge, I'm afraid no one will buy it. After all, text messages are also charged. There is no reason for them to use ours. If it's free, then we will lose a lot of money. Even hundreds of billions can't sustain such a waste. Chu Ge smiled mysteriously and said, of course it's free, and you have to remember that traffic is king in the future. Traffic doesn't seem to make money, but all the big companies in the previous life were spending money every day to scramble for traffic. Traffic is king, Li Haru murmured. He kept this sentence firmly in his heart, and decided to find some time to ask a professional and think about it slowly. Li Haru didn't expect that the boss actually planned to start with network communications. It seemed that the boss was making the next big move. However, the cost of internet instant messaging is also extremely huge, including servers, data center storage, etc. How did he get this knowledge when he is so smart without a boss? This is not something a subordinate should ask. He is not good at the internet, but management and finance. It seems that he needs to find a professional to do the job. Just like what the boss just said, we have to spend money to poach people from those big companies, or ask a headhunting company for help. Then, Chu Ge began to whisper to Li Haru about how to operate this instant messaging software. For example, how to successfully monetize traffic. Chu Ge would naturally not let Tamed be like Tencent in its previous life, which suffered losses from the beginning. Feng Linlin sat on the side, propped up her face, and looked at Chu Ge with admiration. The subordinate who had just earned 10 billion for Chu Ge did not dare to take credit for it. He bent down and listened honestly, exclaiming from time to time. Every word Chu Ge said was so confident, which fascinated her. The specific details depend on you. I won't stay in the company forever. Chu Ge patted Li Haru on the shoulder and instructed. I admire the boss's vision. Li Haru felt a deep admiration in his heart. The boss's vision far exceeded his imagination. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. Chu Ge's laughter made Li Haru, a top business talent, admire him and also gave him a little satisfaction. After Chu Ge left the company, he found that Feng Linlin's eyes were always looking at him differently. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Ge asked puzzledly. Because I admire you. Feng Linlin smiled honestly. It's not me who earns billions. Chu Ge touched Feng Linlin's head and said with a smile, what's there to admire about me? Besides, billions is just a drizzle for the Feng family. But it's your subordinates who earn billions, and I've only seen his attitude and look towards you when Uncle Wang looked at my father. Feng Linlin was surprised to see that Chu Ge was so humble, and she liked him more and couldn't help but retort. Chu Ge laughed and said nothing, taking Feng Linlin to go shopping in the mall. Hello, Dad. Feng Linlin was eating candied haws, walking beside Chu Ge, and answered the sudden call. What are you doing now? Feng Lijun, who was worried about his daughter, respected her privacy and did not choose to monitor her. However, he was afraid that his daughter would be taken advantage of by the bastard Chu Ge, so he couldn't help but make a phone call. I'm eating candied haws, Feng Linlin said as she glanced at Chu Ge, took a bite of a candied haws, and her face suddenly puffed up. Boss, go back immediately. Don't be anxious. Just act as normal. At this time, Chu Ge answered Luo Shu's call. Hearing Luo Shu's anxious tone, he calmly pulled Feng Linlin and walked back. What's going on? Chu Ge asked calmly without hanging up the phone. Yi Feng is preparing to take action against the boss. The people we arranged to keep an eye on him have been thrown away. Yi Feng has already entered the mall. Does the boss need us to take action? Luo Shu said anxiously after losing Yi Feng's specific location. Yi Feng didn't know where he got the weapon from, and Luo Shu was very worried about his boss's safety. Be gentle, it hurts. Chu Ge pulled Feng Linlin's arm, and seemed to have accidentally used too much force, and Feng Linlin couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Chu Ge, you bastard, let my daughter go. When Feng Lijun heard his daughter's voice, he instantly thought of bad things and his heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 25 Bang! A gunshot. But Feng Linlin accidentally hung up the phone, but she didn't care and her mind was on Chu Ge. Having a boyfriend and forgetting about your father is the most painful thing for a father. Feng Lijun can handle anything calmly except for his daughter. But when it comes to his daughter's affairs, Feng Lijun just can't calm down. My daughter's phone was hung up. It was probably because Chu Ge got angry and embarrassed after hearing her own abuse, so he snatched my daughter's phone. Associating bad things with his mind, Feng Lijun, who kept imagining things, had already sentenced Chu Ge to death in his heart. Feng Lijun's cold eyes were as deep as a cold pond. Once the head of the Feng family, a generation of heroic leader, gets serious, even the other three major families will be frightened. If my daughter is hurt in any way, you will regret coming into this world. Feng Lijun immediately called Wang Jing and gave the order after the call was connected. Immediately notify the people on my daughter's side to protect her safety. Are these people just here to eat and do nothing? They just watch others bully the young lady. Once my daughter returns safely, immediately replace her with another group of people to protect her. This group of people will be transferred abroad to carry out 10 life and death missions. Life and death are determined by fate. Only those who are still alive are qualified to come back and continue to serve the Feng family. Feng Legion, who misunderstood Chu Ge, immediately went to his daughter's shopping mall. Nothing was more important to him than his daughter. Be good, I'll buy you some candy later. Chu Ge comforted her, then took Feng Linlin's hand and walked to the place with the most people. Feng Linlin blushed as she looked at the hand being held, her heart pounding. I accidentally hung up the phone on my father, so everything should be fine. I'll just call my dad after I finish shopping in the mall. Feng Linlin was not stupid, and she didn't want to harm Chu Ge because of her phone call. Knowing that Chu Ge must have been forced to do this, all he had to do was listen to Chu Ge and not get in his way. With Chu Ge around, he would definitely be safe. Chu Ge looked around without any nervousness and handled the emergency very calmly. Chu Ge was not surprised that Yi Feng attacked him, and the fact that the other party had been patient until now was enough for him to understand Yi Feng's patience. But I didn't expect Yi Feng would actually take action in such a crowded place. Is Yi Feng so confident that he can defeat him in such a complicated and crowded shopping mall? And now there is Feng Linlin by his side, and nothing can happen to this woman, otherwise he will bring more hatred to the Feng family, and the loss will outweigh the gain. At this moment, Chu Ge suddenly saw several people in the crowd gradually approaching him. He could feel that they seemed to be coming towards him. They come with bad intentions. Chu Ge didn't understand who these people were. He really hadn't noticed them at all before. Let's go this way. Chu Ge did not tell Feng Linlin about the abnormality of these people, because it would be useless to tell her, and it would only add to her troubles. Yeah, the obedient Feng Linlin nodded repeatedly and followed Chu Ge obediently. We seem to have been discovered. Don't take extreme measures to prevent the other party from hurting the young lady. Wang Cheng saw Chu Ge suddenly turning to the other side with the young lady, and hurriedly contacted other people through the headset. After being personally reprimanded by Butler Wang, Wang Cheng realized that he had failed in his duty. He had been observing Chu Ge all the time to prevent the young lady from being taken advantage of by him. Over the years, he had not noticed Chu Ge doing anything excessive towards the young lady. But just now, Chu Ge suddenly grabbed the young lady's arm. Judging from her reaction, she must have been hurt. But seeing that the young lady did not resist or struggle as Chu Ge pulled her away, he hesitated for a moment and continued to observe. Showing up rashly would only make the young lady disgusted and unhappy, but this was not the reason why he stopped. He was just afraid that the young lady would mention it in front of the head of the family, which would be the most terrifying thing. The eldest lady might not have any other intentions, or might just be complaining, but it was different in the eyes of the head of the family. After all, there is a precedent. His predecessor was still wandering abroad at this time. Chu Ge led Feng Linlin to turn left and right, while Wang Cheng and other team members followed closely behind. In the mall, after getting rid of the people who were following him, Yi Feng found a secluded corner. Yi Feng had a blank expression on his face, like a cold-blooded killer, holding the sniper rifle and adjusting the scope. Through the telescope, Yi Feng just happened to see the woman from this angle. The woman was almost sticking to the man. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng's eyes were filled with anger. In an instant, Chu Ge's hateful mocking voice seemed to come to my ears again. Chu Ge has become a shadow in Yi Feng's heart, or even the so-called inner demon. You two dogs, if I don't kill you today, I will never get over the humiliation I suffered today. After being stimulated by the video sent by Chu Ge, Yi Feng ignored the dissuasion of Wang Shi and others and wanted to take action immediately to resolve the humiliation. It would have been nice if he was the only person watching the video at the time. But his brothers knew. Her own sister also knew it. His confidant Wu Manhong also knew about it. The bartenders knew it, too. This is already known to the whole world, there is no difference. The scandal that was exposed made Yi Feng feel that everyone was laughing at him for being cuckolded. Betrayal, what Yi Feng hates most is betrayal. No one can cuckold me. As long as I kill you, my cuckold will no longer exist. Yi Feng sneered, thinking of the pain the two people brought him, and opened the gun's safety without hesitation. Yi Feng didn't know that Chu Ge was also in the mall. He asked Zhang to help him investigate and found out that his girlfriend was shopping in the mall with a rich man behind his back. So he came immediately. As for the consequences, he no longer cared. At worst, he would return to the army and join Old Master Song. He had already decided that after dealing with these two people, he would immediately go and deal with Chu Ge and Lu Yanru, the two villains. As for Feng Linlin, he would definitely let her know what kind of excellent man she had missed and make her regret her choice. Luo Shu and others didn't know Yi Feng's purpose. They just thought that Yi Feng was doing something bad to the boss, so they hurried into the mall to look for Yi Feng's location. I have found the internal structure diagram of the mall. The best sniping location should be here. There is a high probability that Yi Feng will be here. Lei Yuan, the team's most proficient network player, pointed to a corner of the mall's structure diagram on the computer and said. Luo Shu took a look and filtered it through his mind instantly, then he understood it clearly because he was also a sniper. Indeed, the view from this location is the best in the entire mall, and most of the mall can be observed. Boss, I found Yi Feng's location. I'll do it myself. Luo Shu hurriedly told the boss where Yi Feng was and immediately took his team members to where Yi Feng was. Luo Shu regretted it very much at this moment. He wished he had arranged his team members to monitor Yi Feng. At that time, the manpower was used to protect the boss. After all, the safety of the boss was the most important thing. Therefore, in order to monitor Yi Feng, they only arranged for newly recruited veterans. He cannot escape the blame for what happened and can only atone for it by doing good deeds. After hanging up the call with Luo Shu, Chu Ge looked up at the upper floor but saw nothing. But it doesn't matter. He already knows Yi Feng's position. The other party can't see him, which means that the other party has not found his position yet. Go to hell. After the silencer was pressed on the gun, Yi Feng aimed at the man's head and prepared to pull the trigger. Bang! The dull sound of a silenced gunshot rang out. Luo Shu and his team rushed to the place where Yi Feng was hiding. Chapter 26, Cut the Grass to the Root, Reward, Poison Doctor Inheritance. The layout of this bustling shopping mall is like an ice cream shape. It has 7 floors. Even if a gunshot with a silencer is heard, it only causes an echo. People in the mall who didn't know what was going on thought it was the sound of something being lost. However, Chu Ge and Wang Cheng, two well-prepared people, were able to clearly tell that this was the sound of a silenced gunshot when they heard it. Protect the young lady, quickly. Wang Cheng's face changed drastically, his heart suddenly tightened, and he felt like he was going to die, so he quickly shouted into the microphone. As he spoke, Wang Cheng had already rushed forward. Regardless of whether Chu Ge in front of him heard it or not, Wang Cheng stared at the young lady closely and scanned her body. After discovering that the young lady did not seem to be hit by the bullet, he felt relieved. Chu Ge didn't know whose gunshot it was, but the person he had been paying attention to out of the corner of his eye rushed towards him. Chu Ge, who was agile, remained calm. He immediately turned around and gave a roundhouse kick, hitting the figure. The next second, Chu Ge protected Feng Linlin and went directly into a clothing store. Chu Ge's sudden attack, coupled with the man who was kicked out shouting words like, "Protect the young lady." Wang Cheng fell heavily to the ground, and the translucent tiled floor made him slide for 6 or 7 meters, bumping into many people on the way. It was as if they were filming a TV drama. Passers-by scattered one after another, and the person who was hit just thought it was bad luck and quickly stepped away, not daring to get closer. However, these people raised their mobile phones and started filming. The excitement is here, it's rare to see it. Chu Ge couldn't help but frown when he saw everyone behaving like this, but he didn't say anything. Perhaps this is human nature, people like to watch the fun. However, after entering the store, Feng Linlin was thinking about the familiar voice just now. This voice sounds familiar. Can I go out and take a look? Feng Linlin told Chu Ge about her doubts. After Chu Ge hesitated and nodded, she walked out carefully. Wang Cheng, Feng Linlin looked at the man who stood up and ran over, wondering, why are you here? Did my dad send someone to protect me again? Chu Ge stood beside Feng Linlin, warily looking at the man in front of him, as well as the people around him who gathered around with anxious expressions. Miss, please run away quickly. Wang Cheng rushed forward with his fist, wanting to attack Chu Ge's face and protect the young lady from escaping from Chu Ge's control. Stop it. Feng Linlin quickly stopped Wang Cheng's behavior and stood directly in front of Chu Ge. Chu Ge's face changed. He didn't expect Feng Linlin to do such a dangerous thing. Seeing this scene, Wang Cheng was so frightened that he trembled and quickly put away his fist. The powerful force of the dive made him fall to the ground in a mess. Maybe there are some misunderstandings between us, Chu Ge said calmly, looking down at the man who quickly stood up and had a nosebleed. He finally figured out that these people were actually Feng Linlin's secret bodyguards. Chu Ge had always been suspicious before. The head of the Feng family doted on his daughter so much, how could he be willing to let Feng Linlin go out alone? Now the doubts in my heart have finally been resolved. I just didn't realize the feeling. Misunderstanding. Miss, didn't he take advantage of you? Wang Cheng looked at the other party vigilantly, then turned his gaze to the young lady and asked quickly. Don't accuse a good person. Even if I were to take advantage of someone, I wouldn't do it in broad daylight. Chu Ge smiled helplessly, feeling very wronged. He did have this idea, but hadn't put it into practice yet, so he quickly made excuses. No, what's wrong with you? You just attack people without asking any questions. Feng Linlin rolled her eyes at Chu Ge and said speechlessly to Wang Cheng. Yes, head of the family. Your father told us personally that this guy took advantage of you. Wang Cheng pointed at Chu Ge and said when he heard the eldest lady say this. At this time, he could only move the head of the family out. After all, as long as the eldest lady is happy and fine, she can just mention it casually to the head of the family, and he can continue to stay in this position to protect the eldest lady. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Chu Ge said to Feng Linlin, the noise just now was gunfire. I have to go and deal with it. I feel relieved that you have them here to protect you. Chu Ge asked Feng Linlin to stay where she was, and under Feng Linlin's worried look, he hurried to the place given by Luo Shu. The gunshot just now should have been fired by Luo Shu, otherwise there would be no reason why the gun would deviate to the point where he couldn't even see where the bullet hit. Miss, let's leave here first. Wang Cheng diligently asked the others to protect the young lady in every possible way, and ran towards the mall gate with Feng Linlin who was worried about Chu Ge. The audience then put their phones away with a sigh of regret and prepared to post the video online. This scene is really wonderful and acted just like the real thing. I just don't know where the hidden camera is. It will be a big deal for a long time if it's on TV. On the top floor, after a chase. The one who just fired the shot was Luo Shu. Luo Shu, who had not yet reached the location, fired directly in a hurry, trying to scare Yi Feng and delay time. When Yi Feng saw Luo Shu and others appear, he rolled over and hid in the place where the goods were stored, using the goods to block the other party's sight. And shouldn't these people be protecting Chu Ge? Why are they here? Could it be that? Yi Feng suddenly thought of a possibility and his face became even uglier. Damn it, Chu Ge was here too. He missed a great opportunity to kill Chu Ge. Disperse immediately, lock the opponent's range of movement, buy time, and wait for the boss to come. Got it. Luo Shu made a prompt decision and immediately directed the rest of the team members to take action. He used the help of a large pillar to cover most of his body and pointed the pistol in the direction of the cargo. At this time, the mall's doors closed quickly. The security guards responsible for maintaining the security of the entire shopping mall began patrolling every floor and told the confused and nervous passers-by that this was a movie shoot and there would be bonuses for cooperation. Although there were many people inside who had no shortage of money but did not want to cooperate, they were all taken to a room by the security guards and naturally someone explained things to them. The mall's operations manager stood in front of Feng Linlin with cold sweat on his face, apologizing repeatedly. With one word from the Feng family, this shopping mall must be closed immediately even if the other three major families are behind it. In order to save the face of the head of the Feng family, the other three families will naturally do their best. After all, the four major families are apparently related, and this little thing is not worth mentioning at all. Choice 1. Yi Feng wants to kill his girlfriend and the man who cheated on him. Why should a man make things difficult for another man? Help him. Reward. A favor from the Shao family of one of the four great families. Option 2. A true villain must root out the evil completely and leave no future troubles. Kill Yi Feng, Yi Feng's brother and Yi Feng's sister. Reward. Poison doctor inheritance. Yi Feng, I didn't want to kill you. Chu Ge rushed to the scene, but unexpectedly a sudden prompt from the system interrupted his intention to continue using Yi Feng. With Luo Shu's worry, Chu Ge leaned against another large pillar and shouted loudly. Do you think you can kill me if you want to? Ha ha ha. Yifeng tightly gripped the weapon in his hand and laughed sarcastically. Chapter 27 Yifeng, you can't escape. The inheritance of the poison doctor, an inheritance that only the urban protagonist can possess, he would not exchange it even if he was given 100 billion. He also believes that he may encounter characters similar to the protagonists of miracle doctors in urban novels in the future. Option 2, he will definitely make money. Besides, option 1 has nothing to do with him. Favors are the least valuable thing. Thinking of this, Chu Ge slowly took out his phone and sent a text message to Li Lanyan. Then he signaled with his eyes to Luo Shu who was standing beside him, and the latter nodded quickly. Since he had done something so drastic, he should not leave any trouble behind. He also did not want to be retaliated against in the future. After receiving the boss's order, Luo Shu gestured around. After receiving the captain's order, the other team members cautiously moved towards Yifeng's position and doubled up. Bang! Yifeng saw a person approaching him on his left and quickly fired a shot. Are you okay? Hearing the gunshots and the strange sounds made by the team members, Luo Shu hurriedly asked into the headset. Captain, luckily I dodged quickly. I was only shot in the arm. Be careful of the opponent's sniper rifle. It's very accurate. The team member's hurried voice came through the earphone. Damn it, just bandage it simply first and wait here for the operation to be over. Luo Shu cursed softly and fired several shots at the cargo to cover everyone's actions. Hearing the gunshots, Yifeng quickly lowered his head, rolled on the ground, hid behind a cargo box on the other side, and pushed down the surrounding cargo to cover his body. Yifeng pressed tightly against the wall, observing the movements around him closely out of the corner of his eyes. Yifeng took out his cell phone and quickly made a call. While waiting anxiously, after the other party answered the call, he spoke without waiting for the other party to speak first. Take Yao Yao with you and go immediately. The farther the better, get away from Yuncheng. Boss, you. Before Wang Shi on the other side could finish his words, Yifeng had already hung up the phone and took a deep breath. It seemed that this was going to be a tough battle. Chu Ge took out a pistol from the system space, and this time he was determined to kill Yifeng. Bang bang bang. Chu Ge knelt on one knee in a standard position, staring closely at the goods that were piled up in a mess. He held a pistol in one hand and kept shooting at the goods to test the opponent's position. As for how to deal with the aftermath, Chu Ge could no longer care about that. Anyway, the four major families rule Yuncheng. When the time comes, I can ask Feng Linlin's father to do some work. I think given my relationship with Feng Linlin, the other party should help me. Go. After seeing the boss firing a gun, Luo Shu immediately ordered all team members to fire. Bang bang bang. The 7 pistols made Yifeng feel like he was back on the battlefield in an instant, in the midst of bullets and gunfire. The bloodthirsty eyes instantly turned murderous, like a hungry lone wolf on the battlefield. Chu Ge, the feud between us has just begun. Ha ha ha. Yifeng's eyes turned, knowing that he is currently no match for the opponent. He took out a flashlight from the backpack behind him and threw it out with his backhand, laughing out loud. Fortunately, he was fully prepared this time. Although he had not yet killed the couple, compared to the couple, Chu Ge was the biggest thorn in his heart. Everything that happened to him has gone wrong since he met Chu Ge. He lost his girl, his money, and was even cuckolded. Boss, be careful. When Luo Shu saw a black object thrown out from inside, his face changed and he immediately pounced on the boss. Close your eyes quickly. Luo Shu had never received perfect enhancement from the system, but after Chu Ge was endowed with the ability of an all-round top bodyguard, his body was strengthened on one side, which could support the use of the acquired bodyguard ability. Chu Ge had sharp eyes and could immediately see clearly the black object that was thrown out. It's a stun grenade. I saw clearly that the black object was a stun grenade. I actually got hold of such a thing. It seems that a certain military leader behind Yifeng has been secretly supporting Yifeng. Bang! The stun bomb not only hurts the eyes, but also makes everything around white. Fortunately, Chu Ge closed his eyes, and Luo Shu also closed his eyes after being reminded. The most powerful thing about stun bombs is not the instantaneous flash released, but the sound produced by the explosion. In an instant, even though Chu Ge covered his ears, a burst of blind sound still entered his ears and disturbed his brain. My head is buzzing. Bang bang bang. The rest of the people fired in the direction of Yifeng to prevent him from hurting the boss. After hearing the stun bomb explode and the sound of gunfire, Yifeng had a smug look on his face. He rushed directly into the warehouse and shot, breaking the heavy floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. A rope was thrown out directly by Yifeng. Even though this was the 12th floor, Yifeng jumped down without hesitation. The pulley landing rope on his body protected him firmly, and he descended at an extremely fast speed. Some pedestrians outside heard the sound of glass breaking and quickly dodged on the ground. Then they saw a figure with a rope tied around his body sliding down at a very fast speed. It caused everyone to exclaim in surprise, it was such an exciting scene. Chu Ge didn't expect that the other party actually used a stun bomb to escape directly from the 12th floor. Hearing the sound of glass windows breaking, Chu Ge rushed in with everyone. He stood in front of the window, looking at the figure that had just landed on the ground, and said to Luo Shu and others who looked ashamed. "Don't be anxious, the opponent won't be killed so easily. I am not disappointed at all. But he must die in our hands. Chase him immediately, no matter where the opponent escapes, he must die." Everyone felt very scared by the calm eyes of Chu Ge and the cold murderous intent in his tone. It was like a demon that had climbed up to the throne from the bloody hell, with millions of innocent souls on its hands. This terrifying look frightened people like Luo Shu who had experienced countless brutal battles. "Yes, sir." Luo Shu and others hurriedly bowed their heads and responded. "Boss, don't worry. Yifeng can't escape. I have already captured him by hacking into the street cameras." Yifeng stopped a car. Judging from the direction the car was going, the direction the other party was heading was. Ku Wenrui, who is proficient in tracking, kept typing on the laptop keyboard, repeatedly entering data to confirm the other party's route. Suddenly, Ku Wenrui raised his head and his face changed. He quickly said, "It's the Moyu group. It seems that the other party has become unscrupulous and has found a way out. Let's go." Chu Ge's heart tightened, but he didn't show it. He just called Lu Yanru immediately, took everyone to the elevator, and continued to chase Yifeng. "Don't worry, everyone. For the sake of authenticity, we didn't inform you. This is completely a movie." Listening to the gunshots and suppressing the fear, the manager used the radio to comfort everyone. "Are you okay?" After seeing Chu Ge and others coming to the first floor, Feng Linlin, who had not left but was waiting for news from Chu Ge, hurried forward and checked his body worriedly. Wang Cheng noticed that the man in the coat behind Chu Ge seemed to have an injured arm. It seemed that the battle just now was very fierce. He just didn't know whether the other party had dealt with the gunman. Moreover, the group of people behind Chu Ge were very unusual. He seemed to have seen them when he was training abroad. They were all desperate criminals. "It's okay. Just go home and wait for me at your house. I will come to your house with a hairband to find you later." Chu Ge smiled and rubbed Feng Linlin's hair. He gently lowered his head and rested it on the other's forehead, and looked at each other affectionately. Feng Linlin blushed and hummed, feeling a little at a loss, her eyes avoiding Chu Ge's gentle gaze. Chu Ge turned and left, his eyes instantly turning cold. "Yifeng, you can't escape." Chapter 28. Who is the final winner? Just then, a convoy outside suddenly stopped and Feng Legion walked down with the wind in his feet. The rest of the people got out of the car and quickly took control of the scene. The appearance of such a big shot attracted the attention of the people around. "You can't leave now." Wang Jing stood in front of Chu Ge and said expressionlessly. Luo Shu frowned and stepped forward, wanting to push the other person away from the boss, but Chu Ge stopped him. "Master Feng, today is the second time we meet." Chu Ge turned around and looked at Feng Legion, who ran from his side to Feng Linlin to ask about her well-being, and said with a smile, "My dear daughter, you really have to listen to your father next time and bring your bodyguard with you." Feng Legion looked at his daughter with fear. He couldn't speak in a tough tone and could only persuade her softly. If Wang Cheng hadn't told him the truth, he would have gone crazy by now. Someone actually fired a gun in a shopping mall. This is simply a disregard for the Feng family. You have to know that in Yuncheng, the Feng family is the king. "Dad, please tell Uncle Wang not to stop Chu Ge. He has important things to do." Feng Linlin saw Uncle Wang stopping Chu Ge and wouldn't let him leave, so she hurriedly said to her father. She was deeply afraid that there would be some conflict between her family and Chu Ge. If a conflict occurred, she would be caught in the middle and it would be very difficult for her to handle the situation. Feng Legion saw through his daughter's worries at a glance and smiled dotingly. "Okay, let him go." Feng Legion waved his hand. It was rare for his daughter to beg him like this, and he felt very satisfied. Thank you, Master Feng. I will come to visit you after I finish my business. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge didn't expect that Master Feng was a daughter slave. He couldn't help but smile. He bowed to Feng Legion, and hurried away with Luo Shu and others. This bastard approached my daughter. Hearing this guy still wanted to come to visit. Feng Legion narrowed his eyes and a dangerous look flashed across his eyes. Is this person getting close to his daughter because he wants to get close to him through his daughter, or is he really just liking his daughter? Go and investigate thoroughly. Use all means to investigate this Chu Ge. Feng Legion felt that dealing with him would not be as easy as he had imagined from the information he had seen today, so he said to Butler Wang. Yes, Master. Wang Jing bowed quickly. Dad. Feng Linlin shook her father's arm somewhat unhappily and acted coquettishly. Okay, Dad is also thinking about your safety. Hurry up and go back with Dad. It's not safe outside recently. Dad is worried. Feng Legion hurriedly took his daughter to the car. In the car, Feng Linlin looked at him expectantly. Feng Legion agreed repeatedly and left the mall matters to Butler Wang to handle. My name is Olishan. The boss who placed an order with me last time came to me again, and I can make some money again. This time the employer was even more generous than last time and deposited 200,000 yuan directly into the account. Make money and spend life. This trip didn't look easy, and the employer kept reminding himself that the other party was dangerous. Olishan naturally took the order. He was the best at tracking him. The only additional requirement was to report the other party's location in real time. If things are successful, there will be a bonus of 100,000. Although there is a saying that you may earn money but not spend it. But Olishan only thought that it was just the envy of the weak towards the strong, and an excuse for their lack of confidence in their own strength. Olishan also took out all his family belongings, including several privately modified miniature time bombs and a privately modified pistol. Working in their line of work is the easiest way to offend people. If you can't protect your life, then don't do this job. Olishan was munching on a hot chicken burger, letting the temporary worker drive the car and paying 500 yuan himself. I also bought intelligence through my own channels and spent another 3,000 yuan. Too bad it can't be reimbursed. Thinking of this, Olishan felt a pang of pain again, because this was all his hard-earned money. Olishan looked at the vehicles hurriedly leaving in front of him, his wallet still moving. Follow me closely, and after I'm done with this, I'll give you a bonus of 200 yuan. Don't worry, boss. I've got 10 years of taxi experience here. After hearing that the boss had actually added 200 yuan to his salary, the temporary worker perked up immediately. He thought he'd make a lot of money from this job. Is their position still under control? In the car, Chu Ge took the time to call Li Lanyan. Don't worry, boss. I have arranged people to keep an eye on them. But they are running out of the city. Should we intercept them? On the other end of the phone, Li Lanyan asked, looking at the location route map sent by Olishan. Keep a close eye on him, no matter where he goes, keep a close eye on him. I will handle it myself. Chu Ge's focus was still on Yi Feng. As long as Yi Feng was killed, Chu Ge could easily wipe out those people. There are two reasons for targeting these people. First, it is to prevent Yi Feng from going from the light to the dark. As long as Yi Feng wants to escape, these will be the bargaining chips to force Yi Feng to show up. Second, it was also to be able to completely eradicate the problem immediately after killing Yi Feng, without giving the military leaders behind Yi Feng any chance to react. As for despicable means, Chu Ge feels that as long as it can win, any means are worthy of praise. Despicable is not a derogatory word, but a perfect excuse for losers to find for themselves when facing winners. After passing 3 red lights and taking 2 shortcuts, we can reach the Moyu group first. In the back row, after Ku Wenrui finished speaking, he continued to stare at the camera that kept changing its position. Being a meticulous person, he sensed something was wrong. Boss, Captain, Yi Feng may have changed cars and escaped the range of the surveillance cameras. No problem, he can't escape. Chu Ge chuckled, not worried at all, and said confidently, whether Yi Feng really went to the Moyu group or not, it's just a smokescreen for us. In the end, Yi Feng will meet up with his sister and brothers, and I have arranged people to keep an eye on them. And besides me, Yi Feng's targets are his stepmother Lu Yanru and his cuckolded girlfriend. Before in the mall, he didn't seem to know of my existence, so the only possibility is that his girlfriend happened to be in the mall too. Thinking about it this way, Yifeng should have been angered by the video I showed him, and chose to get rid of his green hat. Chu Ge had a very clear mind and sorted out the causes and consequences. His calm expression made Luo Shu and others feel at ease. The most important point is that if Yifeng is not stupid, he will know that he is being chased by him. If he kills Lu Yanru now, he will undoubtedly walk into a trap. The best time is to hide and act secretly. If he were in Yifeng's situation, he would probably snipe him on the road. As long as he is killed, Lu Yanru will be like a fish at the mercy of others. Can you hack into the camera and eliminate us? Chu Ge looked at Ku Wenrui in the back row and said lightly. Sure, it's no problem, boss. Ku Wenrui made an okay gesture and immediately unloaded a homemade software virus from a hidden folder. After receiving Chu Ge's reminder, Lu Yanru quickly arranged for the company's security to immediately close the company's elevator, guard the stairs, and prohibit anyone from entering. Lu Yanru also left the chairman's office and found a secluded room to hide in. Yifeng was very cautious when avoiding the camera, because he knew that he would be discovered by the other party. After all, he had been watched for the past few days. This forced him to be more cautious. Yifeng stood in the blind spot and looked at the camera on the street not far away with a cold smile. Instead, he walked directly to a commercial building, carrying a long bag with a sniper rifle on his back, and took the elevator directly to the top of the building. Zhang Qi, are you safe now? Can you help me find Chu Ge's current location? The approximate route should be the route to the Moyu group. Yifeng has always been very cautious. He knows that Chu Ge will not let him go if he leaves and will definitely catch up with him. So he planned to strike first and make Chu Ge think that he had gone to the Moyu group. And he happened to be sniping the unsuspecting Chu Ge on the road, so he was the final winner. Chapter 29 Chu Ge's prediction, a thrilling shot. Boss, we're very safe here now, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone is following us. Once we're safely out of the city, we'll be able to confirm if anyone is following us, and we'll solve it ourselves. Yao Yao asked you to come back soon. She's very worried about you, boss. So are we. This request is very simple. I'll do it right away. Boss, wait for my news. Zhang Qi, who received a call from the boss, replied quickly and immediately took the computer to help the boss. Tell the boss that after we get Yao Yao to the destination safely, we will go to help him immediately. Wang Shi, who was driving, said immediately after listening to what Zhang Qi and the boss said. I understand. Zhang Qi said. Yi Yao on the side pursed her lips and said nothing, her eyes were red, her fingers were intertwined, and she was very nervous. Tell Yao Yao not to worry, I will come back safely and meet you. There is no one in this world who wants to kill me. My fate is in my own hands. Yifeng chuckled and hung up the phone with great confidence. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he took out the sniper rifle from his backpack and aimed at the street with the scope. This is the only way to the Moyu group, and he is very confident that Chu Ge has not yet run ahead of him. The reason why he asked Zhang Qi to help confirm was to avoid that 1% chance of an accident. In case the other party really ran ahead of him, he would be able to find a way to deal with it at that time. Oh, that's interesting. You're actually fishing. Do you really think I'm stupid? Don't panic. Stay away. I'll use the speed camera to lock on the other party first. Olishan noticed that the car in front of him turned intentionally or unintentionally, and he instantly knew what the other party was planning. He sneered. These cameras are already riddled with holes, allowing any skilled computer hacker to hack into them. As for why no one dealt with it, it was because the mayor of Yuncheng had no control over the real power of Yuncheng. The four major families have always acted without restraint. Although these cameras are working, they can only be used when the four major families want to use them. Ahead is a walking bonus of 200,000 plus 100,000, although the 200,000 has already been obtained. But Olishan has professional ethics and he would never run away with the money. He would not dare to do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. No problem. The experienced taxi driver slowed down skillfully. Boss, the target is about half an hour away from leaving the city, and the location has been sent to your mobile phone. Olishan drank the fat house happy water happily, typing on the keyboard at a rapid speed, with his ear against his shoulder and the phone clamped, reporting the information quickly. Olishan is enjoying doing three things at once. Boss, we will soon arrive at the Moyu group. There is only one way ahead. We can get ahead of Yifeng, set up an ambush in the company, and then kill Yifeng. Ku Wenrui said hurriedly, looking at the straight red route displayed on the computer. Stop the car. Chu Ge, who had his eyes closed to rest, suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his calm black eyes. Luo Shu glanced at the rearview mirror, turned the steering wheel and immediately stopped by the roadside. Boss. Luo Shu looked at the boss, waiting for the boss to give orders. Chu Ge showed a faint smile on his face, and smiled mysteriously at Luo Shu and others, and said, if I were Yifeng, then this would be the best place for an ambush. You should know that the weapon the other party is holding is a sniper rifle. In such an environment, every shot will be accurate. Your brain is really crazy. Chu Ge raised his finger at Luo Shu's head and chuckled. Boss, what you mean is that Yifeng will ambush us here in advance. Actually, going to the Moyu group is just a smokescreen for us. The one he really wants to deal with is the boss. Luo Shu suddenly understood why the boss had said that before. 90% probability. Find his hiding place immediately. Chu Ge knew Yifeng, and he knew the protagonist's style of doing things even better. He had to think more about everything. After all, Yifeng hated him the most. He is the one I want to kill the most. Understood. Ku Wenrui hurriedly followed his boss's instructions. Unfortunately, he did not have the conditions to hack into the satellite at the moment, otherwise, it would not be so troublesome. Do you have a gun? Chu Ge asked Luo Shu. I have it, boss. I'll get it now. It's in the trunk of the car. Luo Shu naturally knew that the boss was not asking about a pistol, but a sniper rifle, so he said quickly. This duel depends on you. Although I am proficient in sniper rifles, I am not a real sniper. Chu Ge patted Luo Shu's shoulder and said earnestly, leave him a breath, I will deal with him myself. Of course, if it is really unavoidable, then just kill him directly. His life is not as valuable as yours. No problem, boss. Feeling the boss's deep trust in him, Luo Shu was deeply moved. He straightened his chest and promised seriously. Chu Ge sat in the car, watching Ku Wenrui talking to Luo Shu without interrupting them. After all, it would be up to Luo Shu to take on the charge into battle, while he could just sit back and wait. The sniper rifles were what Luo Shu and his companions brought with them. He had no channels to get his hands on munitions as well. Afterwards, Chu Ge turned his head and looked at the team member who had an injured arm in the back seat of the car. The team doctor was treating his wound. How serious is your injury? Do you need to go to the hospital to remove the bullet? Chu Ge asked worriedly. The team doctor, wearing white gloves and holding the bullet with blood on his hands, said, don't worry, boss. It's just a small problem. I have taken out the bullet. Quote. Fortunately, it only hit the arm. The muscles were severely damaged by the bullet. You need to rest for a while, and then go to the hospital for a checkup. Chu Ge said with a little relief, after we go back, I will give you a reward of 500,000. Boss, I don't want it. I'm injured because I'm incompetent. It's not something worthy of reward. The injured team member looked pale and stubborn, raised his head and looked at Chu Ge and said. You got hurt while doing things for me. This is what I should do. Chu Ge did not let him refuse. He waved his hand. What has been decided will not be changed. Why haven't you come yet? Did I guess wrong? On the rooftop of a commercial building 2 kilometers away from Chu Ge, Yifeng kept reminding himself to be patient. But according to the distance he calculated in his mind, even if the other party was delayed for a little time, he would not be here yet. Suddenly, Yifeng felt alert, an ominous premonition came to his mind, and his hair stood on end. This feeling was just like being attacked on the battlefield. Yifeng's face suddenly changed and he quickly squatted on the ground, using the wall to block his body. Bang! The bullet fired from a distance instantly hit the concrete ground behind Yifeng, and a bullet mark instantly appeared on the ground. Yifeng's heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out. He had just stepped half into hell. Yifeng took a deep breath, looked at the bullet marks on the ground, and thought about the direction from which the bullet came. Chapter 30 has a sense of backstage. The Dragon King retreats. He is a sniper. I didn't expect to meet a fellow sniper. Yifeng squatted in the corner of the rooftop and started moving close to the corner. He had already locked the opponent's approximate position. My mind instantly recalled the man who was pointing the camera at me. As snipers, they have a sense of sympathy with each other. He had this feeling when he met his colleagues. What a pity. Luo Shu, who was more than 1,000 meters away from Yi Feng, squatted on the edge of the rooftop, leaning against a wall with a sniper in hand. With a cold look in his eyes, Luo Shu, like a grim Shura, entered combat mode. Why didn't he continue to hold Yi Feng back after he dodged the shot? That's because an excellent sniper has unique judgment and can find the sniper position from the direction of the bullet. If he continued to show his face, there was a high possibility that he would move to a place where he would not be able to react and shoot him. At that moment just now, Yi Feng was able to dodge his own gunshot by relying on his instinctive consciousness. Luo Shu felt that his blood was boiling, his muscles and bones were excited, and his reaction nerves were overclocked. This opponent is qualified to make him go all out, but unfortunately he offended his boss. The shot he just aimed at Yi Feng's head, but the part he aimed at would not be fatal, so he still had a breath left. Once the sniper duel begins, it will never stop. Either win or die. The two of them were completely focused, with only each other in their eyes. Every time the two men fired a shot, the location kept changing. The concrete floor on the rooftop was being tortured by the sniper bullets, and the gunshots continued to ring out. The duel between the two snipers, Luo Shu and Yi Feng, had been discovered, and someone immediately called the police, alerting them. They ran around the streets, fearing that they would be hit by bullets. It seems that someone has called the police. We have alarmed the police. Do we need to notify the captain? Boss, what should we do? Ku Wenrui listened to the alarm outside and watched the police cars appear one after another, and immediately sat in the empty driver's seat. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Tell Luo Shu to rest assured and not let this kind of news disturb his state. Notify the people behind and ask them to put away their weapons and not get discovered. Chu Ge looked at the police outside the window who were setting up a cordon, and there was even a female police officer walking towards him. It seems that I have to sacrifice some favors this time, no, my own lust. So Chu Ge directly called Feng Linlin and rolled down the car window. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Chu Ge looked at the policewoman approaching. Her proud figure almost burst her clothes. The button seemed to be shaky, and a touch of white seemed to be about to jump out and punch him. Chu Ge leaned against the window, looking straight ahead, looking like a gentleman. He suddenly wanted to ask this car door, to ask it what it felt like and whether it felt the suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. Qin Shangqing was stunned when she saw the handsome man sitting in the passenger seat and saw that he smiled gently at her. Qin Shangqing quickly glanced at the back row, found nothing unusual, and gave some advice. This place has been under martial law. Please leave immediately. It's very dangerous here. At this time, the call Chu Ge made was connected, and Chu Ge said to the person on the phone, "Wait a minute." Afterwards, Chu Ge pretended to be panicked and said to the policewoman, "Are there criminals? Let's go now." Ku Wenrui looked very flustered. He was also an actor. After hearing the danger and receiving the eye signal from his boss, he quickly started the car. When the team members behind saw the boss's car taking off, they hurriedly followed. The two cars are together. Qin Shangqing muttered when he saw this scene. Report to the captain, the scene has been cleaned up. Qin Shangqing returned to the captain, saluted, and reported. Okay, be alert, be safe, and stay with me. Liang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Shangqing coming back. Anything could happen to anyone, but not her, otherwise he would lose his position. He just wants to stay in his position until retirement. Hello. Are you home, Linlin? Chu Ge took a deep breath and asked into the phone. Chu Ge, are you okay? I'm home already. Feng Linlin's first words were about worrying about Chu Ge's safety. Although Chu Ge intended to use Feng Linlin, he couldn't help but feel warmed when he heard that Feng Linlin cared about him at the first moment. This girl was not flirted with in vain. I'm fine. I just encountered a small problem and I want you to help me. Chu Ge got straight to the point. He would talk about flirting with girls later. No problem, you tell me, if I can't help, I'll go find my dad. Feng Linlin sat on the sofa with a happy smile on her face. The fact that Chu Ge asked her for help showed that he thought of her the first time he encountered difficulties, which meant that he had her in his heart. Feng Lijian, who was quietly drinking tea nearby, almost spit out tears when he heard his daughter's words. He always felt that his daughter would sell him out. This bastard called again, it must be something bad. He must be asking for his help. But for the sake of his daughter, as long as it wasn't a big deal, he could get it done with just a few words. Can you ask your father for a favor and remove the police from the street? When I finish my business, I will repay your father in person in the future. Adults talk about interests. Chu Ge naturally knows that he can't ask others for help for free, but the Feng family's power does not require his help at all. But he was talking about the future. In the future. Those who understand will understand. By then we will all be family. What's the difference between you and me? No problem, leave it to me. Feng Linlin quickly assured. She didn't need Chu Ge's reward at all. She just felt that Chu Ge needed her help. She felt very satisfied to be able to help Chu Ge. After hanging up the phone, Feng Linlin's eyes turned, and she quickly took the teacup on the coffee table and sat next to her father. Dad, have some tea. Feng Linlin looked at her dad with a giggle, holding the teacup in both hands. Tell me, what happened to that bastard? Feng Lijian took the filial tea from his daughter with a smile, took a sip, and then spoke. Dad, can you please help remove the police from the street? Chu Ge has some things to deal with. He also said that he will come to our house in person to thank you. Feng Linlin hugged her father's arm, and squinted her eyes shyly when she thought of the scene of Chu Ge coming to her house in the future. Okay, I'll help you with this. It's better to have less contact with that bastard in the future. I have a feeling that Yuncheng will become uneasy in the future. Feng Lijian could tell from his own perspective that Chu Ge was an uneasy person. Chu Ge is not what you think. Thank you, Dad. I'll go up first. After seeing her father agree, Feng Linlin pouted and retorted unhappily. Afterwards, Feng Linlin immediately ran upstairs with the phone, intending to report the good news to Chu Ge. This child. Feng Lijian looked at his daughter lovingly as she disappeared behind the stairs, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. On the street, Liang Yuan received a call from his superior, and he nodded seriously and said yes repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, Liang Yuan looked at the gunshots echoing in the air with complicated eyes. It seems that some big shot has intervened, and these little guys are just pawns. Notify everyone immediately, there is a gas leak here and the area is very large. Clear all people within a 3,000-meter radius immediately and we will evacuate as well. Liang Yuan took out the walkie-talkie and issued an order. Captain, why should we retreat? There are gunmen and terrorists fighting with weapons up there. Are we just going to retreat like this? Qin Shangqing couldn't accept it and retorted immediately with an extremely stubborn look on her face. This was the first time she had encountered such a case. This is not something you or I can control. This is an order from our superiors. Liang Yuan said calmly. Qin Shangqing was powerless and no matter how unwilling she was, she followed the captain and left the scene reluctantly. Chu Ge, who was far away, saw that the police had withdrawn and immediately felt the speed of the Feng family's work. At this time, Chu Ge also enjoyed the feeling of having a backer. It smells really good. The vehicle of Wang Shi and others who were fleeing overturned outside the city, and there were roadblocks on the ground that damaged the tires. No one is hurt, right? Don't expect anyone to save you. Assassinating my boss will have serious consequences. Wang Shi directly pulled up the tightly tied woman and threatened coldly. Little sister, I'm here to save you. The Dragon King has retired and everyone has dispersed. Why do you want to do this? Do you want to prove yourself? A man in black with a black hood and mask stood in the dark with a gentle look in his eyes. Chapter 31 The urban super-rich protagonist comes to the door. Bah, what a thing. Xiao Jingjing, who was tied up after the assassination failed, raised her head and stared at the other party stubbornly. Pa, bitch, if the boss hadn't kept you, I would have killed you long ago. Wang Shi slapped Xiao Jingjing to the ground with a slap and snorted coldly. Kill me if you have the guts. Xiao Jingjing raised her head stubbornly, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She stared at him and cursed in her heart, wait for brother Zhongdao to kill you. Her assassination attempt failed because she was careless and underestimated her strength. As a new killer who passed the internal assessment of the Dragonthorn Assassination Organization, she didn't expect to fail in this place during her first mission. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Fortunately, these people did not behave improperly towards her, otherwise she would have no choice but to commit suicide to maintain her innocence. But hope came. After the previous car overturned, she saw a mark and brother Zhongdao actually came in person. She was no longer worried about her own safety, but was a little afraid to face brother Zhongdao's disappointed look. Looking for death. When Zhang Dao saw this scene, his pupils trembled violently and murderous intent raged in his eyes, as if it would solidify into substance in the next second. 3 years ago, the Dragon King mysteriously retired and was presumed dead. As the Dragon King's right-hand man, Zhang Dao has been trying to persuade the Dragon King to return, instead of becoming a mere son-in-law of that disgusting family. I don't know what the Dragon King was thinking at that time. Unfortunately, the Dragon King seemed determined and no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Back then, after Xiao Jingjing heard from him the news that the Dragon King was still alive, for some reason, her mentality changed drastically. He vowed to develop great strength, hoping that one day the Dragon King would return and look upon him with new eyes. Zhang Dao looked coldly at Wang Shi, who was taking action, took out a remote control button from his arms, and pressed it hard. Bang! Bang! The smoke bombs that had been placed around exploded instantly, and the specially made bewitching smoke instantly engulfed those people. The surroundings were filled with white smoke, which was very thick and choked the people inside and made them cough repeatedly. Be careful, gather together quickly. Wang Shi's face changed drastically, he covered his mouth and quickly reminded. Zhang Dao slowly put on an infrared mask device, a chill appeared on his face under the mask, and he walked into the smoke step by step. Don't be afraid. Jingjing, brother is here to rescue you. Anyone who hits you will pay with his life, and death is too easy for him. Here, Chu Ge, who was waiting for Luo Shu's result, received a sudden call from Li Lanyan. Boss, something happened. A man in black clothes and a hood rescued the killer who tried to assassinate Yi Feng last time. One more thing. Wang Shi is dead. He was brutally killed on the spot by that mysterious man in black clothes and a hood. The people who were watching said that the screams in the white smoke were horrifying, and not a single part of his body was intact. It was very shocking. Chu Ge was a little surprised. He thought that it must be the killer organization that came to rescue people, and asked, are the rest of the people still alive? The rest of them have fainted, and our people are still watching them. Li Lanyan said quickly. Very good, record a complete video of Wang Shi's death and send it directly to Yi Feng's phone. Ignore the others, just keep watching him and determine his location. After giving the order, Chu Ge hung up the phone. At this moment, Chu Ge suddenly noticed a luxury store outside and got out of the car without letting anyone follow him. Walking into a luxury brand jewelry store on the street, the decoration of this store looks quite high standard. Welcome, sir. What would you like to buy? The female salesperson inside hurried over, smiled at Chu Ge, bent slightly, and provided the best service. I want to buy a hairband for a girl. Is there anything good? Chu Ge didn't understand these things, so he just asked the clerk directly. He took a quick look and saw a lot of things for sale, including rings, necklaces, bracelets, etc. This store has all kinds of brand-name jewelry for women, and looks a bit like a grocery store. Hello sir, first we need to confirm the color that girls like. I wonder what color the girl you want to give the gift to like. The salesperson saw that Chu Ge was dressed like a wealthy man, so he led Chu Ge to the counter inside. Pink, right? Chu Ge said without even thinking. Anyway, the hairband was pink the last time I saw it, so I won't change the color. Chu Ge noticed the hairbands in the counter. They were colorful and looked very luxurious. Some cost several thousand yuan, or even more than 10,000 yuan. This is the ultimate enjoyment for the rich, and ordinary people can't enjoy it at all. Although Chu Ge is not short of money, if the quality and material are not up to the price range, he will not be treated as a sucker even if it is a luxury product. A pink hairband. If your requirement is so simple, then take a look here, sir. The color of the hairband here completely suits your taste. This one looks good. Chu Ge immediately fell in love with the hairband priced at 200,000 yuan, which was also placed in the most conspicuous place. The embroidered butterfly is vivid and sparkling like a diamond, and it catches your eye at first sight. When it comes to luxury goods, what you pay attention to is the price, but of course you also have to pay attention to the material. The diamond on this surface looks to be of decent quality. Sir, you have really good taste. The diamonds inlaid on it are real diamonds, and they were handmade by a famous domestic master. It is one of a kind now, and each diamond in it has been carefully selected and carved. The girl you give this to, sir, will surely be able to feel your eternal love. The salesperson solemnly took out the hairband and spoke very sweetly, with auspicious words coming out of his mouth. It's covered. Chu Ge smiled slightly and took a closer look at the certificate. It was indeed the most famous brand certification in the country. Using this hairband should be able to express a little bit of my thoughts and make up for Feng Linlin's regrets while shopping today. How much is this hairband? I want it. Suddenly, a very proud man walked quickly from the other side, holding his head high and chest puffed out, as if he felt that he was the most handsome guy now. I saw him holding a black card between his fingers, waving it back and forth, looking very arrogant. Chu Ge looked at the other person with great displeasure. Although he had a good temper, it didn't mean he wouldn't get angry. He looked very ordinary, and his clothes were very cheap and simple. It's not that he judges people, he just speaks the truth. His temperament doesn't seem like that of a rich man, but rather like a nouveau riche who suddenly has money to spend. Chu Ge looked carefully and found that there was a girl behind the other person. She has a sweet and clean appearance, giving people a very comfortable feeling. She is wearing slim tight jeans and a yellow short-sleeved top with Pikachu embroidered on it. Her eyes seemed to be bulging and staring at him. This was the second time today that he had seen a woman of this size. Unbelievable. A little scary. Could it be that today is a bad omen for me? Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and thought secretly. Sir, why don't you take a look at other styles in the store? This gentleman has already bought this one. The salesperson didn't know what to say. After all, it was this gentleman who said he wanted to buy it first, so he quickly explained. Hasn't he paid yet? Zhang Fan pointed at Chu Ge, who was standing aside, and found that the other party was actually staring at his childhood sweetheart. He stood in front of her, looking down on her. He held the black card in his hand and said, I'll pay double the price for it, how about it? Zhang Fan is so expensive, let's just forget it. The fierce girl took a step back after seeing the price, and pulled Zhang Fan's clothes behind him, saying repeatedly. She and Zhang Fan have known each other since childhood, and they would always worry about things worth dozens of dollars. How could the two of them have so much money to buy this? I dare not even think about it. Sir, this is not a double thing, this is the integrity of the store. But after the salesperson explained, Zhang Fan simply couldn't listen. He felt that the salesperson was a snob and was looking down on him, fearing that he couldn't afford it, and his face instantly turned angry. We have other styles to choose from in the store. Please calm down, sir. The store manager at the counter was watching a TV series. When he found out that the clerk didn't handle the situation well, he hurried over to apologize. What a crappy rule this is, you're just looking down on me and afraid that I can't pay. You're looking down on me, I'll pay 3 times as much. Swipe the card. Zhang Fan walked up to take the hairband and put the black card in the hands of the somewhat stunned manager. Everything comes first and then comes later. Did I allow you to move? Chu Ge directly grabbed the other person's hand, stared at the black card in the other person's hand with strange eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This familiar plot reminded Chu Ge of the protagonist in the urban novels about the super rich. Chapter 32 Treasure Boy, Yifeng's final song. Take your dirty hands away from me. Zhang Fan said in a bad tone with a gloomy face. He was being controlled by the other party, which made him lose face in front of his childhood sweetheart. He is no longer the same person who was ridiculed and humiliated. The fate of poverty has been completely changed. There is nothing in this world that money cannot buy. The young man has quite a hot temper, he must still be a virgin. Chu Ge chuckled and tightened his grip. He saw that the girl behind him seemed to be looking at him nervously and did not dare to speak. Zhang Fan felt that his wrist was firmly grasped by an iron hand and he could not move at all no matter how he struggled. His face turned red from his struggle, and I couldn't tell if it was because of the humiliation and anger. Zhang Fan discovered that the way the other person looked at him was as if he was looking at a precious and rare animal. It's none of your business. Let me go. Zhang Fan grimaced in pain, feeling extremely aggrieved. He had intended to bring his childhood sweetheart out today to show off his wallet, but he did not expect to be humiliated like this. Zhang Fan suddenly understood. Or maybe you don't have enough money. What's wrong with being a virgin? If you have a lot of money, all women will throw themselves at you. If you have a lot of money, the other party won't dare to treat you like this. If you have a lot of money, the other person will kneel down and lick you and call you daddy. And it won't be long before, at the rate he gets double cash back on his spending, he'll be able to buy the entire Cloud City. The future urban rich man. The future leader of the Huameng Chaebol. Future world capitalists. At this moment, she was being severely humiliated by a mere man in front of her childhood sweetheart. Zhang Fan roared in anger with reluctance in his heart. Seeing that the situation was not good, the owner secretly pulled his clerk back slowly and planned to call the police. Otherwise, if a conflict breaks out between the two sides and blood is shed, it would be bad. After all, this is a small business. Put down your phone, this matter will be over soon, and pack the hairbands for me. Chu Ge glanced at the store manager who secretly picked up his phone to call the police. The store manager was instantly terrified. Just a look from this man, a terrifying look, frightened her so much that she dared not make any extra movements and quickly put her phone on the counter. The salesperson next to her was busy packing the hair ties. The rest was none of her business. After all, the store belonged to the boss and she was just a salaried employee. Please, let Zhang Fan go. We'll leave immediately. I'm really sorry, please. Seeing Zhang Fan screaming in pain, Lu Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but speak, and looked at Chu Ge with pleading eyes, hoping that the other party would let Zhang Fan go. So his name is Zhang Fan. Chu Ge's eyes moved and he said in understanding. The probability that this kind of name is a template for a super rich protagonist increases by 30%. Xiaoyu, don't beg him. Zhang Fan saw that his childhood sweetheart was actually begging a man who was humiliating him in front of him. His face instantly turned ugly and he started to fight. He swung his thin fist out directly in response to the sound, and attacked decisively. Afterwards, the worst that could happen was that he would have to pay some compensation to the other party. Using money to humiliate his enemies is what he is best at. Zhang Fan had no idea how terrifying the person in front of him was. Haha. Chu Ge had a smile on his face and a cold look in his eyes. Lingran was not flustered, and his smooth movements immediately interrupted Zhang Fan's attack. Bang! Change rapidly and defeat the enemy with one move. Zhang Fan didn't react at all. He fell to his knees on the ground with his eyes wide open. He never expected that he would be easily defeated by the opponent. I don't have any red envelope to give you. You should exercise more when you have time. Money alone is not enough. Chu Ge then let go of the other person's hand, slowly bent down, and whispered a teasing word in Zhang Fan's ear. Otherwise, your girlfriend will be kidnapped by someone else. Chu Ge winked at the girl next door who was glaring at Pikachu. Upon seeing this, the latter quickly lowered her head and looked into the eyes of the glaring Pikachu. At this moment, the system in Chu Ge's mind instantly gave him three options for him to choose from. Option 1, you cannot be sure whether the other party is the protagonist, let him go temporarily and observe secretly. Reward: Physical Transformation Accelerated Recovery Potion. Option 2, arrest the other party immediately, and would rather catch the wrong person than let him go, put him in a small dark room and punish him with a whip. Reward: a small whip for rich women. Option 3, rather kill the wrong person than let him go, when the opponent seems still very weak, strike first. Reward: a red thread of Yulao. Although the system does not indicate whether the other party is the protagonist, the fact that the option can be displayed is self-evident. Chu Ge felt a little happy. Very good, now with the assistance of the system, he is 100% sure that the other party is the protagonist of the urban template god of wealth. Zhang Fan, are you okay? After being teased by the other party just now, Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to look up at the other party. Looking at Zhang Fan kneeling on the ground, she was worried. For some reason, Zhang Fan has changed a lot recently and has been spending money lavishly. I hope Zhang Fan won't be hit hard this time. Damn it! Zhang Fan was shaking with anger after seeing what happened just now. He actually flirted with his childhood sweetheart right in front of him. Money gave Zhang Fan confidence, but did not give him the corresponding power. Zhang Fan was shaking with anger, and he had no idea that what he lacked was strength, but thought it was because he had too little money. He could only utter the harsh words hastily and run out quickly. He will remember this person. Next time he will just throw money at him until his legs become weak. There is no one in this world who doesn't love money. He could even pay someone to kidnap this guy, and then he could do whatever he wanted to him. Thinking of this, the proud Zhang Fan ran to the street, and found that it seemed that everyone on the street was looking at him, laughing at his overestimation of his own abilities. In an instant, Zhang Fan was filled with malice towards those who looked down on him. He planned to slap them in the face when he had money. Chu Ge quietly swiped his card to pay the bill on the spot. He would even try to find a way to keep the other person alive and well. The other party was his treasure boy, the money bag he had reserved. How could he be served with a small whip? After all, the protagonist is stubborn, so all the efforts will be in vain. The villains in urban novels have all been reduced in intelligence. It is obvious that the super-rich protagonist is the easiest to deal with, but they just use the opponent's best skill, money, to deal with him. It is really stupid. Chu Ge chose one. Generally, options like this that do not violate principles are chosen based on the rewards. Rich woman Feng Linlin can buy a small whip for just a few dollars. As for the red string of matchmaker, it's even more nonsense. Does he need it? With his handsome temperament and tall stature, it is easy for him to pick up girls wherever he goes. Physical transformation and accelerated recovery potion, this kind of magical thing is the most precious. Injury recovery will be faster in the future, but we don't know what the effect will be yet. Now this potion has been quietly waiting for his favor in the system space. Chu Ge is not sure yet whether the other party has a super-rich system or an ability like a golden finger. He can send people to investigate, and the other party can't escape, so he has plenty of patience and means. If it is a system of the super-rich, then kill it to avoid future troubles. After all, the system is the most magical existence. If it is an ability like the golden finger, which is just to make money, then the other person will be your treasure boy for life. The identity of the second protagonist rewarded by the system last time was not a super-rich protagonist at all. It was also a surprise to meet the super-rich protagonist this time. The protagonist information rewarded by the system is a powerful being like the Dragon King. The Dragon King is the real rival, and the one that he values the most in his heart. But come to think of it, the Dragon King seems to still be a son-in-law in some family. After all, the 3-year period has not yet been completed, but it will be soon. Chu Ge got into the car, thinking about something in his mind. Ku Wenrui quickly told the boss that the fight between Yifeng and Luo Shu had reached the final stage. Yifeng no longer has any sniper bullets left, and the video has already been sent. Commercial building rooftop. Yifeng, whose sniper rifle had run out of bullets, sat on the ground, horrified. He stared at the video on his phone with trembling eyes. His heart ached and his face twisted in pain. Wang Shi was killed, tortured to death, and fell in a pool of blood. In the video, several brothers fell to the ground and their lives or deaths were unknown, as was his sister. He suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness on his body, which made him tremble all over. His home had been robbed. So, he understood the meaning of the video sent by the other party. Is this a complete defeat? Yifeng smiled bitterly, took out his spare pistol from his waist, and his eyes instantly became firm. No, I still have a chance. Chu Ge, I want you to be buried with me. The last smoke bomb was thrown out by Yifeng, and the man hid in the smoke and disappeared on the rooftop. Chapter 33 sang a nursery rhyme, crazy. Boss, I suspect Yifeng used smoke bombs to deliberately interfere with my vision and secretly left the rooftop of the commercial building. Boss, I will never let you down. After Luo Shu saw the smoke filling the rooftop through the sniper scope, he immediately called his boss. I trust you. I'll leave everything to you. On the other end of the phone, Chu Ge answered him calmly, fully demonstrating his trust in Luo Shu. After hanging up the phone, Luo Shu immediately took out an iron claw rope made of special material from his backpack. On the other end, the buckle was locked tightly around his waist. Luo Shu's eyes were determined. Although it was a bit risky, he would do it in order to repay his boss's trust in him, even at the cost of his own life. Using the rope launcher, Luo Shu shuttled between buildings like Spider-Man. Fortunately, all the people here have been evacuated, vehicles are prohibited from passing, and even the surveillance cameras in various places have been turned off. The battlefield was full of ups and downs, and between brothers, life and death were uncertain. The brother he trusted the most was gone, the whereabouts of the rest of his brothers were unknown, and his sister was also in the hands of the enemy. Perhaps the only one who can help me is Mr. Song. All the bullets were used up, and the police came and left. Yifeng knew that there must be a powerful person behind Chu Ge who was helping Chu Ge. In an instant, Yifeng thought of Feng Linlin, the eldest daughter of the Feng family. If Chu Ge hadn't suddenly appeared and intervened, perhaps he would have been the one to get help from the Feng family. In the past, he had never thought that with his skills and abilities, he would fall into the hands of the same person several times. A group of ducks swam under the bridge in front of the door. Come on, come and count them, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Quack, quack. Yifeng had just made a call when a nursery rhyme came over the phone. Somewhat stunned, Yifeng frowned and looked at the phone quickly. I thought I had dialed the wrong number, but the phone showed that it was calling Mr. Song. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that the video he just clicked on was sent from an unfamiliar number, and it is very likely that his phone was infected. Grass is a plant. Chu Ge, you are amazing. Yifeng's face turned pale and he threw away his phone. Looking at the phone shattered on the ground by the corpse, he cursed with hatred and his mentality was a little broken. I was actually tricked by the other party. His only hope, the greatest support in his heart, was gone just because of his clumsy hands. Yifeng instantly felt his hands and feet go cold, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. At this time, the elevator slowly stopped and the elevator door opened. Panting, Luo Feng, who had just arrived, appeared outside Yifeng's elevator. A black pistol directly blocked Yifeng's every move. My boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Think about your sister and those brothers, tie yourself up. After Luo Shu finished speaking, he threw a hemp rope at Yifeng's feet. What are you laughing at? Chu Ge asked when he saw Ku Wenrui trembling while trying to hold back his laughter. Boss, we've dealt with the captain. He was captured alive. Ku Wenrui quickly recounted what had just happened, squealing like a pig. He just inserted a small gadget into the video connection when sending the video. There were random songs playing inside. Who would have thought they were actually children's songs, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Chu Ge couldn't help but burst into laughter, patting Ku Wenrui on the shoulder and praising him. Just because of this nursery rhyme of yours, I, the boss, am very happy today. I will give you a reward of 100,000 yuan alone. You did a great job. Hee, then you're welcome. Thank you, boss. Ku Wenrui was really happy at this time and hurriedly thanked him. The smile on Chu Ge's face didn't diminish, and his eyes narrowed with laughter. Get ready to drive. We're leaving immediately to pick up Luo Shu. We can't stay here any longer. Although he was not at the scene, Chu Ge could also imagine the devastated mood Yifeng felt when he heard the nursery rhyme. If he wants to contact the outside world, it depends on whether his subordinates agree. The naive soldier king, Ku Wenrui, is truly a talent. It would be a waste of his talent to have him be a bodyguard in the Special Forces team. He had heard Luo Shu muttering about Ku Wenrui being a chatterbox, but unfortunately Chu Ge didn't notice it. However, he also began to value this talent in his heart. After all, Ku Wenrui is not stupid, and he won't get his salary deducted if he keeps nagging the captain. But if you nag in front of your boss, at best you will have your salary deducted, and at worst you may lose your job and be treated as an annoyance by your boss. After Chu Ge and his group left, the police who had arrived late began to deal with the bullet marks left at the scene. Captain, these people are too arrogant. They actually fired guns so openly in Yuncheng. They simply don't take us seriously. On the rooftop of the commercial building, Qin Shangqing looked at the bullet holes on the ground, worried about the retreat, and said angrily, "My little ancestor, you should be content. These people are just settling personal grudges. As long as the lives and property of the people are not endangered, we will be blessed." Liang Yuan, a veteran who has been living a lazy life, has seen through all this a long time ago. He sighed and comforted the angry Qin Shangqing. Deal with the scene as quickly as possible, and then announce it as an unknown gas leak. Liang Yuan called over the police officer who often worked with him and gave the instructions very skillfully. Captain, I cannot accept this result. Qin Shangqing is not here to just idle away her time. She is here to prove to her father that she is capable of doing this job. Okay, the captain will invite you to eat hot pot together later. Liang Yuan does not have as strong a background as the other party. He is just an ordinary person who has climbed to this position by luck without any background. Thank you, Captain. Qin Shangqing seemed to realize that his captain did not want to cause trouble, so he forced a smile. After all, the other party has the right to choose to escape. However, she does not agree and will not interfere with the other party's choice. Shangqing, the captain is doing this for our own good. It won't do us any good to offend those big shots. A colleague of Qin Shangqing who was decent looking hurriedly spoke up, trying to win her favor. Don't call me so intimately, I can't stand it. Just call me by my full name. Unfortunately, this colleague seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. Qin Shangqing shuddered, walked aside alone and sulked, and ignored him. The colleague stood aside awkwardly, not knowing what to say. The others watched this scene silently, laughing with glee in their hearts. This boy is really a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Even if he were an ordinary girl, she would definitely ignore him after hearing such words. Boss, I have renewed your security. Please go back to work without worry. Chu Ge called Lu Yanru in case she was still worried about Yifeng's problem. Lu Yanru, who was hiding, breathed a sigh of relief. That damned rebellious son actually dared to kill his mother. Although she was his stepmother, he didn't expect her to be so cruel. Death is best. Lu Yanru would never ask about Yifeng's fate. When she thought about the sense of security that her bodyguard brought her, she felt particularly grateful and a special emotion arose from her heart. Bodyguard, you are so nice. You give your boss the fullest sense of security. Lu Yanru feels that she really can't live without her bodyguard. After enjoying this sense of security, she doesn't want to lose it. What? It's full. Is it overflowing? Chu Ge chuckled, with a very serious expression in front of his subordinates, but he was teasing the boss. It's full, it's about to overflow. Lu Yanru secretly spat. This bodyguard was so frivolous, but in order to repay the other party for his help, she still cooperated and shouted weakly. Hee, boss, I'm a serious bodyguard, don't press the car wheel on my face casually. Chu Ge touched his handsome and delicate face and pretended to be angry. Then what should I use to press your face, my personal bodyguard? Lu Yanru returned to the chairman's office, sat comfortably in the chair, took off her shoes, and rubbed her ankles that were sore from squatting in the corner. If you want to suppress me, you're still a long way to go, boss. Chu Ge chuckled, hung up the phone, and looked for an opportunity to teach his boss a lesson so that he wouldn't drive recklessly and his driving skills were not good enough. Afterwards, Chu Ge called Li Lanyan again and said calmly, find a remote place to dispose of it directly. Remember not to leave any traces. The person you find should be reliable. Don't throw these people away after use. You may need them in the future. Spend money to keep them. Boss, I have plenty of money. Understood, boss. Li Lanyan replied quickly. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ge began to look forward to it. After arriving at a remote place and killing Yifeng with your own hands, you will be rewarded with the poison doctor inheritance by the system. When the time comes, finding a mass grave would be a good place for Yifeng. With so many souls accompanying him, he wouldn't be alone. After all, they knew each other. Chu Ge couldn't help but look towards the back row. Yifeng was being guarded by several people. If looks could kill, Chu Ge felt that he had been killed countless times by Yifeng. Chu Ge, you bastard. Let my sister go, I beg you. You will not die a good death, Mr. Song will find out sooner or later, and your end will not be good. Chu Ge's words made Yifeng completely crazy. He begged for mercy again, and when Chu Ge ignored him, he said harsh words again, and he fell into a state of madness. Several people worked together to firmly control Yifeng, who was trying to break free. Hello, boss, what do you want me to do? After receiving the call, Olishan confirmed the few people who were still lying on the ground unconscious, and hurriedly said, your mission is over. At this time, Olishan heard the message coming in, which was a transfer information. He was delighted, as the bonus was in his hands. Then he saw several vans driving over. Next second, then I saw a group of people wearing masks getting out of the van. He moved very quickly, carrying the people who had fainted on the ground, including the blurry corpse, in sacks, glanced at him, and left the scene. Oh my god, I won't be silenced, will I? Fuck you. Olishan confirmed that he was really panicked. He glanced at the taxi driver, only to find that the other party had fainted at some point. He was stunned and cursed. Chapter 34 Death, Unexpected Discovery. After those people left completely and showed no signs of coming back to silence him, Olishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Look at you, such a loser. You're just embarrassing me. If you don't wake up, you'll lose your bonus. Olishan slapped me directly. You are even more pretentious than me, the boss. Who gave you the courage? The old driver, who had to wake up because of the bonus threat, woke up and scratched his head in confusion. Hey, why did I fall asleep just now? The bonus will be halved. Olishan said lightly. No, boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have fallen asleep before you. The temporary worker immediately changed his face and cried out sadly. Okay, I'll sleep during work. You admitted it yourself. Now you've lost your bonus. Don't blame the boss for being stingy. It's your own fault. Boss, let's discuss it again. How about cutting the bonus in half? Okay, you said it yourself. Olishan looked at the temporary worker who was relieved to keep half of his bonus, and smiled smugly in his heart. I made another fortune, an unexpected gain. Yuncheng, mass grave. The bushes are very dense and the countryside is desolate. There are mosquitoes everywhere, dilapidated and tilted tombstones, and unknown corpses. If you look closely, you will find poisonous snakes entangled on the branches, spitting out snake bites. The area is remote, the ecology is primitive and desolate, and it is sparsely populated. During the Warlord Rebellion, no less than 100,000 people died here. No one is willing to develop here because the feng shui here is bad. There was once a person who didn't believe in evil, and not only did he go bankrupt, but his entire family also suffered a miserable end and all died tragically. Later, rumors spread and became more and more outrageous, and finally even the 4 major families looked down on this place. This place is extremely eerie, and only fugitives who have committed serious criminal cases will flee here to avoid being hunted down. Just entering here makes one's feet feel cold and one's heart feel inexplicably fearful. Crunch. The sound of dead branches being trampled could be heard. Luo Shu walked in front of the crowd to lead the way. The sharp dagger cut through the dense grass and branches that blocked the crowd's progress. This was also Chu Ge's first time here. He didn't know why Yuncheng didn't deal with the environment here, allowing the mass grave to be preserved until now. Yifeng had his hands tied behind his back, a dark yellow rag stuffed in his mouth, and was pushed forward by the people around him. Yifeng felt desperate and regretful, as he was the one who had implicated his sister and brothers. If I hadn't insisted on coming back, perhaps everything would still be the same. Do you regret it? Chu Ge suddenly stopped and looked at Yifeng. Under his feet was a snake the size of a finger. Ku Wenrui quickly squatted down and killed the snake under his boss's feet, which was very considerate. When Yifeng saw Chu Ge looking at him, he made a humming sound from his mouth and his eyes showed an extremely strong desire to survive. It seems that you don't regret it. Chu Ge smiled and turned around, no longer looking at him, continuing to walk forward while speaking. Yifeng's eyes widened until they turned blood red, and he kept whimpering, his heart as dead as death. Indeed, after all, you are an invincible soldier king. It seems that you like this mass grave I found for you today. No wonder you are so excited. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. After all, I won and you are the complete loser. Tell me, if you had called me stepfather at the beginning, would we be a family now and have a good meal together? Ha ha ha. Chu Ge laughed at himself, and his laughter echoed around him. The broken tombstones and the pile of dry bones all around seemed to be responding. The cold wind blew and the grass and trees swayed. The laughter gradually became darker and more terrifying. Everyone except Yifeng couldn't help but laugh, laughing at Yifeng's arrogance. If the boss is happy, these loyal subordinates will naturally be happy too. Boss, how about this place? Luo Shu suddenly turned around and came to the boss, pointing not far ahead. There, as far as the eye can see, there are piles of bones. Chu Ge walked forward and took a closer look. There was even a relatively complete skeleton lying there, with a worn and mottled dagger stuck in the body. The owner of the bones was holding the dagger tightly before his death, and it looked like he committed suicide. He must have been dead for several years and had never been found. Before he died, he was chased here and then he committed suicide because he had no other choice. Chu Ge made a random guess. Looking at the triangular pile of skulls, it is obviously man-made. Several centipedes moved their densely packed limbs and swam back and forth through the 2 eye holes of the white bones. The big rocks blocked the sunlight, making it look a little gloomy, and the scene seemed particularly dark and terrifying. However, for Chu Ge and his group, this place could not scare them at all. Okay, let's do it here. Chu Ge nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand immediately. Get over here. Hurry up. Yifeng was pulled to the pile of bones and kicked to the ground by someone. I never thought that as a great soldier, I would not have expected the final outcome to be like this. Yifeng looked at Chu Ge walking towards him and had already given up resisting in his heart. I just want to meet my brothers and sister when I go down. Goodbye. Chu Ge slowly put on white gloves, raised his hand with the silencer installed on the pistol, pointed it at Yifeng, with an indifferent expression. Bew, bew, bew. The silenced pistol fired 3 times in succession. A generation of military king, the fate of the protagonist template, ultimately died in his hands. Chu Ge looked at Yifeng's body, his heart as calm as still water. Yifeng, you are the first protagonist to die in my hands, but you will definitely not be the last one. Chu Ge did what no villain had ever done before, by cutting off the roots of the enemy. Just when he arrived at the mass grave, Secretary Li had already sent him a message saying that the matter had been resolved. Burn it. Chu Ge threw the pistol seized from Yifeng in front of Yifeng's body. The bullets were used up. The white gloves were thrown to Luo Shu to deal with. When doing things, you should not leave any evidence, even if you know that you will not be discovered. This is Chu Ge's principle of doing things, and he will strictly require each of his subordinates to do the same. Boss, the material of the handle of this dagger is not simple. It has been exposed to wind and rain for so many years, but it has not been corroded. While his teammates were dealing with the corpses, Ku Wenrui was bored and took the dagger in Bai Gu's hand to play with it. Ku Wenrui thought it was quite novel and wanted to show it to his boss. Chu Ge looked at the surprised Ku Wenrui fiddling with the dagger he took from Bai Jiyu and walked towards him. These are things from a dead person. They are unlucky. Why don't you take them away and get rid of the fingerprints? Luo Shu frowned as he watched from the side. Don't be anxious, maybe there is some discovery. Chu Ge waited for Ku Wenrui to speak, signaling Luo Shu not to be anxious. Boss, this dagger seems. Huh. Ku Wenrui twisted it casually a few times, looked suspicious, and suddenly pulled hard, and the dagger handle and the dagger were separated directly. Then, I saw a mobile phone memory card that was intact fall to the ground. Take it with you and go back to have a look. Chu Ge's eyelids twitched, a little surprised. Chu Ge and his group drove away from the mass grave. There is one less dagger in the mass grave, and one more resentful soul. Chapter 35, The Boss's Gentle Place. After killing Yifeng, Chu Ge directly received the reward issued by the system, the inheritance of the poison doctor. Inside the car, Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, trying to sort out the poison doctor inheritance in his mind. In the eyes of others, the boss was just too tired. Ku Wenrui also became very quiet at this time and drove obediently. Poison and medicine have been inseparable since ancient times. The inheritance of poison medicine is divided into 4 parts: medical skills, poison techniques, prescriptions, and poison prescriptions. Chu Ge was enlightened as if by a bolt of lightning. The inheritance of the poison doctor's skill made him a peerless poison doctor. There is no disease in the world that he cannot cure, and no symptom that he is not aware of. There is no one he cannot poison to death, and no life he cannot save. Let's go back to Tamed Company first. Chu Ge was extremely excited. After all, with the help of the poison doctor's inheritance, it would be much easier for him to deal with the Dragon King, even if the other party was powerful. Yes. Ku Wenrui responded quickly and immediately turned and drove towards Tamed Company. After returning to Tamed Company, Chu Ge immediately called Li Lanyan to the office alone. I'm so envious. When will I be able to have a secretary like Secretary Li who has a nice figure, good temperament and good education? When Ku Wenrui saw the boss call Secretary Li to the office alone, he thought of a harmonious scene in his mind and couldn't help but chuckle and express his envy. Are you thinking about love, kid? Luo Shu slapped Ku Wenrui on the back of the head and scolded him with a smile. Captain, you can't afford to pay for breaking the smartest brain among the boss's subordinates. Ku Wenrui protected the back of his head, and when he saw that the captain still wanted to hit him, he quickly hid aside and continued to talk nonsense. Hurry up and take care of the boss's work first, and stop talking nonsense. Luo Shu reminded. I know, it's no big deal. Ku Wenrui became serious, found an empty table in the company, took out his mobile phone and started working. Let me see what good stuff is in this memory card. After Ku Wenrui replaced the memory card into his mobile phone, he started to operate it with some anticipation. In the office, Chu Ge looked at Li Lanyan, sat on the office chair, and waved at Li Lanyan. Boss. When Li Lanyan saw the boss waving, her face blossomed with bright colors. She sat in the boss's arms tenderly, whimpering like a baby. For Li Lanyan, she is absolutely loyal to her boss and does whatever her boss asks her to do. Even if the boss wanted her, she would certainly agree, as this was what she had always dreamed of. Everything she has, belongs to the boss. Chu Ge actually did some experimenting to see what level of loyalty the system was talking about, and saw Li Lanyan sitting in his arms without hesitation. As a gentleman, Chu Ge's heart hardened all of a sudden. Woman, how can you disturb my spiritual heart? It's really affecting the speed at which I can draw my sword. Li Lanyan's eyes were misty, and a strong charm spread across her face. An urge to suffocate rose from her throat, making it impossible for her to breathe. 3 minutes later. With a dignified bearing. 6 minutes later. Sing out loud. 10 minutes later. Li Heru began to arrange for all the company employees to go out for hot pot together, and he would treat them today. 20 minutes later. Ku Wenrui and others were chatting with the girl at the company's front desk, calculating in their hearts how long the boss's gentle love would last. An hour later, Chu Ge opened the office. Remember to get the job done. Chu Ge immediately handed the important matters over to Li Lanyan, and then left the office alone. I understand, boss. Li Lanyan's hoarse voice came from behind, and she poured a glass of water and drank it gulpily. Chu Ge's explanation of things just now was really too tiring. Li Lanyan also had experience in monitoring Zhang Fan, so Chu Ge naturally trusted her to do it. Where are the company people? Chu Ge came to the front desk and saw Ku Wenrui and others. Under the admiring eyes of everyone, he said calmly. When he came out of the office, he found that all the employees in the company had left and it was not yet time to get off work. Boss, General Manager Li Heru said to invite everyone to eat hot pot. Boss, you are this. Great. Luo Shu, Ku Wenrui and others all gave thumbs up, and even the girl at the front desk looked at the boss with admiration. Chu Ge led everyone out of the company and returned to the car. Now he was going to go back to the Moyu group to pick up the boss, the queen, and take him home. You have done a great job on this mission. I am very satisfied. I have told Li Lanyan to contact the company's finance department. The bonus will be paid out within 1 day. Chu Ge told Luo Shu that the injured team members must be taken good care of, and the company will reimburse any medical expenses. Afterwards, Chu Ge secretly transferred the money to Ku Wenrui. The boss is so nice. Ku Wenrui smiled and looked at the several zeros in the text message, flattering his boss. Chu Ge smiled and said nothing. He was the one who made the biggest profit this time. Luo Shu and others are now in the company's security department and are also part of Tengde Company. In fact, he is Chu Ge's own personal bodyguard. After all, the company has just been established and does not need such strong security yet. Chu Ge returned to the Moyu group, picked up Lu Yanru, and drove to the boss's villa. Although it was not time to get off work, the boss was already frightened and needed to soothe the wounds in his heart. Chu Ge has already planned to move out of his boss's villa. He has asked Li Lanyan to find him a luxurious duplex villa, and he will buy it immediately after finding it. Chu Ge always felt a little uncomfortable and restrained staying at his boss's house. For example, when you bring a girl home, you can't bring her to your boss's house. Unless there are 3 of them, Chu Ge will never do this. Night. Chu Ge sat on the sofa after having a full meal and a drink. As the boss's personal bodyguard, he no longer considered himself an outsider. The boss, Lu Yanru, had her hair scattered on her shoulders and was wearing a lace purple pajama dress. Sweat broke out on her forehead. After cleaning, she was out of breath. Lu Yanru looked at Chu Ge unhappily and complained. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. You let me, the boss, do the work and you sit there like a big boss. Thank you for your hard work, boss. Hee, I'll wait until you finish your work, and then I'll serve you. Chu Ge smiled and winked at the boss. Then, he grabbed Lu Yanru's legs, placed them on his thighs, and pressed gently. The silky feeling from his fingertips made Chu Ge unable to let it go. Although the dress a little aroused the heart of a gentleman like him, he faced it all calmly. After the protagonist of the Soldier King was dealt with, Chu Ge felt much more relaxed. He needed to indulge himself. Chu Ge unknowingly used the acupoint massage technique inherited from the poison doctor tradition. Pressing the soles of the feet could relax the muscles and bones. The acupoints on the soles of the feet are connected to the internal organs. Just by gently pressing them, you can tell where the problem is in the body by observing the person's reaction. A strange feeling instantly spread from the soles of her feet into her body, and Lu Yanru covered her mouth in surprise. Lu Yanru quickly stood up, glared at Chu Ge, then quickly squeezed her legs together and ran into the bedroom. Hey, boss, why do you have kidney deficiency? Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru's embarrassed escape in confusion, and shouted while sitting on the sofa. You are the one with kidney deficiency. If you tease the boss again, I will make things difficult for you tomorrow. Lu Yanru's delicate, shy and angry voice came from the bedroom. Chu Ge smiled in his heart, he really didn't mean it. He inherited the skills of a poison doctor, so he could naturally tell that his boss was still a virgin. The peach blossoms are blooming young and bright. The boss is a queen and the bodyguard is a good match. The bodyguard has no bad intentions, he just wants to take care of his boss's physical and mental health. Chapter 36 The Top Secret Truth in the Memory Card. Before going to bed, Chu Ge came out of the kitchen, passed by the boss's bedroom, and stopped for a moment. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he had gone to bed so late. So, in the deep night filled with sin. On the second floor, the single man and woman were separated by only a door. A young and handsome bodyguard stretched out his hand and knocked rhythmically on the door of his boss's room. Boom, boom, boom. Why aren't you asleep yet? What's the matter so late? Lu Yanru got up in her pajamas and walked to the door, looking conflicted. Thinking of what happened on the sofa before, her face turned slightly red, and she grabbed her collar nervously, not opening the door immediately. Good boy, little rabbit, open the door. Chu Ge suddenly felt a sense of evil, and hummed a ballad softly while knocking on the door non-stop, continuing to knock on the door in accordance with the rhythm of the ballad. Then, the boss's laughter could be heard from inside. Hey, the boss's door is open. You're knocking on the door in the middle of the night, and people are almost asleep. Do you know how serious a sin it is to disturb the sleep of a woman in her 30s? This man was really good at talking. He could make her laugh from time to time. Lu Yanru had no choice but to open the door. Hey, it's nothing. I just made some brown sugar ginger water for you. Chu Ge yawned, looked at the boss's snow-white face, and said without looking away, your period will come tomorrow. Drink this tonight, and you won't feel so uncomfortable when it comes. Sometimes, having ability is also a sin. There's no other way. Since I can see the boss's health condition, I have to show off my skills. He teased his boss's empty heart from time to time, making his image as a warm man clearer and clearer in his mind. Being a loving man seems very simple to Chu Ge. By spending a little time, you can easily win a girl's heart. If you are older, then just use the most ordinary relationship and take care of the other person's emptiness with the details. Of course, these tricks can only be used by handsome men. Lu Yanru held the warm cup in both hands, a mist appeared in her eyes, and her watery eyes revealed deep emotion. No one has ever cared about me so carefully, not even my parents. Although I don't know how Chu Ge knew that her period would be tomorrow. But after Chu Ge found out, he carefully made brown sugar ginger water for himself to drink. Such caring behavior made her feel deeply touched. Lu Yanru suddenly felt an impulse in her heart, and the feeling of impulse became stronger and stronger. I couldn't help it for a moment. A graceful figure pounced directly in front of Chu Ge, but at this moment, she was firmly fixed by Chu Ge's arms. The brown sugar ginger water in the cup is shaking constantly, at a fast but steady speed so as not to spill the brown sugar ginger water inside. Hateful. Lu Yanru's face flushed red, and she hurriedly tidied her clothes. She ran into the bedroom, holding the cup steadily as if fleeing from a famine, and immediately closed the door. The messy red lip marks remained at the corner of Chu Ge's mouth. No way. I was just bringing you the brown sugar ginger water, but you made me go wash my face again. The boss really doesn't treat bodyguards as human beings. After seeing the boss close the door directly, Chu Ge pretended to complain loudly outside and then walked back to his room. You're taking advantage of me. Lu Yanru, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard what was said outside. She gently sipped the slightly hot brown sugar ginger water and smiled happily. As the saying goes, in terms of excitement, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a secret lover, and a secret lover is not as good as not being able to have sex. Chu Ge gently wiped the fragrant lipstick on the corner of her mouth and smiled wickedly. I enjoy the boss's kindness. Back in the room, Chu Ge took out the system reward he had received, the physical transformation and accelerated recovery potion. After drinking it, Chu Ge lay straight on the bed. Suddenly, my whole body was shaking, and after a few minutes, the shaking slowly disappeared. The warm current flowing through his body was repairing his body, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He also found that his skin became smoother and more radiant. Well, now Chu Ge really has no way to deny the fact that he is a gigolo. Although I am not nearsighted, my vision has become clearer. After thinking about it, Chu Ge found a fruit knife and lightly cut his finger. Then, Chu Ge saw that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turns out that the physical transformation and accelerated recovery potion is far more effective than one might imagine. Well, looking at the impurities discharged from his body, Chu Ge had to go to the bathroom to take a shower. For the next 3 days, Chu Ge went back and forth between Lu Yanru and Li Lanyan. With the help of the poison doctor's inheritance, Chu Ge is not afraid at all that he will suffer from kidney deficiency in the future. Besides, he has enough capital. Li Lanyan's efficiency is impeccable. Chu Ge also successfully said goodbye to Lu Yanru, who was reluctant to leave, and moved into his own villa. The villa is located in Qingyan community, which is full of wealthy people. If you just have money, you cannot buy it. You also need the index assets to meet the standards. Li Lanyan has already arranged people to keep an eye on Zhang Fan's affairs. After a few days of observation, I analyzed the intelligence obtained from Li Lanyan. Apart from shopping, Zhang Fan didn't do anything else. From the exponential increase in the prices of the purchased goods, Chu Ge analyzed and came up with a data that he believed was more convincing. That is, what Zhang Fan got was not the system, but the supernatural power of the golden finger. Moreover, Chu Ge analyzed and judged from the other parties' purchase records that Zhang Fan should have a golden finger similar to double cash back for consumption. This is the most similar golden finger of the rich among the thousands of urban novels and harem stories that Chu Ge has read in his previous life. Chu Ge did not take action immediately because if Zhang Fan did not cooperate, then he would not be able to make money. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? It's rare to have a super rich protagonist, and Chu Ge can't just waste this opportunity. You still have to think carefully about how to perfectly utilize your own wallet to make money for yourself. Thinking of this, Chu Ge suddenly recalled Zhang Fan's childhood sweetheart. Especially the way Pikachu stared at him with its big bulging eyes left a deep impression on Chu Ge. At this moment, a phone call disrupted his thoughts. It was Ku Wenrui who called. Chu Ge then remembered the incident with the memory card last time. "Boss, I have sorted out the data in the memory card from last time. I'll be there right away. I believe you will be surprised when you see it." Chu Ge didn't care about the things in the memory card at first. It was just a casual move to let Ku Wenrui take a look. Since the other party said so, Chu Ge was a little looking forward to it. After Ku Wenrui arrived at the villa, Chu Ge looked at him puzzledly because of the dark circles under his eyes and the strange look on his face. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look a little bit like you have kidney deficiency?" The boss asked, but he had to say it. Ku Wenrui scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed to speak. "If you can't say it, then don't say it." Chu Ge was just curious. Since it was the other party's privacy, he didn't plan to continue asking. "Actually, it's not that I can't tell you." Ku Wenrui hesitated for a moment, then explained in detail why it turned out like this. It turned out that ever since the boss gave out bonuses and became rich, under the boss's stimulation, the club kept the young model for 2 consecutive days. Captain Luo Shu couldn't stand it anymore, and under the threat of fists, he sorted out all the data in the memory card overnight and printed it out. When I was at the company that day, I didn't get it done that day because the memory card had multiple passwords set up. "It's okay. I'll give you a Chinese medicine formula later. I guarantee that after you drink it, you will continue to be full of energy and there will be no side effects." Chu Ge naturally would not interfere with his subordinates looking for women. He just warned them not to indulge in women. "Thank you, boss." Ku Wenrui immediately smiled happily. "Tell me about the memory card." After Chu Ge asked Ku Wenrui to sit down, he continued to ask, "What surprising thing did you find? Is there art in it? This is much more exciting than art. Please take a look, boss." Ku Wenrui looked mysterious and handed over the document in his hand with both hands. Chu Ge groaned for a moment, took the document, opened it and looked at it carefully. After a while, Chu Ge stopped flipping through the pages as he was already shocked by the contents. He looked at Ku Wenrui with a serious face. You didn't leave a backup of this file, must it be lost outside? No, boss, definitely not. This is definitely the only copy of the file. Except for the memory card, I have handled the rest cleanly. Ku Wenrui hastily assured that he would never dare to make a backup of this matter. I didn't expect that the Shao family, which has had little presence in recent years among the four major families, would have experienced such a horrifying thing a few years ago. Chu Ge thought in disbelief as he looked at the contents of the document. Chapter 37, The Identity of the Dragon King, The Importance of the Right to Speak. Next, Chu Ge read it carefully from beginning to end. During the process, Ku Wenrui did not dare to speak. He was as obedient as a student, putting his hands on his knees and sitting very straight. After reading it, Chu Ge was still shocked for a long time. I didn't expect that what happened back then was so full of ups and downs and interesting plot. It made an outsider like him fascinated. At this moment, Chu Ge felt that the document in his hand would be given special attention even if it was held by Feng Legion, the head of the Feng family. Because this document contains all the truth about what happened to the Shao family back then. Therefore, the identity of the dried bones can be basically confirmed. It is the former head of the Shao family, Shao Jinlong. After confirmation, Chu Ge strongly disagreed with what Shao Jinlong had done. I don't understand why the other party would betray his position. Could it be true as the information said, that it was to allow Yuncheng and Huameng to truly merge into one? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Ge directly rejected this idea. He seriously suspected that Shao Jinlong had ulterior motives and wanted to use this opportunity to take advantage of the Huameng to complete the Shao family's complete swallowing of the other three families. He planned to directly unify Yuncheng and make the Shao family the real master of Yuncheng. It was a pity that such ambition was finally exposed. After being betrayed by his own brother Shao Jintian, Shao Jinlong was eventually plotted against and hunted down by the three major families. He committed suicide in despair and eventually died in a mass grave. It's so sad that in the end there was no one to collect the bodies. Chu Ge shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Being betrayed by his own brother was a tragedy in human nature. I just don't know how the Shao family is doing now. The Shao family's presence has been too weak in recent years. Chu Ge instantly thought of the Dragon King. Shao Jinlong is the biological father of Dragon King Shao Chen, so he should not know the truth yet. It was impossible for the Shao family to tell the Dragon King the truth about what happened back then. Maybe Dragon King Shao Chen became a son-in-law not because he wanted to get slapped. Chu Ge complained in his heart but didn't dwell on it too much. The truth is of no use to me. However, for Shao Chen, it might be something he wants to know even in his dreams. The most important thing for Chu Ge is that it contains evidence of bribery by many officials of the Huameng. In Chu Ge's opinion, this is the most useful thing, which can help him to thrive in the future. With this evidence in hand, it is equivalent to holding those officials in our hands. Of course, the prerequisite is that Chu Ge's power is so strong that these officials are helpless, and only then will they obey him obediently. Otherwise, he would suffer the tremendous wrath of these officials and die without a complete body. This is a sharp blade that can hurt others but may also backfire on you. At this time, an unknown phone call came. Chu Ge took a look and thought about it in his mind, but there was not even a region, so he hung up directly. There are also many scam calls in this world. Generally speaking, it is best to reject unknown numbers from unknown areas. However, just a few seconds after Chu Ge hung up, the phone rang again. Check the current location of this phone. For some reason, a trace of vigilance arose in Chu Ge's heart. He told Ku Wenrui and answered the call when the latter nodded. You are Chu Ge. Although the other party was asking himself, his tone was very affirmative. Who are you? Chu Ge filtered his enemies in his mind. Was it the Zhao family or the forces behind Yifeng? But from the voice of the other person, it can be judged that he is an old man, and his tone carries a firm and powerful majesty. You can call me Old Song. Yifeng was taken away by you. He used to be a soldier under my command. Old Song spoke in a flat tone, but Chu Ge could hear the anger hidden in the other's tone. Yifeng, I didn't take him away. If everything is fine, I'll hang up. Chu Ge laughed. Mr. Song, it seems that we have to investigate the military leaders with the surname Song in the Huameng. You are a smart kid, you should know what the military means. Old Song chuckled and spoke slowly, not afraid at all that Chu Ge would hang up the phone. Since Yi Feng was caught by the other party, and Yi Feng's sister and brothers are gone, then Yi Feng is very likely dead as well. What do you want? Chu Ge heard the threat from the other party and replied lightly, then shook his head to Ku Wenrui beside him. Ku Wenrui nodded quickly, understanding what his boss meant. This meant that he didn't need to check anymore. Yi Feng was the chess piece I arranged in Yuncheng, and now my chess piece is gone. You mean you want me to be your chess piece? Are you taking it for granted? Chu Ge felt that this Mr. Song was really inexplicably confident, and said with disdain. He actually wanted me to be his pawn and used such a condescending tone. He really thought I was made of clay. You will agree. As long as the 4 major families are in Yuncheng, you will never be able to start a company or rise to prominence. Old Song was very confident and had learned about Chu Ge before making the call. Since Yi Feng is gone, Mr. Song will naturally not do anything detrimental to his interests for the sake of a dead person. Since Chu Ge was able to kill his chess piece, then Chu Ge was also qualified to become his chess piece. Option 1, agree to Mr. Song and become the opponent's pawn. Afterwards, you are foolishly kicked out and the roots are wiped out. Reward, a high-level grave in the mass grave. Option 2, pretend to agree to Mr. Song, negotiate with him, and use him to strengthen yourself. Reward, 10 shadow guard killers. Choice 3, immediately confront Mr. Song. Reply to him, my fate is in my own hands. You want me to be your chess piece, it's just a dream. Reward, forgotten arsenal. Chu Ge was about to speak when he saw the system gave him 3 options to choose from. For the first choice, Chu Ge really wanted to ask, system, are you serious? High-level grave. Are mass graves becoming involutionary these days? Chu Ge did not reply to Mr. Song and continued to look at the options, while the latter was quietly waiting for Chu Ge's reply. After dozens of seconds, it seemed that the only option left was option 3. But he really wanted and needed the 10 shadow guard killers. The troubled Chu Ge immediately discovered a system bug. Option 3 is, immediately, while option 2 does not have the word, immediately. So Chu Ge took a deep breath and confronted the other party in an impassioned and powerful tone. My fate is in my own hands. You're dreaming if you want me to be your pawn. After saying this, a map immediately appeared in the system space. It seems that the arsenal is not distributed directly. These words made Ku Wenrui, who was sitting opposite Chu Ge, so excited that he wanted to pick up a weapon and beat up the person on the phone immediately. The confident Mr. Song did not expect the young man to be so impulsive. He said angrily, young man, don't regret it. After that, Mr. Song was about to hang up the phone. Since this young man is ignorant, just arrange for someone to get rid of him, so as to prevent the other party from interfering with his subsequent arrangements in Yuncheng. No one is irreplaceable. Since Chu Ge is unwilling, there will be people who will kneel down and lick him in front of him, and will be happy to be his pawn. You don't even give me any benefits. You've lived for so long and now you're planning to get something for free. When the other party was about to hang up the phone, Chu Ge taught him a lesson in a bad tone. You're really going backwards as you get older. How can you be so naive, old man? I really don't know how you got to your current position. Did you do it by force? Hey, you. Old Song was so angry that he almost passed out. Fortunately, someone around him helped him to breathe smoothly, and his breathing gradually became smoother and he got better. When Chu Ge heard the rapid breathing from the other side, a smile flashed in his eyes. What exactly do you want? Mr. Song felt that this conversation had gone out of his control and was now under the control of the other party. Chu Ge put on airs, took a sip of tea, and then said lightly, it's not what I want, but what benefits can you bring to me? In our cooperation, what specific benefits can you bring to me? Understand, it's not empty talk. You came to me, so you naturally know my abilities. You want to kill me, then I will directly tell the 4 major families about your arrangements in Yuncheng. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I accidentally recorded the audio just now. All of a sudden, the entire right to speak was cleverly grabbed by Chu Ge. Now it was no longer Chu Ge begging the other party for benefits, but asking this man named Mr. Song to give a price that satisfied him. Beg yourself and the other party to cooperate by paying corresponding benefits. This is the charm of language. Chapter 38, Paying Lip Service to the Feng Family. Young man, you don't know your place. Tell me, what do you want? Do you need money? Old Song was so angry that he was shaking. He had been in a high position for so many years, but no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. He could not help but snort coldly. This young man is so sinister that he doesn't feel sorry for the old man at all. I just don't know how big this young man's appetite is, be careful or he might die of overeating. An ordinary bodyguard, in a short period of time, did things that were far beyond his abilities. This in itself is very strange. There must be something fishy and a secret that he doesn't know about. The basis of cooperation is that both parties are honest with each other. To be honest, what I hate most are those who hide behind the scenes and do bad things to others. Money, I don't need it. What I want is very simple. I need 30 gun licenses. The rest will naturally be unpredictable things that happen in the process of dealing with the 4 major families. I will contact you then. Since there are conditions, Chu Ge will naturally not miss the opportunity to make money. Mr. Song on the other end of the phone laughed, hiding behind the scenes, which was also a kind of self. Afterwards, old Song pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, there are too many gun licenses. It will be a bit troublesome even for me to handle them. Then the number will be 18 gun licenses. No less. There was no surprise on Chu Ge's face. After all transactions are negotiated and the price is bargained. In fact, he didn't intend to ask for so much. He asked for more just to give the other party the experience of bargaining. Then, there was silence on the other end of the phone. I don't know if Mr. Song is aware of Chu Ge's thoughts. Okay. After a while, Mr. Song finally agreed. 18 gun licenses seemed more acceptable to him than 30. I hope that next time we talk, you can let me see the progress of things. Without saying more to Chu Ge, for fear of getting angry again, before hanging up the phone, Mr. Song reminded him not to accept benefits and not do the work, otherwise he would think about the consequences. This old guy is not stupid. Chu Ge looked at the phone, thinking about the verbal threat the other party made before hanging up the phone, and cursed with a smile without caring. At this time, Chu Ge hurriedly checked the system, wondering if the bug he was stuck on could be fixed. He was not disappointed. After Chu Ge checked the system options, he immediately put a tick behind option 2, and the system reward instantly entered his mind. As long as it is the person who distributes it, he will not appear around you at the first time. But there will be an extra phone number in his mind to contact the Shadow Guard killer. The distribution method is the same as the previous 2 times. As for Mr. Song, Chu Ge felt that he had to fleece him of all the wool. The other party wants to use you, and you also want to use the other party to achieve your own goals. Yuncheng is his starting point, so Chu Ge naturally has extraordinary ambitions for Yuncheng. The Feng family, the Qian family, the Zhao family, and the Xiao family. Among the 4 major families, the only one he can use now is the Feng family, and he can even count the Xiao family's Dragon King Xiao Chen. The most important thing is Xiao Chen. He is not very clear about the Dragon King's own power and the forces behind him. But Chu Ge was very happy to see the dog bite the dog, and in the end the fisherman would reap the benefits. Xiao Chen is now the son-in-law of the Qian family. If he wants to get in touch with the Qian family, then the Feng family is the best stepping stone. It's a pity for Yi Feng. Chu Ge originally planned to use Yi Feng to achieve his goal. In the end, it was all Yi Feng's fault for being too impulsive and reckless, and asking for his own death, which forced him to kill the other person. Thinking of this, Chu Ge asked Ku Wenrui to wait for him in the living room. Chu Ge went back to the bedroom alone and picked up the hairband she bought last time. It was wrapped in a beautiful gift box and had not even been opened. Feng Linlin called him many times in the past few days. This girl seemed to care about him quite a lot. However, he kept making excuses, repeatedly stressing that he was very busy these days and actually just wanted to rest for a few days. It was indeed very rude of me not to visit the Feng family after I got their help. Well, this opportunity has come. Chu Ge looked at the gift box in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. He was thinking about how to use the Feng family to achieve his own goals. Chu Ge left the villa, got in the car and headed for the Feng family. Luo Shu, who has turned from secret to public, has now become Chu Ge's exclusive driver, and Ku Wenrui sits obediently in the back. Feng family. On the way, Chu Ge called Feng Linlin, so he was not stopped and went straight into Feng's house. As soon as he got off the car, Chu Ge saw Feng Linlin waiting for him outside the villa eagerly. It's been so long and you haven't come to see me. Last time you said you would come to my house as a guest. After seeing Chu Ge, Feng Linlin trotted over with a happy look on her face but a complaint in her mouth. I'm here now. Chu Ge couldn't help but rub Feng Linlin's little head and said with a smile. This is your hairband. It looks like it suits you very well. I spent several days carefully selecting it. Chu Ge handed the gift in his hand to Feng Linlin. HMPH, didn't you say you were busy these days? Feng Linlin took the gift box quickly with a smile on her face, saying something inconsistent in her heart. I just made this excuse to give you a surprise, but it's a pity that you misunderstood me for several days. Chu Ge pretended to be lost and depressed, and sighed deeply. No, I didn't misunderstand you. Don't be angry, okay? Feng Linlin was no match for Chu Ge, a veteran. Seeing Chu Ge acting like this, she felt very distressed and quickly explained. It's okay. This gift can make you happy. It's worth it after searching for so long these days. How could I be angry with you? Chu Ge pinched Feng Linlin's little face, his eyes were particularly gentle. Feng Linlin realized that she had misunderstood the other party and wanted to make amends, so she pouted her face and gave Chu Ge a pinch. Come in and sit down first. I have learned the art of making tea these days. My father has hidden a lot of good tea leaves. Let me show you. Then, Feng Linlin smiled and pulled Chu Ge towards home. She said to the two people behind Chu Ge, come in together. Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui looked at the boss. Chu Ge smiled and said, they just need to wait outside. Okay then. Feng Linlin glanced at the two of them and then responded. Your father should not be here. Chu Ge walked into Feng Linlin's home, holding Feng Linlin's delicate little hand. As he was speaking, he saw the person sitting on the sofa in the living room, and his face suddenly froze. Uncle Feng, I thought you were not at home and only brought Linlin's gift. It was so rude. Chu Ge immediately changed his words. He felt the dangerous look in the eyes of the head of the Feng family and obediently let go of the other's daughter's hand. Flirting with the other person's daughter in front of her is really a little exciting. Wait for me for a moment, I'll go upstairs to open the gifts and come down right away. Feng Linlin showed a hint of embarrassment on her face, and quickly ran away from Chu Ge and hurried upstairs. Young man, sit down. Feng Legion almost couldn't help but start fighting. This bastard actually dared to come to the Feng family. He actually held his daughter's hand in front of him. Was it that he couldn't lift the knife anymore, or was it that the other party was a little too proud? Is he sure that I won't do anything to him? Or is it really that bold? Uncle Feng, thank you very much for helping me out last time. Chu Ge sat opposite Feng Legion without any restraint, and his gratitude was sincere. Actually, I don't like my daughter to associate with you, because when I see you, I feel like I'm seeing the ambitious Xiao Jinlong back then. Feng Legion stared at Chu Ge and said word by word. He had a good impression of the young man, but since his daughter was involved, he had to warn him. Why? Does the head of the Feng family want to interfere in Linlin's emotional issues? Also, who is this Xiao Jinlong? Chu Ge's heart skipped a beat and he asked with pretended confusion in his eyes. Just a loser. Feng Legion didn't seem to want to talk more about Xiao Jinlong. I won't interfere in my daughter's relationship problems, but I don't want her to be cheated on. Having said that, Feng Legion frowned and looked at Chu Ge deeply. To be honest, I had a very good first impression of you, and I admire young people like you very much. It is indeed an honor for a junior to be appreciated by Uncle Feng. Chu Ge also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Feng Legion didn't know that he had the memory card and knew the truth of the year. It's totally normal to have a good impression of yourself, which shows that you, the head of the Feng family, are a villain. Chu Ge had not expected that his favorability against the villain +100 could only be triggered in person. He has a natural attribute of +100 villain favorability. Any villain who sees me will have a good impression of me at first sight. Of course, this level of favorability is not static. It will increase or decrease depending on subsequent factors, and may even turn into hostility. Haha. Feng Legion didn't believe what the other party said. Honor. This sentence is just for listening and not to be taken seriously. What is the purpose of your visit this time? Feng Legion glanced at the stairs behind him and asked directly. Uncle Feng misunderstood me. I just simply wanted to be nice to Linlin. Chu Ge naturally would not admit that he came here with a purpose, and denied it verbally. Feng Legion shook his head slightly, took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Chu Ge. What is this? Chu Ge took the invitation puzzled, not quite understanding what he meant. This is the invitation to the old lady Qian's 60th birthday party, which will be held in a week. Since you call me uncle, I won't let you go empty-handed. Originally, I was planning to let my daughter go in my place, but now I have decided to let you go with my daughter. Feng Lijian felt that since he couldn't stop his daughter from contacting the other party, he might as well give the young man a chance. In the end, it all depends on whether this young man can seize this opportunity. If he couldn't seize the opportunity, Feng Lijian would do anything to stop his daughter from being with a loser. Then I would like to thank Uncle Feng. Chu Ge was still thinking about getting to know the people from the other three major families through Linlin, but he didn't expect that he would get it without any effort now. This was a complete surprise, but the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Then, he thought of the Zhao family again. Chu Ge was a little puzzled. What was going on with the Zhao family? Why didn't they come to cause trouble for so long? Linlin has a simple mind and is a complete blank when it comes to feelings. I hope you can seize the opportunity and not let her down. After hearing the footsteps coming down the stairs, Feng Lijian looked at Chu Ge with majesty in his eyes and stared at him closely. Don't worry, uncle. I will take good care of Linlin. Chu Ge said with a smile. Chu Ge, do you think my hair tie looks good? After Feng Linlin ran downstairs, she saw her father and Chu Ge having a good chat, so she sat next to Chu Ge, pointing at the hair tie with her hair, her eyes full of anticipation. The hairband that originally had no spiritual energy was suddenly activated. It looks really beautiful. Chu Ge did not lie. After Feng Linlin put it on, she felt like the hairband had found the right owner. Thank you for your gift, I like it very much. Feng Linlin gently touched the hairband with a sweet smile on her face. Why don't you ask me, your dad? Feng Lijian felt that he was ignored by his daughter. Looking at his daughter and Chu Ge talking and laughing, he felt very uncomfortable. Then Dad, do you think it looks good? My daughter looks good in anything she wears. Although his daughter was a little perfunctory, it still satisfied Feng Lijian's fatherly love. Chu Ge smiled at the sight and had a new understanding of the extent to which the head of the Feng family doted on Feng Linlin. A total daughter slave. Chapter 39. The unconscious old man, the country doctor. Chu Ge could imagine that if he could capture Feng Linlin directly in the future, he would be in trouble if he dared to let her down, or even just bully her a little. He seriously suspected that the head of the Feng family would point a submachine gun at his head and shoot directly. Chu Ge, let me tell you, the tea I brew is not something that ordinary people can drink. Feng Linlin was washing her hands, and playfully shook the water droplets on her hands towards Chu Ge. Every friendly gesture Feng Linlin made towards Chu Ge was reflected in her father's eyes. Chu Ge, who had to endure Feng Lijian's weird and stiff smile, felt a little pressured. He was a daughter slave and could not afford to offend her. The art of tea making is very sophisticated and is divided into 12 steps. Wash your hands. Heat cups and warm pots. Putting tea leaves into the utensil is also called ma long ru gong. Feng Linlin learned it very well. In front of Chu Ge, she simply wanted to show off her tea art in front of Chu Ge and get the other party to look at her differently. The fourth step, commonly known as washing tea, is to pour boiling water into the pot and quickly pour it out after the water comes into contact with the tea leaves. Next, brew, seal the pot, and serve. Chu Ge watched Feng Linlin's movements, which were smooth and looked very skilled, not at all like something a novice could do. It seems that Feng Linlin has indeed put in a lot of effort. Next, the jade liquid will be poured into the pot, divided into pots, served, smelled and tasted. Chu Ge also looked up these steps on his mobile phone while Feng Linlin was making tea, and they seemed to be quite realistic. In fact, this is what some tea-loving scholars who like to show off did. For normal people like Chu Ge, all they have to do is boil tea, pour tea, and drink tea. Dad, have some tea. This time, Feng Linlin learned her lesson and first offered tea to her dad with both hands. Okay. Feng Lijian quickly took the teacup and said okay 3 times. He was very pleased looking at his daughter. Then she served tea to Chu Ge, and then walked out the door with the other 2 cups of tea. Feng Linlin did not forget that there were 2 guests outside the door. Chu Ge's men were standing outside her house. They couldn't be left without even a cup of tea. No wonder she's the heroine, with such high emotional intelligence. If you can become your own good wife in the future, it will be a good choice. Chu Ge looked at Linlin's back thoughtfully, and his mind suddenly wandered far away. Thank you, Madam Boss. Compared to Luo Shu's simple thank you, Ku Wenrui's answer made Feng Linlin more satisfied. Why are you yelling? After Feng Linlin came in, Luo Shu immediately looked at Ku Wenrui and blamed him. I was afraid that Ku Wenrui's gossip would delay the boss's work. I'm not wrong. Didn't you see that when I said thank you to the boss lady just now, she smiled all of a sudden. Although I won't guess what the boss is thinking, I do have some emotional intelligence. What I did is called assisting. Who knows, if the boss is happy, I can go to the club to meet the young models again. Last time, the young model said she liked my specialty. Ku Wenrui chuckled, and after seeing the captain's dangerous look, he hurriedly explained in a low voice. Are you saying that I have no emotional intelligence? Luo Shu finally reacted after nodding, glared at him fiercely, and decided to deal with him when he got back. Captain, think about it, with a boss lady like this, we as subordinates will definitely have an easier time in the future, and won't be influenced by the boss lady. Luo Shu couldn't help but nodded in agreement with Ku Wenrui's words, looking at the hot tea in his hand. It was indeed so. You'd better remember what I said before. His daughter's behavior made Feng Legion suddenly feel like his daughter had grown up, and he felt very relieved. He looked at his daughter who had suddenly become mature and sensible, and recalled the time when his daughter was just born. All the beautiful scenes appeared before his eyes as if they happened yesterday. Feng Legion felt a little complicated. He remembered his wife's last words before she died, and couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the study. He is the head of the Feng family and does not require his daughter to make any sacrifices for the family. He can shoulder all the family responsibilities that his daughter needs to bear. Uncle Feng, please rest assured. Chu Ge smiled, holding the teacup, and watched the head of the Feng family leave. It seems that the head of the Feng family is also a man with a story. Chu Ge thought so and couldn't help but take a sip of tea. After the slightly bitter stimulation, a sweet, cool and comfortable feeling comes, and a faint tea fragrance remains between the lips and teeth. Where's my dad? Feng Linlin came back and found that her father was missing. She looked at Chu Ge and asked in confusion. Your father asked me to take good care of you. He seems to have gone back to his room. Chu Ge looked at Linlin and suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes revealed a hint of doting and he pinched her face again. Why are you pinching my face again? My dad would never say that. Feng Linlin did not resist and rolled her eyes at Chu Ge. Chu Ge chuckled, withdrew his hand, continued drinking tea, and stared straight ahead, his eyes gradually becoming deep and unfathomable. Whenever he was in a daze, Chu Ge would think about how to plot against those protagonists, either to have them used by him or to have them killed by him. What do you think our relationship is now? Feng Linlin said suddenly, quietly supporting her chin and watching Chu Ge sipping his tea slowly. It's far more than just friendship. Chu Ge came back to his senses and smiled at Linlin. As a man of inspiration and love, he will never compromise on this point. There were so many forests, and he didn't want to hang himself on a tree just at the beginning. Unless he is tired of playing and wants to find an honest woman to marry. As long as you don't admit it, you will always be single. Then even if you are with many women and are discovered, you can reply to them by saying that we are just friends. Then I am not considered to be cheating, nor am I considered a scumbag, and I will never play two-timing. Is that so? Feng Linlin didn't know whether Chu Ge liked her or not. Anyway, she felt very uncomfortable if she didn't see Chu Ge for a day, and she kept having all kinds of random thoughts. She had no experience in love and didn't know what love or liking was. She just relied on instinct to understand and test things. Chu Ge did not stay at Feng's house for dinner. He said goodbye to Feng Linlin who was reluctant to leave, and promised her that she could come to see him anytime. He's gone. After Chu Ge left the Feng family, Feng Legion walked out of the study, looked at his daughter who was in a daze on the sofa, and said. Yeah, Feng Linlin seemed to have lost her soul. She sat there with her phone in a daze. Feng Legion felt very distressed when he saw this scene, but he didn't know what to say. He could only curse Chu Ge as a bastard in his heart for causing so much harm to others. When we left Feng's house, the street lights outside had already been turned on and it was almost dusk. Chu Ge looked at the invitation in his hand with a hint of anticipation on his face. The Dragon King's son-in-law, I just don't know if the other party will be smirking when he announces the Dragon King's return after being beaten and humiliated. If his mouth doesn't become crooked, he is definitely not a genuine dragon king. Suddenly, there was a sound of emergency brakes. Chu Ge, whose mind was blank, almost hit the windshield in front of him. Fortunately, he was wearing a seat belt. This is the importance of seat belts. They can save your life in an accident. Boss, are you okay? Luo Shu looked at the boss nervously and said quickly. It really wasn't his intention just now. The vehicle in front of him suddenly braked and was driving at a speed of nearly 60, almost rear-ending him. I'm fine. Chu Ge shook his head. Fortunately, there was no water in his brain. Let's go and take a look. Chu Ge then discovered that there was a traffic jam ahead. You know, this is on a highway bridge, so there must have been some kind of accident ahead. Luo Shu quickly locked the car door, and together with Ku Wenrui, the two of them walked forward, protecting their boss. Chu Ge watched as the people in the cars in front walked forward and gathered together. With the pressure from Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui, a position was finally squeezed out for Chu Ge. Please save my father, I beg you. Is there any doctor? Please save my father. A young woman with tears streaming down her face sat on the ground with her legs curled up, holding an unconscious old man in her arms, and looked at everyone in panic. The expectant and tearful look in his eyes made everyone's heart flutter. Seeing that no one responded, the young woman became more and more desperate. Although my father has heart disease, he has been taking medicine to maintain his health and has been doing well. How could she suddenly have a heart attack in such a traffic jam? She had even run out of her spare medicine. She was helpless and felt more and more desperate. It was all her fault for not discovering the situation of her father's spare medicine in time. The crowd watched silently without saying anything. Some people have already called 120, hoping that it will be in time. We are all ordinary people, and it feels bad to see this. Although we want to be a hero to save the beauty, we really can't do anything. Chu Ge whispered something to Ku Wenrui, who quickly ran out to find out the news. If you are really sick, you can't just sit here, you have to go to the hospital immediately. So the actual place of the incident was not here, it might have been in front, causing congestion, and as a result, an elderly man happened to fall ill and could not be sent to the hospital in time. Chu Ge analyzed the whole cause and effect in one go, and all he needed was Ku Wenrui to come back to verify his guess. Judging from the extremely pale complexion and fluctuating breathing rate of this unconscious old man, it should be that he had a sudden and acute heart attack and fainting due to pain. I wrote this randomly, don't believe it. As long as you use special techniques to stimulate the other person's heart, you can wake him up and send him to the hospital. Boss, it's just as you thought. There's a traffic jam because 3 cars collided and are arguing with each other. After Ku Wenrui came back, he squeezed in from the outside, ignoring the curses of the people who were squeezed out, and quickly told the boss. At this moment, Chu Ge was about to take action. This has nothing to do with interests or calculations, it's just that he still has a conscience with correct values. Please move aside. You can't save anyone. Crowding here will only make it more difficult for the unconscious person to breathe. Suddenly, an ordinary teenager with a sack on his back, wearing ragged jeans, messy short hair, and looking a little sloppy, squeezed in from outside. Seeing this young man, Chu Ge's eyes flashed with something strange, and he couldn't help but stop, wanting to see what the other party would do. The young woman with tears in her eyes raised her head and looked at the person who was speaking. She was very disappointed to find that it was a young man. What medical skills could a young boy know? I hope my father can hold on until the doctor arrives. I can save him. Chen Meng was moved when he saw the young woman with hazy eyes and tears on her cheeks. He felt pity for her and said quickly, as long as you save the other person's father, the other person's heart will definitely be yours. When the time comes, I will repay you for saving my life, pledge myself to you, and become your own man. Thinking about the scene of living together with each other, Chen Meng's face couldn't help but ripple, and he looked like a perverted teenager. This made the young woman frown secretly, but she held on to a glimmer of hope and looked at him expectantly. Can you really save my father? Yes, with my medical skills, it's easy to save your father. Your father should have a heart disease. Chen Meng straightened his chest confidently and carefully put the sack in his hand on the ground. Inside the sack were the treasures he brought from the countryside. Young women in the city are prettier than those in the countryside. They have fair and delicate skin and that alluring look in their eyes. Wow. The master did not lie to me, but I don't know if the woman he needs to protect is as pretty as this young woman. Then please save my father quickly. Ji Yuanyuan looked at her father in her arms, who seemed to be in increasingly worse condition. She could only hold on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that the other party was not lying. The crowd watching was full of disbelief. The guy's clothes and appearance showed that he was a poor boy from the country. He looked so young, how could he know medicine? There was a smile in Chu Ge's eyes. This scene was so familiar that he couldn't help but walk forward. My dear little brother, it's not good to brag. It seems that your mind is not on saving people. Chapter 40. This woman is actually obsessed with looks. If you don't know medicine, don't talk nonsense here. Get out of here and let me save people. Chen Meng, who was exposed in front of others, was furious and glared at the other person fiercely. Chen Meng's eyes, like a wild dog snatching food, made everyone terrified. This man who appeared out of nowhere looked very handsome and his clothes showed that he was from a wealthy family. I couldn't help but feel jealous. Let me do it. I know a lot about medical skills. Your father must have suffered from frequent attacks and taking medicine too frequently, which caused an acute heart attack and painful intermittent fainting. First aid can be given on the spot. Chu Ge ignored the sloppy young man for the time being, squatted down, smiled at the young woman, and explained. Ji Yuanyuan looked at the handsome young man in front of her, and then at the sloppy boy behind him. The scruffy boy only said he had a heart attack. This handsome guy spoke more standardly and carefully, and it was obvious that he was a professional. I didn't think too much about it. Compared to that sloppy boy, I might as well trust this handsome guy. I could tell from the way he spoke. Ji Yuanyuan nodded heavily and asked him to come and treat her father. I hope this handsome young man is as good at medicine as he is handsome. Ji Yuanyuan placed her father steadily on the ground, squatted aside, and looked at him expectantly. Please, you must save my father. I will definitely repay you. Ji Yuanyuan silently clasped her hands together, hoping that her father would be lucky and wake up soon. No problem. If nothing unexpected happens, your father will wake up soon. You don't have to repay me. It's fate that we met, and I can't just leave it alone. Chu Ge spoke slowly, his handsome and fair face full of confidence, revealing an extraordinary temperament. This also made Ji Yuanyuan feel relieved from her panic. He is a liar. He just wants to do something bad to you. There was no way Chen Meng would let such a sexy opportunity slip away from him. He immediately took out a box of acupuncture needles from the sack, intending to push the other person away and wake the old man up immediately. Back off now, or don't blame me for being rude. Ku Wenrui immediately stood in front of Chen Meng and looked at him vigilantly. Luo Shu stood beside the boss to protect his safety. The boss wants to save people, and the subordinates will naturally be more sober. For example, they will stop some tactless people. Chu Ge was using special ancient medical techniques on the old man's heart to stimulate his heart vitality. Look at this young man, he speaks with reason and courtesy, he is more trustworthy than a sloppy boy like you. Look at his technique, it's very unusual. I think he must be a special genius who studies Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine has hope. Look at his confident technique. It seems that this old man will wake up soon. Chen Meng was furious when he heard people's words full of disdain and ridicule towards him, as well as the continuous praise for this disruptive man. He looked coldly at the person standing in front of him, thinking that he should be that person's bodyguard. As a disciple of a miracle doctor in a secluded village, Chen Meng had never heard of any special methods that could save heart patients. This young woman actually doesn't believe in herself. Why? Is this world really about looks? Don't look at ability anymore. I am the apprentice of the miracle doctor. I hope this man won't embarrass himself for a while, and I won't have to clean up the mess myself. Chen Meng felt disdain in his heart and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Apart from his master, no one had ever made him angry since he was a child. Studying medicine doesn't mean you can only use it to save people, you can also use it to kill people. Chen Meng's face showed a cold light and he punched directly. The needle in his hand turned into a cold light in an instant, and while the other party was not paying attention, it directly pierced into an acupuncture point on the other party's arm. Ku Wenrui only saw the other party swinging his fist at him, and the next second, his arm suddenly fell down weakly. In the blink of an eye, the opponent punched him hard in the face. Bastard! Ku Wenrui felt dizzy and his own arm suddenly lost feeling. He was shocked and made a quick decision to kick the opponent. It's useless. Chen Meng laughed arrogantly. It was the same technique again, causing the opponent's legs to lose sensation. Ku Wenrui immediately fell to his knees. Half of his limbs had lost sensation, as if they had never been felt before, and he was unable to stand up. Who are you? Luo Shu had to stand up and stand in front of Chen Meng, who wanted to continue attacking, and asked coldly. Outside the game, he noticed that the other party seemed to have thrown something at Ku Wenrui, causing Ku Wenrui to lose the ability to move. This made him alert, as the other party seemed to be a master. The two sides actually started fighting. Everyone's desire to watch the fun was instantly aroused, and they all stepped back one after another and stood in a safe place to watch the show. Wake up! The heart stimulation technique used by Chu Ge has reached the final step. Chu Ge's palm suddenly turned into 5 claws, and he used the impact of his fingers very accurately to stimulate the heart, pressing on various acupoints on the heart at the same time. Plop! Chu Ge's fingers felt the passionate and powerful heartbeat coming from the old man's body. Plop, plop, plop. Father. Ji Yuan was so happy that she cried. She could see her father's heartbeat and breathing rising and falling. Ji Yuan quickly looked at the handsome man, her eyes shining with excitement. My choice turned out to be the right one. This handsome man is indeed a capable doctor. If you had chosen that sloppy boy who only knew how to fight and be aggressive. Ji Yuan frowned as she looked at the boy who was fighting fiercely. She really disliked such people. Not only was he sloppy and vulgar, he was also rude and unreasonable, and the way he looked at him made her feel sick and disgusted. Don't worry, your father will wake up soon. Chu Ge whispered to the young woman who was about to cry. Thank you so much. The young woman smiled and expressed her gratitude to him. Chu Ge laughed and said nothing. This woman is like a bud in full bloom, blossoming with the beauty of that moment, and the petals slowly opening to the surroundings, creating an alluring scene. Simply put, it's cooked. There is a hint of nobility, and it seems that his identity is not simple. The mixture of the two gives Chu Ge a special feeling of being both dignified and noble as well as full of vigor and vitality. Tisk tisk tisk. No wonder the young man couldn't control his original intention the first time he saw it. Chu Ge had completed his task, saving a life, just following his heart. He stopped working, stood up, and walked quickly towards Ku Wenrui. Boss. Ku Wenrui's face dimmed when he saw his boss stand up. After all, he was treated like this by an unknown teenager. It's just acupuncture, don't worry, it's nothing serious. Chu Ge came to Ku Wenrui, who was kneeling on the ground, checked him, and pulled out the silver needles from his arms and legs. Ku Wenrui immediately returned to normal. If the needle is removed incorrectly, the person who has been needled may suffer from irreversible physical problems. Fortunately, the art of acupuncture, in the tradition of poison medicine, belongs to the health-preserving medical skills. If used properly, it can easily allow the body to live several years or even decades longer. If a person has evil intentions, he can kill people without being noticed. After killing someone, if a needle is randomly hidden, who would know what the murder weapon is? I'm fine, thank you, boss. Ku Wenrui quickly touched his hands and feet. He still felt the feeling in his hands and feet, and he felt relieved instantly. Just then, a cough was heard behind me. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, coughing sounds rang out one after another. Father, you finally woke up, the young woman shouted excitedly. The old man sat up instantly, coughing and gasping for breath, his eyes slowly recovering from confusion and gradually becoming bright. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, daughter. The old man comforted his daughter, recalling that before he fell into a coma, his heart suddenly began to ache and the pain was unbearable. Then he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost consciousness. Applause suddenly broke out all around. This handsome young man saving a life is more effective than building a 7-story pagoda. A little applause shows everyone's admiration. With such skills, he will definitely be a good doctor who saves lives in the future. Look at others rescuing people, and you are still beating up other people's bodyguards. Are you still a human being? That's right, that's right. Do you still have any conscience? You are so young, who taught you this? You don't have any basic qualities, you only know how to fight. I've called the police, and everyone will be a witness later. No problem, this kind of person is the most annoying in my life. If they don't go in and give him a lesson, they don't know their place. Everyone immediately blamed this sloppy boy who was in the way, and said that he was nothing. Chen Meng had no chance to attack at all as Luo Shu was on guard and attacked him repeatedly at close range. But Chen Meng's hand and foot skills seemed to be no weaker than Luo Shu's. Chen Meng understood the functions of every joint and meridian in the human body and knew how to use them flexibly. If he had been given the opportunity to prepare, Luo Shu would have been poisoned to death by himself long ago. Doctors can save lives, but they can also kill people. Father, I'm so glad you're okay. It was this boy who saved you. Ji Yuanyuan's tone was still excited. She quickly helped her father up and pointed at the handsome Chu Ge and said to her father, "Thank you, young man, for saving my life." After hearing his daughter's explanation of the situation, Ji Yuhongguo hurriedly stepped forward and held Chu Ge's hand, expressing his gratitude to the other party for saving his life. I also felt a little scared, as if I had almost gone to hell. It's just a small matter. I naturally won't stand idly by when I encountered it. You don't need to thank me too much. It is fate that we met. Chu Ge calmed the old man's excited mood and looked at the sloppy boy meaningfully. I met the protagonist again. His luck has always been good. What can be confirmed for the time being is that the other party has medical skills and looks like he has just come to Yuncheng from the countryside. Where to go next? Meet the campus beauty's fiancé and enroll as a personal bodyguard. Or should you seek help from a relative like a widow and help her build her career? It's just a bit strange why the system doesn't give a choice. It's incredible that he can actually be saved. When Chen Meng was fighting, he glanced at the old man, his pupils shrank, and he was extremely shocked. This is unscientific. Shouldn't he take action himself in the end, slap that handsome man in the face, and win the young woman's heart? Luo Shu, step back. Chu Ge walked forward slowly, and Luo Shu obediently stopped and stood beside the boss. Little brother, did it feel good to use needles to attack someone just now? Chu Ge took out the 2 needles he had just taken out from Ku Wenrui, with a cold look on his face. There is no hesitation or entanglement. Anyone who hits him must pay the price. Just use the acupuncture technique that the other party is proud of. Chu Ge attacked extremely quickly, his body was like a gust of wind, rushing straight up. Chen Meng snorted coldly, his face showing murderous intent. He was just a young man, but he was so arrogant just because he knew a little medical skills. The 3rd needle of acupuncture. Chen Meng held the silver needle in his hand, feeling extremely confident. However, Chu Ge's domineering strength and extremely concealed acupuncture techniques were far beyond Chen Meng's imagination. Chapter 41 turns you into a eunuch. When he was about 2 meters away from Chen Meng, a hint of coldness appeared on Chu Ge's lips. He took a step forward and stopped, standing upright. The fingers are like swimming dragons, and the hands are like afterimages. The dragon is captured and the silver needle is unsheathed. As soon as Chu Ge made a move, Chen Meng, who was originally full of confidence, felt as if facing a powerful enemy. His face changed drastically and he was frightened as if he had seen a ghost. There are big problems with the acupuncture technique used by the other party. In an instant, Chen Meng suddenly recalled a memory from the past. He seemed to have seen a fragment of the extremely rare acupuncture technique used by the other party in the old man's collection room. It is an ancient medical method of acupuncture, but it has been lost now. Even the incomplete medical diagram collected by the old man only had this sentence recorded below it. Ancient medical acupuncture, the pinnacle of acupuncture and moxibustion. Chen Meng had no time to react at all, less than half a second, because Chu Ge did not hold back any strength when he attacked. The silver needle was inserted into his yang, turning him into the last eunuch in the world. Suddenly, Chen Meng felt a chill in his heart, and a sharp pain went straight through his heart, making him unable to help but let out a howl. This kind of pain is something that no man can bear. Chen Meng felt like he had lost the most important thing in an instant, as if he had never had it. Are you going to use the same methods you used against the other party's men to deal with yourself? He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Chu Ge's ancient acupuncture method using silver needles is far from comparable to Chen Meng's acupuncture method. Coupled with his own strength, the power of his wrist exploded even more rapidly, and the force of the silver needle directly penetrated Chen Meng's pants. Chen Meng quickly stepped back half a step, wary of the other party, and glared at him. You use such insidious means. You don't deserve such medical skills. I'm just doing a good deed and taking away what he likes. As for insidious, the means you just used were not much better. Chu Ge laughed, without the slightest bit of anger, and looked at the sloppy young man carefully with a shining gaze, and suddenly said, "When you bullied my subordinates just now, were you very proud in your heart? Now I'm just repaying you. He just lost a leg and an arm, and I only took one thing from you. You don't lose anything." Chu Ge raised a finger, looked directly at the other party and said slowly, "This is the cycle of nature, and it is in line with the art of medicine. You." Chen Meng's eyes were red with excitement, but he had no way to do anything to the other party, and he couldn't even win the argument. Who is this mysterious man? Why does he have acupuncture skills that are even better than his? If I get it. A trace of greed arose in Chen Meng's heart. I thought that I must make the other party reveal the acupuncture method afterwards, as it would be a waste to leave it in his hands. Suddenly, Chen Meng's face turned pale, realizing that things were far from as simple as he thought. Chen Meng was so frightened that he had no time to care that people were watching him, and he actually acted like a prankster in front of everyone. It's absolutely shameless. Ji Yuan turned away in disgust, but the rest of the onlookers were watching the show with great interest and some even raised their phones. It's disgusting to look at. Not only is he sloppy at such a young age, he is also extremely vulgar. Let's take a video to show our respect. I don't know what's wrong with him. Is he trying to scam someone? The man didn't even touch him. His acting is too fake. He probably guessed the police were coming, so he hurriedly acted and pretended to be crazy. He is so shameless. I don't know what kind of parents can raise a son like this. The people around were making sarcastic remarks, taking the video and commenting on it. This scene deeply hurt Chen Meng's heart, and he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to go up and beat these people up, and then let them taste what he was feeling now. What did he do wrong? He just wanted to save people. Why? Why do you treat him like this? Right now, what Chen Meng was most concerned about was that even though he took out the silver needle from his crotch, it had no effect. Moreover, he discovered that he was suffering from erectile dysfunction, and the acupuncture he had performed did not help him recover. My own medical skills can't even save myself. At this moment, Chen Meng began to have some doubts about the medical skills that he was so proud of. No, there is also an old man. A glimmer of hope arose in Chen Meng's heart again, that his master could definitely heal him. After receiving the hint from their boss, Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui immediately asked the people around them to stop recording the video. It happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Chen Meng, who had just felt a glimmer of hope, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. In an instant, his legs lost support and he fell heavily to the ground, his knees making a crisp sound. Chen Meng hunched his body, holding his aching stomach tightly, looked up at the other person, and said with gritted teeth, "You are despicable and shameless." Chen Meng didn't expect that the other party would be so despicable. He took advantage of his inattention and suddenly attacked him without any medical ethics. In the adult world, there is no such thing as mean and shameless. There are only winners and losers. Chu Ge stood in front of the sloppy boy and replied lightly. Suddenly, Chu Ge moved and hit the other person's back hard with a crutch. Thump! Chen Meng suddenly fell to the ground. He couldn't breathe in his throat. He opened his mouth with difficulty. It was like the throat of a dry well, and even oxygen was refusing to enter. He was so ferocious and showed no mercy. Chu Ge looked at everyone slowly with a look that seemed to be smiling. This made everyone's heart skip a beat. They didn't expect that this was the real ruthless person. So, those who had been procrastinating and had a bad attitude before, now behaved themselves. He obediently cooperated and took out his mobile phone to show the video to Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui, and deleted it in front of them. Since the system did not offer any reward for the choice, Chu Ge had no intention of getting rid of this sloppy young man for the time being. At least the system should prompt a choice, otherwise the protagonist will be killed in vain and there will be no reward. Isn't this just being taken advantage of by the system? Walking up to the young woman and looking at her admiring eyes, Chu Ge became more interested in staying here. After a conversation, Chu Ge also learned that the other party's name was Ji Yuan and her father's name was Ji Honguo. The two came here from Yadu to do medicinal materials business, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen as soon as they arrived in Yuncheng. Yadu is the place where all the outstanding doctors in the entire Huameng gather. Medicine is flourishing in this city, with advanced medical technology, and it is also rich in various precious medicinal materials. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at the sloppy boy who had been lying on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Did this boy go to the wrong place? Or, the other party came to Yuncheng specifically from Yadu? What happened to him? Why did he do such a strange thing just now? Ji Yuanyuan asked curiously, pointing at the sloppy boy lying on the ground. I will only tell you one person. Chu Ge glanced at the old man who was recuperating with his eyes closed in the car, and asked Ji Yuanyuan to come closer and whisper. After Ji Yuanyuan took a look at her father, she was so curious that she quickly put her face close to him. After Ji Yuanyuan leaned over to his ear, Chu Ge explained softly, because he just now couldn't be a man anymore. Ah, this. Ji Yuanyuan felt the warm breath coming from her ear, and she covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed with red ears and a sore face. Move aside, everyone, move aside, don't delay law enforcement. What happened? Several policemen hurried over and dispersed the crowd. A hot woman in plain clothes walked over with a work ID around her neck. Chapter 42 I'm the victim. Hey, it's you. The first time Qin Shangqing walked into the scene, she immediately spotted a man whom she had met once in the crowd. This handsome man has a delicate appearance, and his skin has become even whiter after just a few days of not seeing him. Chu Ge looked at the young woman Ji Yuanyuan with some regret as she silently distanced herself from him. This policewoman came at a really bad time. Sometimes, being popular with women isn't necessarily a good thing. A red dot among thousands of leaves, I only regret that I am not that green leaf. Chu Ge felt helpless and only hated himself for becoming more and more handsome. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, officer, that we meet again. Chu Ge was indeed a little surprised. After all, this was just a personnel dispute, not a criminal case. Unfortunately, I have nothing to do either. Are you okay, young man? Qin Shangqing replied to Chu Ge. He first looked at the ordinary-looking boy on the ground, and when he saw that the other party's face looked a little strange, he asked hurriedly. Chen Meng opened his eyes when he heard the voice, and saw a busty female police officer smiling at him. A hint of desire flashed across his eyes. There are indeed many beautiful women in Yuncheng. In just one day, I have seen 2 of them. Chen Meng couldn't help but chuckle, looking very wretched. Qin Shangqing couldn't help but frown when he saw the obscene look in the boy's eyes, and felt unhappy and nauseous. Forget it, let him continue lying here. So, under Chen Meng's incredulous gaze, Qin Shangqing walked towards Chu Ge. Damn it, why are all the beautiful women going to see him? Chen Meng immediately felt the deep malice coming from this world where looks matter. Standing in front of Chu Ge, Qin Shangqing glanced at Ji Yuanyuan next to him and continued. By the way, I didn't ask you last time. What's your name? Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Shangqing. She was actually very depressed. Under Liang Yuan's deliberate protection, she had a lot of free time in the office all day dealing with some case files. This was not the life she wanted, so she took the initiative to come here with her colleagues who were resolving civil disputes. Ji Yuanyuan glanced at the policewoman and didn't expect that she had such a great figure. My name is Chu Ge, and this is Ji Yuanyuan. After Chu Ge introduced himself, he also introduced Ji Yuanyuan to Qin Shangqing. At this time, a middle-aged policeman came to Qin Shangqing and said after recording the statements of everyone present. Xiao Qin, according to the description of the person who reported the case and the confessions of everyone present. The teenager who is now lying on the ground and struggling is the perpetrator of this accident. This young man is the victim. The middle-aged policeman looked at the curled-up teenager on the ground and said to Chu Ge. Hey young man, we still need you to cooperate with us and go back to the police station. Don't worry, this is just a routine matter. It's okay, I'll cooperate with you. Chu Ge naturally cooperated. He also planned to lock up this sloppy boy in the police station first. After all, he was the victim. You must know how to use the weapon of law to protect yourself. Hurry and carry the patient onto the ambulance for treatment. Several nurses who had just hurried over and were carrying a stretcher saw Chen Meng on the ground and quickly lifted him onto the stretcher. Chen Meng wanted to say that he was fine, but when he saw the worried look in the nurse's eyes, his heart warmed and he shut his mouth immediately. Even so, this guy has not forgotten his heroic qualities. When Chu Ge saw this scene and realized the extremely lustful character of this young man, he had an idea in his mind. Chu Ge seems to have figured out how to deal with the protagonist, a miracle doctor who loves women to the extreme. Of course, he was not introducing the beautiful woman to the other party. He was not the mentally retarded villain who gave away girls in novels. The doctor also rushed here at this time, looking at the young man on the stretcher, frowning slightly. This man didn't look like a heart patient. Did you make a mistake? I called the ambulance and the patient is my father. After seeing the nurses coming, Ji Yuanyuan quickly woke up her father in the car and took her father out of the car. Seeing that the nurses were actually carrying the boy and preparing to leave, she quickly stopped them. Did we carry the wrong person? Several nurses wearing masks looked at each other, and the scene was a little awkward. Under the doctor's unhappy gaze, several nurses quickly put Chen Meng on the ground, and then let Ji Yu Hongguo lie on the stretcher and be carried into the ambulance. After all, the real victim is not this young man, and they are a private hospital. They have no obligation or responsibility to save a wounded person who does not shout for help or ask for help. Although her father was rescued and revived, Ji Yuanyuan still wanted to take him to the hospital for a full body checkup, especially his heart, to make sure there was absolutely no problem with his health. This is my business card. Please call me and give me a chance to repay you for saving my life. As a family member, Ji Yuanyuan naturally got on the ambulance. Before leaving, she repeatedly asked Chu Ge to call her. We'll meet again. Chu Ge held the business card in his hand and waved goodbye to Ji Yuanyuan. This is a connection. Yadu is a good place, it will definitely be useful in the future. Chen Meng, who was put on the ground by the nurse, looked embarrassed. He didn't expect that the young woman would not even give him a stretcher to lie on. Fortunately, he wanted to save her father at the beginning. It seems that this young woman only has a beautiful appearance, but a heart of a vicious snake. Wasn't it because of that young woman that I got beaten? Chen Meng couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards the other party. It looks like nothing happened to you. Please get up and come with us. The middle-aged policeman stared at Chen Meng, who was lying on the ground with a changing expression, and said in a deep voice. Why? I was the one who was beaten. Shouldn't you detain him first? Chen Meng pointed at Chu Ge who was talking and laughing with the policewoman. He was very upset and retorted stubbornly. As the descendant of a miraculous doctor, a few beatings would not really hurt him. Although it really hurts, the key point is his own physical defect, which concerns his future happiness. He has to go back as soon as possible to ask the master for help. Please cooperate with us. Seeing that Chen Meng was not going to cooperate, the middle-aged policeman immediately picked up the handcuffs and wanted to handcuff him without saying a word. Chen Meng was about to resist, but he suddenly realized that this was not in the countryside, so he let him be handcuffed with great reluctance. Yuncheng Police Station, Interrogation and Mediation Room. So this teenager is so brave and aggressive at such a young age, he must be well educated, and now he is an adult, he must pay the price for his actions. A lawyer wearing glasses, who looks very upright and full of justice, speaks in an orderly manner, always talking about evidence and legal weapons. Then what's the matter with him hitting me? Chen Meng pounded the table with his handcuffed hands and glared at the lawyer who was talking nonsense. It's simply a distortion of the truth. Things are not at all as the other party says. Can rich people do whatever they want? I can sue you for threatening a professional lawyer in front of the police. Ji Yuyong pushed his glasses and spoke to Chen Meng in a righteous manner. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove that my client hit you. And the video of you injuring people is solid evidence. What else do you have to say? As a newly hired lawyer at Tengda Company, Ji Yuyong naturally wanted to perform well in front of his boss. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut is really a waste of resources for a dispute of this level. Finally, after friendly discussions between Ji Yuyong and the temporary public lawyer hired by Chen Meng, the following results were reached. Chen Meng repeatedly challenged the bottom line of the law in the police station because he committed violence and injured people in public and did not even repent. Chen Meng was finally detained for 1 month, with the main focus on education, in the hope that he would reform himself and be released from prison as soon as possible. After being imprisoned, Chen Meng realized for the first time what it meant to be eloquent and to confuse right and wrong. It would be better if I didn't hire my public lawyer. No wonder he is a public lawyer. Outside the police station, boss, are you satisfied with this result? Lawyer Ji Yuyong said in a low voice, carefully observing the boss's expression. The treatment offered by Tamed company is the best in the industry, so he naturally has to cherish it. That's right. Just work hard in the company in the future. The company will not treat you unfairly. Chu Ge smiled with satisfaction. It was also the first time he understood why rich people like to find lawyers. Thank you, boss. Ji Yu Yang also smiled. Chapter 43, the eldest son of the Zhao family, cruel and ruthless. The city's miracle doctor Chen Meng was temporarily dealt with and made to stay in the cell. He wanted to see what kind of connections the other party had to save him. Moreover, the successive appearances of the protagonists made Chu Ge a little overwhelmed. The frequency of its appearance was quite high, which made Chu Ge somewhat suspicious as to whether something big was going to happen in Yuncheng recently. Moreover, this time the system has not given any selection prompts, which makes him very doubtful whether Chen Meng is the protagonist. When Chu Ge saw Chen Meng's name in the police station, he laughed in his heart, feeling that Chen Meng would probably not be as powerful as he used to be. If someone is hit by his ancient acupuncture technique and wants to be brought back to life, it is impossible unless he does it personally. Chu Ge also learned from the police that Chen Meng had another master, which denied his previous guess. This Chen Meng really fits the template of the protagonist. The next day, noon. The Zhao family finally took action and called Chu Ge personally to make an appointment to meet and discuss in detail. However, the Zhao family's attitude made Chu Ge feel a little surprised, as if they had forgotten that Zhao Lingyun's death was caused by them. The person on the phone had a friendly tone, but Chu Ge did not let down his guard. Instead, he became more cautious. The Zhao family has been slow to take action against him, and has not even caused any trouble or obstacles, which is very strange in itself. Although he had caused some public opinion troubles for the Zhao family before. However, with the power of the Zhao family, it would take only 2 or 3 days to calm down public opinion, or even completely eliminate it. It shouldn't have been so quiet for so long. In his mind, a barking dog never bites, and he is always thinking about the silent Zhao family. A famous private restaurant, Chu Ge arrived as scheduled with doubts in his mind. Led by the waiter, Chu Ge walked into the private room and saw a young man with eyes as sharp as a lone eagle and looking very shrewd, looking at him with a smile on his face. This should be the second time we meet. My name is Zhao Haifeng, the eldest son of the head of the Zhao family. I'm a few years older than you. So I'll take advantage of you, so I'll call you Brother Chu. Quote. I hope Brother Chu doesn't mind. After Zhao Haifeng finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and drank it down with tea instead of wine. Then he turned the teacup upside down to indicate that it was empty. This is the first time I meet Brother Zhao, not the second time. Why do you say that? Chu Ge was a little confused. Zhao Haifeng's attitude towards him was very puzzling. Unless the villain's +100 favorability comes into play again. When Chu Ge thought of this possibility, he felt a little more relaxed. He smiled and picked up the teacup in front of him. He took a look at the normal color of the tea before drinking it. Because I was there when you beat up that kid last night. Zhao Haifeng politely refilled Chu Ge's cup of tea and told him the truth directly. Actually, the Chen Meng you broke into the police station last night was invited by my father. Oh, Chu Ge exclaimed in surprise and laughed. It seems that Brother Zhao doesn't like Chen Meng. You know, he possesses powerful medical skills that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. He really didn't expect that Zhao Haifeng was actually there that night. It seems that this person is quite ambitious. He even treats the people invited by his father so badly. What is his purpose? Zhao Haifeng said disdainfully, him. He's nothing but a lecherous and despicable guy. After Chu Ge used Yifeng to kill Zhao Lingyun, the Zhao family investigated Chu Ge's information. Later, because of his father's sudden health condition, the Zhao family was busy secretly looking for a miracle doctor, so they had no spare time to deal with Chu Ge. And my father's illness happened to be treated by the so-called hidden rural doctor. After being treated by the other party, his illness has begun to return to normal. But I didn't expect that after my father recovered, he seemed like a different person and actually agreed to let a country boy be Zhao Menger's bodyguard. Zhao Menger is his half-sister, and they don't have a good relationship. The country miracle doctor retired, but he still has a wide network of contacts. Is my father doing this because he intends to make Zhao Menger the head of the Zhao family in the future? Let that country boy marry into the Zhao family and help Zhao Menger take over the position of the head of the Zhao family smoothly. He is the eldest son and the rightful heir of the Zhao family. No one can take him away. Zhao Haifeng felt more and more resentful in his heart, and even resented why his father made such a decision. On the other hand, when I saw Chu Ge for the first time last night, I felt that Chu Ge was an extraordinary person. He felt like they were one of the same kind. Seeing that the other party beat Chen Meng to a pulp quickly and efficiently, he immediately developed a liking for Chu Ge. So why did you ask me to come here? To thank me? No need for that. Chen Meng just provoked me, so I took action. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Ge shook his head and said. No, it's very related. Chu Ge's direct denial made Zhao Haifeng feel that he had found the right person. Just like him, it really is becoming more and more to his liking. They are indeed the same type of people. My father asked me to bring Chen Meng back to the Zhao family respectfully from the police station because you attacked the disciple of the miracle doctor last night. He will take action against you afterwards and make amends to the disciple of the miracle doctor. Although this was a small factor in the cause of Zhao Lingyun's death, it was mostly because of the disciple of the miracle doctor that they attacked you. Zhao Lingyun was a member of a collateral branch, so if he died, he died. In his heart, the position of the head of the family was the most important. Without the position of patriarch, Zhao Haifeng will be nothing in the future. So, Zhao Haifeng betrayed his father in front of him. In his eyes, since his father was unkind, he shouldn't blame him for being unjust. You are really a filial son. Chu Ge silently complained in his heart and cheered loudly. Selling well, I like filial sons like you. I didn't expect Brother Zhao's situation to be so complicated. It's really hard for you to respectfully invite Chen Meng back. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng sympathetically. What a son is, he is like his father. I guess Zhao Haifeng even wanted to kill his own father. After just a short conversation, Chu Ge could tell that this Zhao Haifeng was definitely not a good person, and he even said that he was the same type of person as himself. HMPH, a mere Chen Meng is worthy of my invitation. I really don't know what my father is thinking. Zhao Haifeng looked very aggrieved and drank another cup of tea. However, the majesty of his father, the head of the family, was not something he could resist now. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believe we can cooperate well. Help me kill Chen Meng and my half-sister Zhao Menger. I can help you with whatever you want. To show my sincerity, I can bring Zhao Lingyun's parents to you first, so that you don't have any future troubles. Zhao Lingyun's father is thinking about your death all the time. Zhao Haifeng spoke very cruelly, with a cold tone. He would do anything to achieve his goal, and looked at Chu Ge expectantly. He expressed his sincerity, hoping that Chu Ge could see his sincerity and agree to join forces with him. In his opinion, Chu Ge's medical skills were far superior to those of the so-called miracle doctors, and he also valued Chu Ge's decisive approach. After all, everyone gets sick, and Zhao Haifeng is no exception. There is no disadvantage in making friends like this. Chu Ge didn't expect that Zhao Haifeng would actually betray his own people. He is such a ruthless person. I like him. Chapter 44, Charming and Passionate Lu Yanru. Although Chu Ge liked Zhao Haifeng's filial behavior, he did not immediately agree to Zhao Haifeng's request for cooperation. In his opinion, the Zhao family will be a hidden danger sooner or later. Moreover, people like Zhao Haifeng who put interests above all else will treat him as a friend when the interests of both parties are the same. When the interests no longer exist, once someone blocks Zhao Haifeng's interests, Zhao Haifeng will draw the butcher knife towards him without hesitation. Moreover, in Chu Ge's mind, the Zhao family will be eliminated sooner or later. Even if they cooperate, he will naturally not cooperate with Zhao Haifeng sincerely. He is not stupid. Whoever takes it seriously will lose. At this moment, the selection system finally started to move. Let me think about it. Chu Ge decided to take a look at the system's options and rewards before deciding whether to cooperate. After all, the selection system will randomly pop up options for him to choose based on what he is thinking. Hearing this and seeing Chu Ge's hesitation, Zhao Haifeng felt a little impatient, but he still pretended to be sincere and said, "Please think about it carefully. Option 1, if there is a benefit, don't miss it. Use Zhao Haifeng to subvert the Zhao family starting from Zhao Haifeng. Reward: Vajra indestructible body. Option 2, call Zhao Haifeng your future brother-in-law. I am the best at picking up girls. Start with the people around my sister. Reward: a chance to check the protagonist cheat code. Choice one's indestructible body is a good thing. Although Chu Ge's body is recovering quickly now, this is an indestructible body, and he is jealous. Not only does it give him an extra layer of security, it also concerns his happiness and the happy lives of his future women. So he just chose both. What's wrong with calling him brother-in-law? If possible, he could call him 100 times. One more woman means more options. I can agree to cooperate with you, but as for my future brother-in-law, I think we only need to get rid of Chen Meng. Quote. After all, she is your sister, so why don't I just take her down directly without having to kill anyone? How great is that? Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and slowly stated his conditions. The meaning was very clear. You, Zhao Haifeng, must be my brother-in-law. Otherwise, I won't cooperate with him. Agree or not? Zhao Haifeng was a little confused, with a look of astonishment. He never expected that Chu Ge would suddenly call him brother-in-law. Although Chu Ge looks like a gigolo, according to his investigation and personal observation, he doesn't seem to be a lustful person. Zhao Haifeng was thinking in his mind, but seeing Chu Ge's unrejectable look, he wanted to refuse several times, but he held back and finally agreed. It's okay to get rid of Chen Meng. As long as my sister gets married, she will naturally not be able to inherit the position of head of the Zhao family. I can also establish a relationship with Chu Ge as a relative, which makes things more stable. However, before agreeing to it, he added a condition. Zhao Haifeng looked at Chu Ge seriously and reminded him with a thick face, brother-in-law, you can't marry into the Zhao family in the future. Quote. Zhao Haifeng started shouting before they even started talking. Of course, does my brother-in-law think I'm a gigolo? Quote. Chu Ge nodded and said jokingly. This request was not excessive. The other party looked down on him too much. How could he be a gigolo? At most, together with the Zhao family, it would be a small dowry, wouldn't it? The future brother-in-law is naturally not a gigolo. Someone, serve the food. Quote. After the cooperation was concluded, Zhao Haifeng laughed out loud, and the whole person seemed to be sunny, and shouted outside. Chu Ge smiled slightly and took a sip of tea. If they had not reached an agreement just now, Zhao Haifeng would probably overturn the table. The private dishes were served one after another. After eating and drinking, Chu Ge and Zhao Haifeng left one after the other. After leaving, Chu Ge first went to Tamed Company and found that the company was running perfectly under the management of Li Heru. The company had a complete structure and the employees were directly recruited. Since Chu Ge was not short of money, Tamed employees were paid the highest salary. The instant messaging software has been officially launched and named U, and the market response is particularly good. Now the number of downloads and registrations has reached tens of millions, and the number of daily online users is 8 million. This is the result of Li Heru's crazy advertising, and other internet companies were very jealous when they saw it. Immediately followed suit, and software such as LL and KK appeared one after another, wanting to compete with U. Li Heru found professional talents to operate this U software, plus some suggestions from the boss that traffic is king. The operation of U Show and other membership payment services has kept U in a leading position. Chu Ge was relieved and left Tamed. In fact, in his mind, Tamed is positioned to become a company that dominates destiny like umbrella. It's just that Tamed is not strong enough now. And Chu Ge's focus is naturally always on those protagonists who keep popping up. Back to the villa, Chu Ge looked at the rewards given by the system. The opportunity to check the protagonist's golden finger must be kept well, as it will be needed in the future. Before he had time to experiment with his indestructible body, Chu Ge found that he was different. It seemed like someone had entered the villa. The alarm system did not respond, so it did not look like a thief. And when Chu Ge saw the coat on the living room, the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. It was actually the boss Lu Yanru. Was she coming to personally express her condolences to the bodyguards who were working hard outside? There were footsteps coming down the stairs, and Chu Ge looked up and saw the boss Lu Yanru wrapped in a bathrobe, revealing her shoulders, wiping her wet hair, and walking down slowly. Chu Ge walked up quickly and quickly stood at the bottom of the stairs before Lu Yanru finished going downstairs. Chu Ge looked up at the boss Lu Yanru on the stairs and couldn't help but smile at her. The boss didn't even inform me when he was coming so I could pick you up in person. Quote. Lu Yanru leaned on the handrail of the stairs, her slender figure was undoubtedly on display. She looked down at Chu Ge, who was standing below, and slowly moved her legs. Chu Ge's figure was reflected in her watery peach eyes. What boss? You are the boss now. I have to come to you in person. Tamed Group has been becoming more and more prosperous recently. It can be said to be a new upstart in the internet. Quote quote. And I'm here to find my own bodyguard, so there's no need to notify him. Quote. Lu Yanru's steps were swaying, her body was swaying lightly, and she took one step at a time, looking at him with charming and affectionate eyes. The white bathrobe looked more eye-catching as she walked down slowly, making Chu Ge feel a little dizzy and twisting his neck. The boss has always been my boss. No matter how rich I become in the future, the position of the boss in my heart will never change. Chu Ge said seriously. He understood in his heart that it seemed that the boss missed him, otherwise he would not have come to see him. Chu Ge has met many women during this period, all of whom are top-notch with a score of more than 90 points, but the boss Lu Yanru is the more attractive she is the more he looks at her. That kind of hidden nobility that sways people's hearts, every frown and smile, sometimes charming, sometimes noble, just like the reincarnation of Daji. Lu Yanru walked up to Chu Ge, and as she looked at him becoming more and more handsome, she couldn't help but hold his face in her hands, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. It's all this man's fault. He comes into my dreams every night to harass me. Why was he so nice to her that night? Why could she never forget what happened that night? She admitted that she was attracted to the bodyguard. There are more and more women around the bodyguard, and Lu Yanru feels even more uneasy. In order to hold on to this man, Lu Yanru finally made a decision that went against her principles. She decided to take the initiative. It doesn't matter if the bodyguard doesn't take the initiative. The boss will do it himself and see if you can escape from the boss's control. It seems that there is a chance to experiment with the Vajra indestructible body. Chu Ge felt the hot breath from his boss Lu Yanru, and his face felt a little itchy, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. Chapter 45, The Unruly Bodyguard. Nightlife is colorful. In the villa area, the street lights are dim, and mosquitoes are entangled around the weak lights like moths to a flame. In the villa, a subtle and ambiguous atmosphere was developing between Chu Ge and his boss Lu Yanru, which gradually occupied their eyes. Could this be the real boss lady? I don't know. The boss's affairs are not something you and I can speculate about at will. Ku Wenrui and Luo Shu were secretly watching the movements inside the villa and said in a low voice. I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. There is more than one boss lady. Ku Wenrui shook his head and sighed repeatedly. The boss's methods were beyond his reach and he was really envious. If you continue watching, you will have to pay. Don't disturb the boss's interest. Luo Shu hurriedly took the still envious Ku Wenrui away from here and went to guard the yard outside. Bodyguard, I want you to kiss me now. Lu Yanru whispered softly, looking into Chu Ge's eyes that were like a sky full of stars, in the deepest part of which was her own reflection. Suddenly, the confused and passionate heart was drawn to the other party and began to beat nervously. Boss, shouldn't you take the initiative? Chu Ge slowly took away Lu Yanru's hands that were holding his face, grabbed Lu Yanru's wrist with his backhand, behaved extremely domineeringly, and spoke in a hoarse voice into the ear of boss Lu Yanru. As a man, of course you have to take the initiative in the entire atmosphere and not be suppressed. Lu Yanru swallowed nervously. It was the first time for her to be so close to a man. He was so domineering. The look in his eyes when he looked at her seemed like he wanted to eat her up, which made her nervous and excited. Even with my deceased ex-husband, this had never happened before. After all, it was because he died too early. The last time I kissed him out of gratitude for his concern for me, it was just a momentary impulse, not as long as it is now. At this moment, Lu Yanru seemed to be touched by Chu Ge's extremely gentle eyes. Plop, plop. In an instant, Lu Yanru became extremely nervous and flustered. The courage she had just mustered disappeared completely and she planned to retreat. No, I'm not ready yet. Lu Yanru planned to escape, as if she was not really ready yet. But Chu Ge would never let his boss Lu Yanru leave easily, and he held her waist tightly. Boss, don't leave tonight. Beep beep beep. The atrial system defense is being breached, requesting support. Brain. Support cannot arrive. The brain has been breached by the enemy. Chirp chirp. Chu Ge's passionate kiss was like a heavy artillery bombarding the boss Lu Yanru's heart. Lu Yanru's heart was broken in an instant. 2 hours later. Chu Ge really didn't expect that his boss Lu Yanru would be so enthusiastic and proactive. Chu Ge has already felt the deep love of his boss Lu Yanru. The boss Lu Yanru didn't seem to want him to take any responsibility. Since she didn't mention it, Chu Ge tacitly kept quiet. Chu Ge's invincible body makes his physical fitness extremely strong and he has no idea what fatigue is. In the kitchen, two people were making midnight snacks. At the dining table, the two fed each other. In the bedroom, the two slept together. Have a good night. The morning sun shines into the room, after the absurd incident. Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru who had just fallen asleep in his arms, a trace of love rose in his heart, and he gently left a kiss on her forehead. After getting up and getting dressed, Chu Ge felt extremely energetic and not feeling tired at all. This feeling was really great. Chu Ge happily took out bread and milk from the kitchen and put them in the bedroom, hoping that his boss Lu Yanru would be able to eat them when she woke up. Chu Ge walked out of the villa, and Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui, who had just changed shifts, hurried over. "Boss, boss." Ku Wenrui ran up to the boss, winked at him and gave him a thumbs up, feeling envious. Exercise more and don't always focus on love affairs. When Chu Ge saw the dark circles under Ku Wenrui's eyes, he knew that he must not have slept at night and went to find a woman. "The formula my boss gave me last time is really effective. The effect is amazing and lasts for several hours." Ku Wenrui was almost exhausted to death by the three women because the prescription his boss gave him was so effective. Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh out loud. He almost forgot to tell him. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that this is actually a one-day treatment." "Boss, are you trying to hurt me? I almost couldn't get up today." "It's okay, boss, I have a lot of prescriptions, including medicine that can help you get up. Do you want it?" "Yes, yes, yes, boss. I'm a loser and I need medicine." The three of them chatted and got into the car and left the villa. Chu Ge called Li Lanyan and asked her to give him the contact information of the person responsible for monitoring Zhang Fan. Because there were too many protagonists, Chu Ge decided to deal with Zhang Fan first. Moreover, Zhang Fan's golden finger has been figured out, and there will be no surprises. If we don't catch them now, when will we catch them? With a fortune in money, Tamed Company could quickly transform into Tamed Group, spending money lavishly on acquisitions. After getting Zhang Fan's current address from the person in charge of surveillance, Chu Ge said something and hung up the phone. Luo Shu was responsible for driving and immediately headed for the destination. Zhang Fan, the template of the urban rich protagonist, is in a serious situation now. He owns villas and gives rewards to internet celebrities. He is considered the richest man on the internet and he buys a lot in real life. Stocks, lotteries, bars, KTV, all kinds of ways to indulge one's desires. He was totally unable to stop, and his entire body became extremely bloated. Even though his body was being gradually hollowed out, he did not notice. He is so arrogant that he thinks money can buy anything. He looks down on everyone. But Zhang Fan has always had a knot in his heart, that is, he has never forgotten the only man who embarrassed him and made him helpless. He had been looking for the other party, spending a lot of money to get information, and he finally got the information he wanted. Chu Ge is the personal bodyguard of Lu Yanru, the chairman of Moyu Group. HMPH, I didn't expect he was just a mere bodyguard. Even if he was rich, the best he could have was 10 million or even tens of millions. What a poor guy. Zhang Fan sneered as he looked at the information in his hand and an idea came to his mind. It seems that my boss's boss is coming. Should I make a good impression on him? I always feel like I've become his private detective. Olishan has been a little puzzled recently. He has been receiving orders one after another recently, and has been working for the same person. The money he pays is really generous. At the same time, it also greatly improved his surveillance capabilities, but he always felt like he was working for someone else even though he was the boss. Boss, they really give a lot. The employee next to Olishan reminded in a low voice. Of course I know I gave too much. Do I need you to remind me? Are you the boss or am I the boss? Olishan rolled up the document in his hand and knocked on the other person's head. Let's go downstairs to meet the big boss. A lot of money smells good, really good. Olishan rubbed his face and smiled. Chapter 46. Please let me go. As soon as Chu Ge got off the car, he saw a man with a seductive look on his face and a very natural smile walking towards him. Hello, boss. My name is Olishan, and behind me are my employees. Olishan seemed very restrained standing in front of the boss and quickly introduced himself and his employees. It's not shameful to make money, after all, he is the big boss. I just didn't expect that this big boss is still a young man. The two bodyguards behind the big boss don't look like they are easy to mess with. This big boss always asks him to spy on others. He is definitely not a good person. The scene of putting on the sacks last time is still vivid in my mind. I think those people should have been buried in the earth. Thinking of this, Olishan couldn't help but shudder in his heart. The big boss is ruthless and merciless. He can do such a fatal thing without causing any trouble. So don't offend him. All of a sudden, Chu Ge became tall and mysterious in Olishan's heart, a person whom he dared not offend. But Olishan didn't know that the employee behind him was even more respectful than him. Immediately afterwards, Olishan took Chu Ge to the house where he placed the tools to monitor the two people. Don't be nervous, I'm not going to eat you. Seeing that Olishan had a tense face, Chu Ge couldn't help but ask him to relax a little. I heard from my secretary that you were the one who personally handled every surveillance mission I arranged. You did a good job. I really admire your abilities. Are you interested in working for me? Chu Ge stood beside the other person, looking at the two monitors that were monitoring a man and a woman. He couldn't help but patted the other person's shoulder and said slowly. In fact, Chu Ge didn't expect at first that Li Lanyan actually outsourced this surveillance task. Fortunately, Li Lanyan knew the limits. Once the other party made any move to leak the secret, the employee specially arranged by the other party would directly kill Olishan. But this Olishan seems to be a talented person and has never made a mistake. It would be better to recruit him and have him work for you. Chu Ge felt that he was just like Cao Zi, a person who loved talents. Olishan had no idea that the employee behind him, who had been hired not long ago, was the person used by the big boss's secretary to monitor him. I'm interested. Very interested. That's great. I've long thought that it would be great if I could work under a big boss one day. Olishan nodded quickly, laughing, looking impatient. In fact, he was feeling very miserable and dared not to be uninterested, for fear of being put in a sack and lying in the mud. Very good. After you finish your work, you will report to Secretary Li, who is the person who contacts you every day. She will make arrangements for you. Just concentrate on working for me in the future. I will not treat you unfairly. I have always been very tolerant and generous to my people. Chu Ge looked at the other person with satisfaction. This guy is also a smart man. After all, he knows so much about me. If the other party rejects me, don't blame me for being cruel. Olishan quickly thanked the boss. No, he would be his own boss from now on and he really became an employee. I feel sad and want to cry. Chu Ge nodded without saying anything, looking at Zhang Fan on the monitor, who was playing on the computer at home and seemed to be very happy giving gifts. He's totally hopeless, a loser who can do nothing but flirt with girls all day long. Chu Ge sneered in his heart. Letting you play for so many days is like paying in advance for making money for me in the next few decades. From today onwards, your money is my money. Thinking of this, he felt much more comfortable. It is too easy to deal with Zhang Fan. Doesn't he have a childhood sweetheart? Just tie up the other person's childhood sweetheart. Bamboo shoot, currently, violated. People always ask me to drive, but I don't even have a license. I'm still a kid, please leave me alone. This boss is so rich, but he likes to pretend to be poor and deliberately slap the faces of those stores that sell cars and luxury goods. I just don't know where the money comes from. It's really strange. I can't find out at all. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything and just stared at the monitor, Olishan couldn't help but mention it, and his tone was full of envy. I feel jealous. I wish he could be like this someday. I can't get rid of my boss now, after all, I know so many things. It is better to follow your boss honestly, make money, and work for him wholeheartedly. I believe that the boss will never treat such an honest and hard-working employee unfairly. Hearing this, Chu Ge laughed out loud. Secretary Li said that this new employee of his seemed to like money very much. It's good to like money. People with flaws, pursuits and desires are the easiest to control, and they will have plenty of money in the future. So Chu Ge looked at Olishan and said in a very kind way, how about this, you go and kidnap the other person's childhood sweetheart for me. I'll give you a bonus of 200,000. How about it, can you do it? What's the use of envy? We have to take action and find a way to make money. Chu Ge's tone was full of temptation, and Olishan was moved at once. He nodded quickly and did it directly. After all, the boss would cover it if something went wrong, and he would also get money. It seems that the boss wants to kidnap me, I understand. As for that childhood sweetheart, he is innocent, so just ignore him. He is just a salaried worker, you can't blame him for being cruel. Boss, I'll do it right away. Olishan patted his chest and promised, then immediately took out his cell phone and walked outside, apparently to contact someone. This was the first time the boss personally assigned him a task, and it was also his serious token of loyalty, and he understood it. Boss, I want to go too. Ku Wenrui felt very upset when he heard that there was nothing for him to do. Why would the boss assign this kind of thing to a new employee who just joined? He is the one who needs money the most. He needs money to buy medicine. Only with money can he have women. After all, he is not like the boss who relies on his looks to make a living. Idiot, can you use your brain? Don't tell anyone that you are my team member when you go out. Luo Shu slapped Ku Wenrui on the back of the head and said speechlessly. An hour and a half later, Olishan successfully returned. It was very easy, so easy that Olishan felt like it was a trap. Zhang Fan is rich, but I always feel that bodyguards restrict my freedom and I am not used to it. So she never asked for a bodyguard, nor did she arrange one for her childhood sweetheart. Zhang Fan's childhood sweetheart Lu Xiaoyu had her hands tied behind her back, her mouth was tightly taped, she was making whimpering sounds of fear, and her eyes were covered with black tape. The fear in my heart was magnified countless times. What a pretty girl with a great body. Pikachu looks so good with his glare. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? What a pity. Chu Ge gently stroked the girl's face, trying to calm her fear, but Lu Xiaoyu became even more frightened and trembled all over. Chu Ge raised the corners of his mouth and made a video call to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, look at what this is. After Zhang Fan connected the video, Chu Ge directly tore off the tape on Lu Xiaoyu's mouth. Xiaoyu, Chu Ge, you bastard, how dare you touch my woman. Zhang Fan looked at the tied-up Xiaoyu in the video, his voice trembling with fear, fearing that the other party would do something excessive that would be unbearable for him to watch. Zhang Fan, save me. Please let me go, okay. I'm just an ordinary person and I don't want to be involved in your grudges. Woo woo woo. Lu Xiaoyu felt a tearing pain in her mouth and cried in fear, asking Zhang Fan for help and begging for mercy from the people who kidnapped her. Chapter 47 You tie up Xiaoyu, and I tie up your godfather and godmother. When Zhang Fan saw Xiaoyu crying at him with her face covered with a black cloth and looking so frightened and helpless, he was immediately heartbroken and his face was filled with pain and regret. If I pay more attention to the safety issues of Xiaoyu. If you spend some money, hire a bodyguard. If I hadn't been so dissolute and focused on dealing with Chu Ge. Then maybe now is the time for me to take the initiative, rather than letting the other party make the first move. Why did Chu Ge keep staring at him? He and the other party had a conflict. A doubt arose in Zhang Fan's mind. Could it be that the other party discovered his special ability and wanted his money? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Fan quickly denied this idea, as only he knew this secret. Others have no way of checking the source of the money and are only afraid of his mysterious and unfathomable identity as a wealthy man. Don't touch me, please, let me go. Lu Xiaoyu felt the touch on her face and trembled with fear, and quickly begged for mercy. The next second, Zhang Fan saw Chu Ge pinching Xiaoyu's face, which made him angry, his eyes red, and he said harsh words, trying to make Chu Ge afraid. Chu Ge, if you have anything to say, come to me, don't touch her. I have recorded the screen, this is the evidence. If you dare to hurt Xiaoyu, I will make you regret it. I have plenty of money, don't you want money? Facing Zhang Fan's weak threat, Chu Ge laughed and kept pinching Lu Xiaoyu's tender little face with his hands. Tears of fear and terror slid down her fingertips, and the beauty shed tears silently. Asshole. Zhang Fan's heart trembled, fearing that Chu Ge would do something even more extreme. Zhang Fan was anxious at home. He wanted to call the police, but was afraid that the other party would suddenly kill him. Xiaoyu was very important to him, and he had always liked Xiaoyu for all these years. However, now he wanted to find Xiaoyu's location, but found that there was no one around to help him. He has money, but at the critical moment, he can't find people. No, there was another person, a younger brother whom he captured with his charm after the day he was humiliated by Chu Ge. That younger brother often gave him advice on how to spend money and various ways of playing. Zhang Fan felt like he had found a life-saving straw, and quickly sent a message to his younger brother, hoping that his younger brother had a wide network of contacts and might be able to help him. You're right, I really do it for the money. Chu Ge had just finished speaking when he saw Zhang Fan's look of disdain. I have plenty of money, I can even smash you to death, but I just won't give it to you. Have you seen the screen recording? I advise you to let Xiao Yu go now. Otherwise, I will hire the best lawyer in the world and put you in jail for life. Screen recording. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Fan in surprise, who was smug in the video, and said with a weird smile, I'm so scared. Look at your phone now, is there still screen recording? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan saw that his phone actually operated strangely on its own and cancelled his screen recording at once. What's going on? Zhang Fan, with a look of astonishment on his face, quickly clicked on the latest and most luxurious mobile phone he had just bought, but found that he could not touch it at all. The phone was operating all by itself and simply ignored him. Ku Wenrui was sitting in the corner, invading and controlling the other person's mobile phone through his computer. In this internet age, he was a god. Of course, the boss is God's boss. Thinking of this, Ku Wenrui couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Moreover, Ku Wenrui felt that he should reward his godlike self with a young model in the club tonight. Impossible. How could you? You're just a bodyguard, how do you know this kind of hacking skills? Zhang Fan looked at Chu Ge in disbelief. He absolutely did not believe such a thing. The other party was just a bodyguard. Zhang Fan, who has always been in the mindset of getting rich quickly, has no idea what subordinates and power mean. He thought he was rich and could look down on everyone, but he found out that the most direct way to deal with him in this world is to use people, not money. He doesn't even hire a bodyguard even though he's rich, which shows how confident Zhang Fan is. Chu Ge ignored Zhang Fan's shouting and looked at the blindfolded Lu Xiaoyu. His fingertips slid across her cheek and slowly slid down, hooking the collar of her clothes. Just apply a little force and you can see everything. Chu Ge did this just to continue to anger Zhang Fan, not because he really wanted to do so. He suddenly glanced at everyone and found that they had all turned their backs. Chu Ge's face turned dark. What did these subordinates think of him as their boss? You beast, you beast. Zhang Fan's face was pale, his eyes staring at the place where Chu Ge's finger was pointing. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, veins bulged, and roared. Zhang Fan's shouting in the video now seemed so powerless. Please don't do this to me, please. I'm not that kind of person. Please don't do this to me, please. Lu Xiaoyu's face was pale and tears were streaming down her face. In a panic, she wanted to avoid the other party's actions, but she dodged backwards. The beautiful snow scenery is in full view. At first glance, it is all white. Ah! Lu Xiaoyu was frightened when he noticed something unusual and screamed subconsciously. However, Zhang Fan had no chance to see this wonderful scene. He could only hear Lu Xiaoyu's screams. The moment Lu Xiaoyu moved around, Chu Ge turned his phone upside down. Chu Ge pulled Lu Xiaoyu in front of him and teased in Lu Xiaoyu's ear, "This is caused by your actions just now. Don't deliberately seduce me. You must know that wolves can't resist temptation." Lu Xiaoyu was afraid with a hint of shyness. When she heard the other party's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not intend to go too far with her. "You bastard, what did you do to Xiaoyu?" Zhang Fan kept shouting in the video. "Xiaofan, I'm fine," Lu Xiaoyu replied quickly. "Yes, the little girl is really fine." Chu Ge picked up the video again, saw Zhang Fan glaring and shouting, licked his lips lightly, and ignored Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's blood boiled when he saw this, and bad images came to his mind. Chu Ge was wondering why Zhao Haifeng was so slow and why Zhao Lingyun's parents had not been sent here yet. Could it be that the other party had changed his mind? On the way here, Chu Ge's plan for Zhang Fan was far more than just kidnapping. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on Chu Ge's phone. It was from Zhao Haifeng. "Brother-in-law, my people are on the way and I believe they will arrive soon. Let me tell you, yesterday I very respectfully invited the disciple of the miracle doctor to return to the Zhao family. You will never imagine how disgusting my father's face was. The look of Chen Meng, that villain, who was so smug, made me want to kill him on the spot. Brother-in-law, I really can't bear it anymore, you kill him quickly. Chu Ge snorted coldly. Can't help it. Are you kidding me? It's nothing more than urging myself to fulfill my cooperation commitment. Afterwards, Chu Ge sent a message to Li Lanyan. The plan begins. On the other side of the video, Zhang Fan also received a message from his younger brother. Boss, I just found out a very secret piece of news. Chu Ge actually has a godfather and godmother. They are now on road 4X. The license plate number is YCXXXXX. Boss, this is a good opportunity. I'm waiting for you at XXX. Let's do it together. Come on, boss. As soon as Zhang Fan finished reading it, he found that his phone had suddenly deleted the message. He sneered in his heart, thinking, after all, you are still a step slow. Zhang Fan immediately threw his phone on the ground and went out. Since the other party knew that he was going to take action, he had to get ahead of him. Chu Ge, you kidnapped Xiao Yu. I kidnapped your godfather and godmother, let's see who is more powerful this time. Chapter 48. It's safe, we've kidnapped the right person. Boss, he left the room. Olishan saw Zhang Fan drop his phone and leave the room. He was a little worried about the boss's plan and said quickly. The fun is about to begin, Lishan brothers. The boss has a plan in mind. He plans to kill two birds with one stone. Ku Wenrui knew the boss's plan, so he explained. Although he was explaining to Olishan, he was flattering his boss in his words. I didn't expect the boss to have other plans. It seems that I worried too much. It's smart, really smart. Hearing this, Olishan narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately changed the subject. He looked at the boss with admiration, and admired himself very much. The look of admiration was so natural, and the emotions were revealed without any affectation. Ku Wenrui was stunned, and looked at Olishan deeply, becoming alert. This guy is no ordinary person. He hasn't even officially started working, but he's already thinking about flattering the boss. He's trying to steal his job. Olishan also kept smiling and looked at Ku Wenrui. But you're not the only one who can flatter. As a good employee, this should be considered a basic operation. Chu Ge gladly accepted the flattery from the two. It's normal for subordinates to flatter in order to compete for a position of trust by his side, so he smiled and said, it's up to Zhang Fan next. Quote. Everything is ready for him. How can there be no other audiences for such a good show? Then, Chu Ge directly untied Lu Xiaoyu and loosened the other's black belt. Lu Xiaoyu quickly opened her eyes, and the first person she saw was Chu Ge. Okay, your good show is over. Now just sit here and watch the show. Chu Ge forced Lu Xiaoyu, who was still in fear and anxiety, to sit on the chair. Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to resist or speak casually, for fear of angering them. She didn't dare ask what a good show was. Sitting in her seat, she glanced at Chu Ge cautiously, then immediately shrank back, sitting obediently in her seat, not daring to move. Chu Ge was waiting for good news, waiting for Zhang Fan to kidnap his godfather and godmother. This was his purpose. Tying Lu Xiaoyu over was just a small episode to lure Zhang Fan into a trap. As for women, Chu Ge naturally disdains to use such means to get the other party. He has his own bottom line. People without bottom line will not live long. The so-called godparents were naturally Zhao Lingyun's parents sent by Zhao Haifeng. To cut the grass, one must uproot it. Chu Ge would naturally not forget these two people, even if they had not yet done anything to him. But he is not the kind of person who will sit and wait for death, unlike some protagonists who have to wait for others to take action before fighting back. What does it mean to sit firmly on the Daoyutai? It means that you can sit firmly on the Daoyutai only if you take the initiative and seize the initiative. Zhang Fan will become a sharp knife in his hand, helping him kill those two people. Then, kill someone and pay with your life, and pay off your debts. After all, Zhang Fan killed his own godfather and godmother. Chu Ge felt that he was very kind. He only needed Zhang Fan to help him for a few decades, and he would not pay with his life. Zhang Fan really made a profit. Chu Ge looked at Lu Xiaoyu, who was tightly grasping the corner of his clothes with both hands, glanced at Olishan, and waved him over. Boss, what do you need me to do? Quote. Olishan, who was very considerate, immediately came over and asked in a low voice. Buy this lady a cup of milk tea to calm her down, and remember to add more sugar. Quote. Chu Ge pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and told Olishan. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at him. This man tied her up and now bought her milk tea. It was really confusing. After a while, Olishan quickly bought the milk tea. Lu Xiaoyu drank the milk tea. It was very sweet, so sweet that she almost forgot her current situation. Zhang Fan was very fast and drove a luxury car through several red lights. Where are they? Where are Chu Ge's godparents? Quote. Zhang Fan got out of the car in a hurry and asked his younger brother. According to my information, we will be there soon, boss, please be patient. Quote. Boss, these are all our people, don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Quote. The younger brother introduced the men with very rude builds behind him to Zhang Fan in an especially respectful manner. Very good, 1 million each after the deal is done. Quote. Zhang Fan looked at a few people with satisfaction, and immediately waved his hand to promise 1 million. After hearing 1 million, Zhang Fan's younger brothers smiled coquettishly, with disdain in their eyes, and secretly waved behind them. At this time, those men with very rough physiques respectfully said to Zhang Fan, "Thank you, boss." Quote. Very good. Quote. Zhang Fan seemed very proud of their reaction. It was only 1 million, not a lot of money, but in the eyes of these people it was already a huge sum. So, Zhang Fan looked at the environment here. This is the southern suburbs, the terrain is a bit remote and quiet, and there are neatly planted big trees around, which is very suitable for them to take action. Although he didn't know why Chu Ge's godfather and godmother came here, it didn't matter. Zhang Fan was now overwhelmed by anger. In addition, this was a message from his younger brother, and the other party immediately deleted the text message at that time, so he didn't have any doubts at all. Fortunately, he read the text message very quickly at that time, otherwise, there would be no such opportunity. Now Zhang Fan is only thinking about how to use Chu Ge's godfather and godmother to threaten Chu Ge. By then, he will have 2 trump cards, and Chu Ge can only exchange one for Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but sneer, and he couldn't wait. Zhang Fan didn't wait too long. Chu Ge's godfather and godmother had already come to the place Chu Ge gave to Zhao Haifeng. Do it. Zhang Fan has already regarded himself as the boss, commanding everyone. Zhang Fan nodded to the others, and they rushed forward, holding weapons and forcing the vehicle to stop. Fuck. Quote. Who are these people? Quote. You are sick. Quote. The people that Zhao Haifeng arranged to escort Zhao Lingyun's parents were all ordinary people. When they saw this scene, the 2 of them immediately abandoned the car and fled. As for Zhao Xiao's instructions, the 2 could only save their lives first. Zhao Lingyun's parents were confused. Zhao's father wanted to open the car door to escape, but found that the door could not be opened. Damn it, what's going on? Both of them were deceived by Zhao Haifeng. Zhao's father and mother never thought that Zhao Haifeng, the eldest son of the family head, would deceive his own people. The reason why the 2 of them came here together was because Zhao Haifeng said that there was a contact point here that was connected to the Lonqi assassination organization. The assassination attempt on Yi Feng failed. After Yi Feng disappeared, the 2 men set their target on Chu Ge, wanting to avenge their son. It would be great if they could contact the people from the Dragon Sea assassination organization in person, so the 2 of them were particularly grateful to Zhao Haifeng for his help. Zhang Fan's younger brother directly opened the car door from the outside. This car door had been specially tampered with by Zhao Haifeng in order to prevent the 2 men from realizing something was wrong and jumping out of the car halfway. It could only be opened from the outside. The 2 men were unable to resist at all. They were immediately gagged and their hands and feet were tied by Zhang Fan and his men. They had no time to speak. After getting Chu Ge's godfather and godmother, Zhang Fan immediately used his younger brother's phone to call Xiaoyu's cell phone. The video call was quickly picked up. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Fan with an angry face and yelled, "You bastard, you actually touched my godparents." Quote. Haha, you do the first day and I do the 15th. Zhang Fan smiled complacently. I advise you to release Xiaoyu right now, otherwise it will be hard for me to guarantee the safety of your godfather and godmother. I will never compromise, you bastard. Chu Ge glared at Zhang Fan. His face was very panicked, but he pretended to be calm. In fact, Chu Ge had already started laughing crazily in his heart. Go ahead and do it. Thank you so much. Just before that, Zhao Haifeng specially apologized to him, saying that Zhao Lingyun's parents were kidnapped on the way. However, Chu Ge still comforted Zhao Haifeng, saying that everything was fine and that he would arrange for someone to retrieve the person. He was asked to rest assured that the cooperation would be effective. Zhao Haifeng then hung up the phone with relief. Since Chu Ge said so, he didn't have to go to great lengths to find someone. As for the two ordinary younger brothers, they had already been punished and finally sent to the hospital, and he covered the medical expenses. When Zhao's father and mother saw the murderer in Zhang Fan's phone, they were very angry. When Mr. Zhao heard what his kidnappers said, he seemed to know something and wanted to struggle and explain. Zhang Fan looked at the two people's reactions after seeing Chu Ge. The excited look on their faces seemed to want to scold him, and his heart instantly calmed down. Now it's settled. It seems that the relationship between the three must be very deep, and I have kidnapped the right person. Xiao Yu is saved. Chapter 49. Your money is my money. Chu Ge, I know you are very worried about the safety of these two people now. You must not challenge my patience. Zhang Fan sneered smugly at Chu Ge in the video. He asked his men to hold up the mobile phones, and he held a dagger and waved it back and forth in front of Chu Ge's godfather and godmother. It seemed like he was preparing to decide who to attack first. You'll give you two choices. One is to kowtow to me and admit your mistake, and send Xiao Yu back intact. Maybe I'll be kind enough to let you go. The other is to exchange Xiao Yu for your godfather or godmother. How about it, isn't it fair? 1 for 1. Until now, Zhao's father still doesn't know that it was Zhao Haifeng who betrayed him. Instead, he feels that he is being used by Chu Ge as a pawn. The young man in front of him was unaware of this and actually wanted to threaten Chu Ge with his own life. He really wanted to know why the other party was so stupid. Couldn't he investigate his identity in advance? Is it possible for a human to come up with the idea of threatening the enemy with the enemy's enemy? Zhao's mother was struggling, trying to spit out the dirty rag in her mouth, but she failed. You look pretty and still have charm, Chu Ge. You should know that I have never played anything like this before. Zhang Fan became very arrogant. Looking at this woman who still had charm, a hint of hunger flashed in his eyes. He finally had a feeling of having a sure win, especially in front of Chu Ge, which made him feel a little superior to Chu Ge in terms of intelligence. Ha ha ha, or how about I give you your godfather's body? It's really exciting to think about it, Chu Ge, you didn't think about this scene when you were dealing with me, right? Mother Zhao stared at the young man in front of her with wide eyes. The other party was actually interested in her, and she was so scared that she made a whimpering sound of struggle. Father Zhao stared at the young man with murderous eyes. If he hadn't been tied up tightly, he really wanted to kill him immediately. Chu Ge laughed in his heart. This guy has a very strong taste, he is really lustful, if you have the guts then go for it, so he continued to ridicule the other party. You've become rich overnight, yet you dare to kill someone, haha. Do you think I'm afraid of your threat? Sorry, I've got you. I bet you don't dare. I also advise you to surrender and explain clearly where your money came from. Quote. Otherwise, be careful, I'll give one free on a buy one get one free deal, and I'll send your childhood sweetheart home after a while. Chu Ge felt that it was not enough to stimulate Zhang Fan when he said this, and he deliberately patted the trace of milk tea on the corner of Lu Xiaoyu's mouth, who had just taken a sip of milk tea. Lu Xiaoyu still didn't dare to speak. In front of Luo Shu's dagger, she could only let Chu Ge photograph her. She didn't quite understand why these people didn't kidnap the rich man, but just kidnapped her to threaten Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan doesn't have much money at all. He spent more than 1 million during this period of time and only has 1 million left. In fact, Zhang Fan simply didn't tell her and his parents because it was difficult to explain and they were too familiar with each other. That's why he pretended to have only 1 million every time he went home. He is low-key in front of his family, but acts like an arrogant and wealthy man outside. He spends hundreds of millions of dollars casually, and all kinds of big anchors are on his knees to flatter him. Next, Chu Ge made another move, which further stimulated Zhang Fan. Chu Ge took a deep breath, rolled his eyes and shook his head, with a look of aftertaste on his face. You bastard, Chu Ge, you bastard, worse than a beast, I want you to die. Because Chu Ge did it on purpose, Zhang Fan only saw the color at the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth and Chu Ge's actions. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and stared with his eyes wide open. His head was buzzing as he looked at the arrogant and complacent Chu Ge in the video. He wished he could kill him, and the dagger in his hand was shaking. Xiao Yu was actually actually was attracted by Chu Ge. Zhang Fan's mind was burning with rage and he needed to vent it completely. Boss, he actually looks down on you. Let him know what despair is. Zhang Fan's younger brother wanted to give Zhang Fan a chance to release his anger, so he continued to stimulate Zhang Fan in a tone that was very considerate of Zhang Fan. You forced me to do it. Hearing his younger brother's words, Zhang Fan suddenly looked at Chu Ge's godfather, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, looking very crazy. The next second, Zhang Fan grabbed the other person's shoulder without saying a word. His ferocious face looked very terrifying. He roared and stabbed directly with the dagger. The knife drew blood. Phew. Woo woo woo. Father Zhao didn't expect that this young man would be so impulsive. He was tied up and couldn't put up any resistance. He could only cry out in pain. Cold sweat ran down his face, veins popped out, and blood flowed from his body, which couldn't be stopped. Seeing Zhao's father being stabbed, Zhao's mother sobbed and shed tears, feeling desperate and helpless. She didn't even think about the women who were abused by her son, those innocent underage girls, and those miserable men who were bullied by her son. How desperate and helpless they were in front of her son. All I can say is that what goes around comes around. My son has not yet paid for the evil he has done, and now it's my turn. Zhang Fan didn't know at this time that his so-called younger brother was having someone film him taking action. In this video, he is the only one who is stabbing Zhao's father with a knife. Zhang Fan's face was covered with drops of blood. Stimulated by the blood and listening to Chu Ge's desperate cries in the video, he became extremely excited. He kept swinging the knife and couldn't stop, completely ignoring the fact that he was committing a crime and killing people. Haha, there is another one. Zhang Fan looked at Chu Ge's godmother, with an unsatisfied look full of murderous intent. Feel the despair, feel the pain. Chu Ge, you forced me to do all this. Zhang Fan, I order you now to stop your actions. Chu Ge smiled and roared loudly. When the people present saw the boss cooperating with Zhang Fan, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Zhang Fan is really pitiful, being toyed with by his boss like this. Lu Xiaoyu had no idea why Zhang Fan suddenly became angry and started killing people. The scene was so bloody that she was so scared that she closed her eyes and covered her ears, not wanting to hear the screams. Why is Zhang Fan like this? Maybe everything changed completely after Zhang Fan became rich. Although she knew that Zhang Fan was trying to save her, she still couldn't accept what Zhang Fan had done during this period. Every time he took her out shopping, he smelled like the perfume of different women. Order. You are worthy of giving me orders. Zhang Fan's eyes were filled with crazy murderous intent as he stared at Chu Ge. The other party actually dared to give him orders. It happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan was very happy to avenge his enemies and killed the other party's godmother, in front of Chu Ge, and laughed happily at Chu Ge. Ha ha ha, they're all dead. Your godfather and godmother both died in my hands. There's nothing I dare not do. You beast, you actually gave Xiaoyu too. Zhang Fan couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept Xiaoyu like that. In his heart, Xiaoyu was so pure and flawless, but she was insulted by Chu Ge. Now, Zhang Fan wanted to see Chu Ge's despair, Chu Ge's madness, and Chu Ge's helplessness. But Chu Ge actually clapped his hands at him and laughed loudly. Zhang Fan, well done, bring Zhang Fan back. Shouldn't you be desperate? Why are you laughing? Ha ha ha. You must be driven crazy. Bring me back. Who are you ordering? What are you doing? While Zhang Fan was still laughing at Chu Ge for being crazy, he was suddenly held down by someone, and his weapon was taken away. He looked at his younger brother in surprise, because it was him who did it. I'm sorry, although the boss gave us a lot, we have signed a contract with the boss. And 100% of the money we make from you belongs to us. You actually betrayed me, and I gave you so much money. Haha, I and everyone else are just employees of the boss, so how can we talk about betrayal? This is just the boss's task. Zhang Fan looked at him in disbelief. He couldn't accept the fact that the person next to him was actually the other party's man. Take him away. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Fan who was escorted to him. The other party seemed stupid and could not accept this fact at all, with a dull look in his eyes. Chu Ge glanced at the people in the room. Some words were not suitable for them to hear. He just waved gently at the crowd. After they understood, they hurried out, taking Lu Xiaoyu with them. There were only Chu Ge and Zhang Fan in the room. Chu Ge squatted in front of Zhang Fan, looked at Zhang Fan who was tied up on the ground, clicked his tongue, and said softly, "Do you think I don't know your abilities? Double cash back for purchases, this ability is good, I like it." You. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart twitched violently, as if Chu Ge had grasped his heart tightly. He looked at Chu Ge with wide eyes in shock, and was speechless for a moment. How did he guess his golden finger? He is the only lucky person in the world. How did the other party know this? This shouldn't be possible. He has always been very careful and didn't let anyone find out. Do you think I and others are fools and are scared by your money? The evidence of your murder is in my hands. Do you want to expose it? Zhang Fan's heart was gradually filled with despair. He dared not think about his future if others discovered his ability. Moreover, it was only then that he remembered the two people he had just killed. When he felt regretful, he suddenly realized a problem. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Chu Ge in disbelief. Aren't those two people your godparents? Let me think about it, they seem to be my enemies. I just killed their son. Chu Ge pretended to be hesitant and said something that Zhang Fan would never be able to accept. It seems that the other party has been playing tricks on me. I am completely suppressed by his IQ, fell into his trap, and even helped him get rid of his enemy. Zhang Fan found it hard to accept the fact that he was a joke in the other party's eyes. As a reward for helping me kill my enemy. Chu Ge patted Zhang Fan's ashen face and continued with great satisfaction, "From now on, your money is mine. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. My money bag, I will let you live well, don't worry, I can't bear to let you die, ha 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 ha." Chapter 50, She Doesn't Love Money, Lu Yanru Wants to Go Shopping. Chu Ge's laughter deeply hurt Zhang Fan's heart. He didn't expect that he actually helped his archenemy and personally eliminated the trouble for Chu Ge. And like a fool, he took on 2 lives for Chu Ge in vain. The most important thing is that the other party recorded video evidence. Why was he so stupid at that time? This time, he could no longer clear himself of the crime of murder. For the first time, Zhang Fan felt that he was nothing except rich. It turned out that his own power was also very important. If you have money but don't spend it where it should be spent, it's just waste paper and meaningless. Only when you encounter a truly desperate situation will you wake up and realize that this is human nature. Zhang Fan wanted to escape, and tried every possible way to escape. He didn't want his future to be imprisoned in a small dark room by the other party, so his mind was racing. But there is absolutely no way. Zhang Fan, with a blank mind, felt powerless. Despair and darkness enveloped him. His life was completely ruined. Those female anchors who are praising themselves have not finished their attacks yet. His road to becoming a wealthy man had just begun. All of this will have nothing to do with him. Want to escape? Don't be naive. Cooperate with me obediently, otherwise I will make you an orphan. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Fan coldly. The cold and murderous eyes made Zhang Fan shiver in his heart. The other party could do anything. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and simply closed his eyes in despair and resignation. After waking up, boss Lu Yanru turned into a strong woman again and went to work. Lu Yanru is very clear about her position. She doesn't need Chu Ge to be responsible for her. She can come and go as she pleases. Chu Ge returned to the villa and smiled after seeing the note left for him by his boss Lu Yanru. The boss is so nice. Afterwards, Chu Ge began to deal with Zhang Fan's affairs. Another protagonist has been taken care of. This super rich protagonist is very useful because he has a purse. Chu Ge didn't kill Zhang Fan or abuse him. He just wanted him to make money. If he cooperated, he would have food to eat. If he didn't, he would be whipped. In the basement. This is the small prison that Chu Ge prepared specifically for Zhang Fan, and it temporarily belongs to Zhang Fan. In the future, when Chu Ge builds the headquarters building of Tamed Company, he plans to build a prison underground to detain useful protagonists who do not need to be killed. As long as you pay by credit card yourself, you can get double cash back. Is that right or wrong? Chu Ge confirmed to Zhang Fan. Don't you know everything? Do you still need to ask me? Zhang Fan snorted coldly. He was not afraid now. The other party was reluctant to kill him anyway. He looked fearless. When Chu Ge saw Zhang Fan like this, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he directly picked up the whip hanging on the wall outside. Luo Shu. Tie him up, I'll loosen his muscles. Chu Ge then called Luo Shu, who was outside, to come in. Anyway, Luo Shu was responsible for delivering the food and would find out sooner or later. Luo Shu was 100% loyal to him and was not afraid of the news leaking out at all. Kill me if you have the guts. What are you going to do? Luo Shu immediately tied Zhang Fan to the cross like pinching a chicken despite Zhang Fan's resistance. Luo Shu forcibly stripped off Zhang Fan's clothes. Snap, snap, snap. Are you trying to be tough? Huh? It seems like you don't know there's a kind of life that's worse than death. Chu Ge slowly came in front of Zhang Fan, and in front of Zhang Fan's horrified eyes, he swung the whip 3 times in a row. Zhang Fan's screams were far less shocking than the bloody whip marks on his body. Don't ask me to cooperate with you. I was wrong. What are you talking about? What you just said is not wrong. The double cash back for consumption will be refunded to my bank card. The bank will ignore the source of my money. Just as Chu Ge was about to swing the 4th whip, Zhang Fan hurriedly spoke. As a modern man, Zhang Fan does not have the same perseverance and unyielding spirit as the ancients. Zhang Fan had never suffered such a punishment, so he quickly begged for mercy and admitted his mistake, and his words were very eloquent at this time. After saying this, Zhang Fan felt the pain of his skin being torn. He took a deep breath, grimaced, and stared at the opponent's whip. He was trembling with fear, fearing that the whip in the opponent's hand would fall again. Snap! The whip fell again. Why? I've already told you that I'm cooperating with you. He didn't understand why he still had to be whipped. Zhang Fan's face was distorted, his limbs were shaking, and the burning tearing pain made him grit his teeth and roar in pain. I tried it myself, and it is indeed painful. If you don't believe me, you can try it and refute me. I'm sorry, I just want to whip you. It seems that you deserve a beating. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Fan with a smile and made a teasing sound when he looked at the whip marks on the other's body. He is simply a devil. Zhang Fan looked at Chu Ge with great fear. He could no longer maintain his composure. Swipe the card. Chu Ge asked Luo Shu to untie Zhang Fan, and Chu Ge directly took out a mobile phone and opened the live broadcast room. This is Tenda's live broadcast room, which has not yet been listed and is still in internal testing. The anchor account inside belongs to the internal account of Tenda Company. Zhang Fan just needs to keep recharging money into it and swiping his card to get cash back. Zhang Fan quickly bound his bank card to this account, and then started to repeat the recharge and cashback operations. He looked at Chu Ge cautiously, fearing that he would provoke him again and get whipped. Since it is a test live broadcast room, the highest gift can reach tens of millions. Very good, but don't let me know that you are being lazy. From now on, you will be responsible for delivering meals to him. Do you understand? Chu Ge instructed Luo Shu and left the basement alone. Zhang Fan looked at Luo Shu cautiously as he was silent beside him, and suddenly a glimmer of opportunity flashed in his eyes. If he told Chu Ge's men about his abilities and promised to give them tens or hundreds of billions afterwards, he would definitely be able to escape. Anyway, money is just a number in Zhang Fan's eyes, and the most important thing is to escape by himself. Although it is a bit risky, I wonder if the other party will imprison me like Chu Ge did. However, Zhang Fan believed that no one could resist the temptation of so much money. At least he could make Chu Ge's subordinates turn against Chu Ge, and then his chance would come. So, that night, Zhang Fan told Luo Shu, who came to deliver food, about his ability, and promised him hundreds of billions and billions of benefits that could be transferred on the spot. Then, the truth was revealed. Zhang Fan was whipped by Chu Ge again. Chu Ge dipped the whip in chilly water, and the pungent smell made Chu Ge sneeze. You insist on running away. Do you like me to beat you? Chu Ge swung the whip in his hand fiercely and hit Zhang Fan directly in the face. Zhang Fan let out a series of shrill cries, and felt a burning sensation on his face. He was in great pain both physically and mentally, and even suffered a severe blow to his spirit. Why? Why after Chu Ge's subordinates heard about his abilities, they didn't wait for him to take them away, nor did they wait for him to turn against Chu Ge. Instead, the other party tied him to the cross without saying a word, and then called Chu Ge. Is this person stupid? He doesn't even like money. Why are there still people in the world who don't love money? When Luo Shu heard Zhang Fan tell him about his abilities, he was even more impressed by his boss's brain, as he was able to guess that the other party had such abilities. Such a perverted ability is simply the power of money, so we can't let Zhang Fan run away. Another day passed, and Zhang Fan had become completely obedient. There was no hope for him to escape, and he would probably have to spend the rest of his life in Chu Ge's captivity. Zhang Fan's parents also received the news that Zhang Fan was accidentally swept into the sea by the waves while playing at the beach and his body could not be found. The two were heartbroken and fell ill and were hospitalized. Fortunately, Zhang Fan left them hundreds of thousands of dollars, otherwise they really would not have been able to afford the medical expenses. After being released by Chu Ge, Lu Xiaoyu was secretly threatened by Olishan that if she told anyone, the consequences would be very bad, so Lu Xiaoyu shut up obediently. As for the news that Zhang Fan was dead, Lu Xiaoyu was a little skeptical. The other party went to such great lengths just to kill Zhang Fan, but she couldn't explain it either. Lu Xiaoyu felt extremely aggrieved. She refused in her heart but continued to send messages to Chu Ge honestly. Chu Ge always asked her to wear clothes with Pikachu and Jigglypuff patterns and send them to other people. Chu Ge was discussing with Feng Linlin what birthday gift to give. After all, he was attending the 60th birthday of the old lady of the Qian family. He attached great importance to this birthday banquet because the Dragon King was the son-in-law of the Qian family. After all, the 3-year period is almost up, and if the Dragon King's cliched plot is followed, then this birthday party will be the day when the crooked-mouthed Dragon King returns. As for Chen Meng, the disciple of the miracle doctor, according to Zhao Haifeng, Chen Meng will attend the birthday party with the Zhao family. It was easy to kill Chen Meng, but Chu Ge did not forget that he still had 10 assassins called Shadow Guards. The person leading this group of killers is a woman named Gong Lian. Chu Ge has been hiding in Yuncheng and has not made any contact. As long as he doesn't make any contact, no one will know how deep his hidden card is. Hello, boss. Chu Ge, who was shopping, looked at Feng Linlin beside him and said. What are you doing? Come with me for some shopping later. I'm planning to celebrate the old lady of the Qian family's birthday, but I don't know what to give her. In the office, Lu Yanru looked at the daily itinerary given to her by her secretary Yan Jingxian and said to the phone. I'm on the street. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. When Feng Linlin heard the word boss at this time, she looked directly at Chu Ge, only to see that Chu Ge's face was very solemn. He nodded and hung up the phone. Why did you die so soon, you stinky bodyguard? Lu Yanru muttered like a little woman. Then she thought about going shopping with the bodyguard in a while and looked forward to it very much. She immediately threw away the itinerary in her hand. Today, the boss belongs to the bodyguard. Chapter 51 Lu Yanru's good friend Su Jing. It's your boss's call. After Chu Ge hung up the phone, Feng Linlin pretended to look away and said nonchalantly. There's a problem with the boss's safety. After all, I'm a bodyguard and I have to have professional ethics. I've signed a contract. If I don't go, and the boss is in danger, I'll feel guilty. Chu Ge's face looked very solemn, as if the boss was in trouble and needed him to solve it immediately. He is too busy to do everything at once now. If he doesn't find a legitimate reason, he can't be asked to choose birthday gifts with 2 women. That is not happiness, not joy, it is a Shira field, a purgatory for scumbags. Of course, just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it's not possible in the future. Everything takes time to deal with some details. Moreover, the boss is also going to the Qian family to celebrate old Madame Qian's birthday. It seems that the entire upper class of Yuncheng is preparing for this birthday banquet. After all, the Qian family is second only to the Feng family, and is above the Zhao family and the Xiao family. And the most important point is that the old lady of the Qian family is the real helmsman of the Qian family. But you have opened such a big company, why do you still want to be a bodyguard? Out of a woman's sixth sense, Feng Linlin was a little unconvinced, so she asked out the biggest question in her mind. Do you know? Chu Ge looked at Feng Linlin gently and rubbed her little head. What do I know? Feng Linlin blinked. Chu Ge's gentle eyes made her look away, too shy to look directly at him. The most important thing for a man is to fulfill his promises. I'm the boss's bodyguard. I once said that I would protect the boss well, so I must fulfill my promise. Don't you think so, Linlin? Chu Ge asked Feng Linlin slowly, do you want me to be a man who breaks his promises? Of course I don't. Feng Linlin blurted out without even thinking. Right, you don't want me to be like this, and I don't want to disappoint you either. Quote. Be good, if you want to find a birthday gift, you can go to your father's collection room, there should be a lot of good things. Chu Ge had a good idea in his mind, so he said to Feng Linlin. It would be great if my future father-in-law could cheat me a little. That's true. Then you go and do your thing. I'll go look in my dad's collection room now. Feng Linlin nodded thoughtfully, thinking of the good things in her dad's collection room. Yes, why didn't she think of it, so she hurriedly said. How about I perform a magic trick for you? It's a small compensation for my temporary departure. Chu Ge suggested, winking at Feng Linlin mischievously. Okay. Feng Linlin nodded expectantly. Then close your eyes first. Feng Linlin closed her eyes obediently, with an expectant smile on her face. Ba ji. Feng Linlin was startled and felt a chill on the corners of her mouth. She quickly opened her eyes and saw that Chu Ge had left the place and was standing not far away, waving at her with a smirk. Bad guy. Feng Linlin pursed her lips and wanted to be angry, but for some reason, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the eldest lady has fallen. Wang Cheng, who was not far away, looked at his young lady and shook his head repeatedly. However, Wang Cheng also moved closer to the eldest lady. After all, with Chu Ge there, the eldest lady's safety was not a problem. Now that Chu Ge is not here, he can only move closer to protect the young lady's safety. After Chu Ge left Feng Linlin, he went to Moyu Group to pick up the boss Lu Yanru. In the car, since Lu Yanru and Chu Ge broke through the zero distance, their interactions have become more casual. Lu Yanru took off her shoes and relaxed, stretched her legs as usual, fastened her seat belt, and leaned against the car door on the passenger seat. Boss, where are you going to buy birthday gifts? Chu Ge looked at the restless boss Lu Yanru and asked, resisting the urge to bully her. Gifts and the like are of course custom made. Let's go shopping. Lu Yanru stretched lazily and said nonchalantly. After that incident, Lu Yanru's figure became even more impressive. Seeing Chu Ge looking a little overwhelmed, she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. It's up to you, boss. If you want to go shopping, as your personal bodyguard, I will naturally protect you to the end. Chu Ge was very averse to shopping and almost let it slip. Fortunately, he reacted in time and smoothed over the words. I really don't know why women like shopping so much. I'm tired and I don't want to buy anything. You have some conscience. Lu Yanru was very satisfied with Chu Ge's attitude. After all, she still cared about whether Chu Ge cared about her or not. Let's go to Pear Mall. There are nice clothes and clothes you like to play with. The boss is yours today. Lu Yanru smiled mysteriously at Chu Ge. Suddenly, she saw the decoration on the rearview mirror fell off. She sat up and bent down to pick it up. Chu Ge immediately fastened his seat belt, stepped on the accelerator, held the steering wheel with one hand, and rushed towards the Pear shopping mall. 10 minutes later, the scene outside the car window was flowing backwards very quickly, but Chu Ge was completely unaware of it. He looked straight ahead, driving attentively with one hand, honking the horn from time to time. Why are you driving so fast? Slow down. Lu Yanru couldn't help rolling her eyes. Chu Ge didn't listen. Speed is the romance of men. Beep beep beep. The continuous sound of the horn made the boss Lu Yanru glare at him fiercely. The bodyguard was naughty again. Only if you honk the horn will these people give way to you. Chu Ge smiled. A long horn sounded, the car gradually slowed down. Chu Ge held the steering wheel with both hands and began to enter the Pear shopping mall parking garage. Lu Yanru looked up at Chu Ge without saying anything. She then looked out the window at the empty parking garage and got out of the car. The bodyguard's driving style did not look like his age at all, and he drove steadily throughout the journey. Boss, we're here. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. He was driving too fast just now and he had to concentrate on driving, otherwise it would be easy to get killed. Fortunately, he is an experienced driver and the car is fast and stable. Boss, you should drink some water. Lu Yanru pursed her lips because her mouth was a little dry. When Chu Ge saw this, he quickly handed her a bottle of mineral water. The boss seemed thirsty and didn't even drink some water in the middle of the meal. The boss just likes to force herself to keep going and has a strong personality. Gurgle gurgle. Lu Yanru took the mineral water and moistened her throat, and said impatiently, let's go shopping. After all, it was the first time for her to go shopping with a bodyguard. She was very much looking forward to it and couldn't help feeling happy. Pear Mall has a wide range of products that are suitable for people with different needs, so the flow of people is very high even if it is not a weekend. Chu Ge has always been by Lu Yanru's side, following her closely. Although Lu Yanru is in her 30s, she still needs the love and care of a man in her heart. After visiting 3 clothing stores in a row, Chu Ge bought all the clothes that the owner Lu Yanru liked, and was carrying 4 or 5 bags of clothes in his hands. No woman doesn't love beauty, and no woman can refuse new clothes. Suddenly, Lu Yanru stopped and stared at the woman who was doing a manicure in the nail salon. Chu Ge followed Lu Yanru's line of sight and saw a woman sitting inside who looked about the same age as Lu Yanru. I saw that the other person had bright eyes and a beautiful face, picturesque eyebrows, lightly painted red lips, light makeup on her face, and a pair of elegant glasses. She looked particularly gentle and elegant, with a refined temperament. He looks a bit like an intellectual, a teacher who teaches and educates people. However, Chu Ge always felt that there was a deep sadness in the other person's eyes. Su Jing, how come you have time to go shopping today? Aren't you going to class? This manicure looks good. I want to do it too. Lu Yanru walked up to Su Jing in a very familiar tone, came in front of Su Jing, looked at the several nail polishes that Su Jing had just painted, and praised. She and Su Jing have always been best friends, but Su Jing later got a job and got married, so they mostly contacted each other by phone and rarely had time to get together. Oh, Yanru, what a coincidence. I asked for leave today, so I came out to do a manicure to relax. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's a great coincidence that now that you meet, don't leave. It's been a long time since we had a good chat. Su Jing looked up in a daze and found that it was her good friend Lu Yanru whom she hadn't seen for a long time. A smile broke out on her face, and her worry dissipated a little. Later, Su Jing noticed a man carrying several bags behind him. Who is this? Su Jing asked meaningfully. After all, she also knew that Lu Yanru's husband died just after she got married, and the sudden appearance of a handsome and fair-skinned man beside her made her think wildly. What do you think of my bodyguard, Chu Ge? Handsome, right? Although Lu Yanru introduced him normally, Su Jing, who was observing Lu Yanru carefully, found that when she introduced Chu Ge, there was a hint of pride in her eyes and tone. It's not that Lu Yanru is unwilling to expose their intimate relationship. She is still a widow and is not divorced. If she tells it out loud, others will look at Chu Ge strangely. For Chu Ge, she would rather hide it as her own little secret in her heart. Hello, my name is Su Jing. I'm your boss's best friend and a university teacher. Su Jing looked at Lu Yanru thoughtfully, then extended her hand to Chu Ge very politely. Hello, my name is Chu Ge, the boss's bodyguard. Chu Ge was very generous and directly shook the other person's soft, boneless, thick and smooth hand, and then let go like a gentleman. Boss, find me a manicure that suits me. Lu Yanru sat next to Su Jing and said to the owner of the nail salon. No problem. We have a wide variety of products in our store. We can definitely find the color you like. The nail salon owner quickly took out a nail art album and placed it on the table, introducing them one by one. After Lu Yanru picked out a color she liked, she started chatting with Su Jing. Through their conversation, Chu Ge learned that Su Jing was also married. Her husband was a professor at the same university, and she was not pregnant yet. Su Jing was very worried about this. She had taken medicine several times, but the examination showed that it was not a physical problem. It might be that she was just unlucky, which was why she had not gotten pregnant. The couple had a big fight over this, which lasted for more than half a year. They have been sleeping in separate rooms until now and have not reconciled. Su Jing is also the best friend of the boss Lu Yanru. The two look like sisters, which makes all the men passing by stop and look at the place for several times before being reluctant to leave. Don't worry, you will have a child eventually. Just work hard and slowly. Although Lu Yanru was rich, she didn't have as much experience as Su Jing in how to conceive a child, so she could only comfort her like this. She knew about this a long time ago, but she didn't expect that the relationship between Su Jing and her husband would become so strained. Knowing that Lu Yanru was comforting and caring about her, Su Jing forced a smile and said, "Let's see later." But you, haven't you thought about finding another one? No need to look for another one. When Lu Yanru said this, her eyes subconsciously looked at Chu Ge. Su Jing pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary about her best friend, and couldn't help but laugh. Look at the handsome guy next to you, no wonder you don't need to look for someone. No way, don't talk nonsense, he is just my bodyguard. Lu Yanru denied it again and again, fearing that Su Jing would discover her relationship with Chu Ge. Is he your personal bodyguard? Su Jing looked at Lu Yanru, who had been denying it, with a teasing smile in her eyes, and glanced at Chu Ge meaningfully. This man named Chu Ge is really handsome and fair-skinned. It seems that my best friend really knows how to enjoy life. Su Jing's heart couldn't help but stir up a little wave. It had been half a year since she last had sex. Thinking of this, she looked at the fair and clean Chu Ge with a strange look in her eyes. No, this is my best friend's man. But my best friend never admitted it, and the other party was just her bodyguard. Chu Ge suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the way Su Jing looked at him. Did she want a child? Chapter 52, Being Treated as a Gigolo. When Su Jing saw Chu Ge looking at her, she smiled generously. Her smiling eyes had a unique charm under the glasses. She thought Chu Ge was quite interesting, no wonder he was kept by her best friend. Chu Ge didn't know how to respond, so he just nodded. Fortunately, Lu Yanru did not notice the way Su Jing secretly looked at Chu Ge or the interaction between their expressions. The two people's actions were very secretive. At this time, Su Jing suddenly leaned close to Lu Yanru's ear and said, I've prayed to gods and tried all kinds of folk remedies, but nothing worked. I suspect it's his problem. But even the medicine couldn't prove that it was his problem. Lu Yanru asked puzzledly. I don't care. The biggest problem is that there is no problem. Otherwise, how could I not give birth? Su Jing was talking to Chu Ge while she was leaning against Lu Yanru. Chu Ge didn't know whether the other party said this to him on purpose. Perhaps he wanted to appear a little coquettish under his dignified and elegant appearance. No wonder people often say that women are like wolves and tigers at the age of 30. Then to explain, women are tigers, which is the correct explanation. Chu Ge pretended not to hear and looked outside the store, as if the street outside attracted him more. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Afterwards, although the two people talked in a low voice, Chu Ge felt that it was becoming more and more outrageous. It turns out that conversations between women can become yellower than egg yolks. It takes a long time to do manicures. Chu Ge knew this very well, so Chu Ge picked up the phone. Recipient, Feng Linlin. Linlin, I rushed over there in time. Fortunately, the boss's problems have been basically resolved. I am now dealing with the last minor issue. The specific time still needs to be discussed. I miss you so much. Then, Chu Ge immediately saw Feng Linlin's reply. Chu Ge, I miss you too. You go ahead and do your work. It's okay. And what you said before is so true. I just went to my dad's collection room and found many things that can be used as birthday gifts. For example, the 1,000-armed jade guanyin is the most suitable. My dad likes it very much too. But if I give it to him, will he be heartbroken? The message alert sound made the boss Lu Yanru seem to look at him. Don't panic at this time. Chu Ge replied to the message naturally. Seeing that Chu Ge was not hiding anything at all, Lu Yanru continued chatting with Su Jing and planned to go to the bar with her best friend to have a drink and relax. After all, Chu Ge was by their side. Even if he was drunk, Chu Ge could help take care of them, so she felt relieved. Afterwards, Chu Ge sent a message back to Feng Linlin. Although Uncle Feng will feel heartbroken, I believe that Uncle Feng would like to give this 1,000-armed jade guanyin to someone who needs it more. This is the best destination for the 1,000-armed jade guanyin. I believe that since Uncle Feng likes it so much, he will be very happy to do so. Then Chu Ge continued to give several reasons to brainwash Feng Linlin, and smiled in his heart, thinking that he was really not trying to trick his future father-in-law. But he really didn't want to continue the topic of choosing gifts, otherwise Feng Linlin would hesitate for a long time and in the end he would be the one who was tired. For his own sake, the father-in-law would cheat his daughter as much as he could. After all, it was his own daughter who was cheated, not someone else, so it was not a loss. Feng Legion had no idea that it was Chu Ge, the bastard who had stolen his daughter's heart, who was causing trouble. When he saw his daughter happily taking the 1,000-armed jade guanyin out of the collection room, he felt very sad and forced a smile on his face. Daughter, actually we can exchange it. This 1,000-armed jade guanyin is not suitable for giving away. Dad has a better one. No need. Chu Ge said that Dad must want to give his favorite 1,000-armed jade guanyin to the most suitable person. Dad will definitely be very happy about that. Don't worry, Dad. Madam Qian will definitely like it. Feng Linlin trusted Chu Ge's words very much and felt that it made a lot of sense. After all, if she gave her favorite thing to Chu Ge, she would be very happy too. She didn't understand at all. These two meanings are completely different. But after being fooled by Chu Ge, Feng Linlin had already believed it and was deeply poisoned. My daughter is absolutely right. Dad is happy too. Slow down and be careful. Don't fall. Feng Legion forced a smile on his face, his heart bleeding. His eyes were fixed on the thousand-armed Jade Guanyin in his daughter's arms. He smiled very naturally and happily, but cursed in his heart. Chu Ge, this bastard, is he tired of living? I helped him, but he repaid me with evil. He didn't know whether Mrs. Qian was happy or not, but he knew that he was very unhappy in his heart. Bastard, don't let me catch you once. It took them 2 full hours, until it was almost dark, to finish their nails. It's finally done. Chu Ge, look, does it look good? Lu Yanru smiled brightly and stretched out her slender jade fingers towards Chu Ge, waving them in front of his eyes, just wanting Chu Ge to praise her. It's worthy of the 2 hours of nail polish, it looks good. Just for the time, I have to praise it. What does a man know about nail polish? It's useless to ask. Lu Yanru snorted lightly, and her voice sounded like a coquettish one, which made Su Jing look at the two of them repeatedly, and she became more certain in her heart. Chu Ge laughed in his heart and said, I don't understand, and you still ask. It's getting late, why don't we go have a meal first and then go directly to the Red Romance Bar? I heard from my colleagues that the Red Romance Bar is opened by a female owner. It is very safe for women to drink there. The order and environment of the bar are very good. Su Jing took a look at the sky outside and couldn't help but suggest. Su Jing's words made Chu Ge's heart move, and he couldn't help but look at her. The Red Romantic Bar looked very familiar. Oh, he remembered now. It seemed to be a bar opened by Yi Feng's confidant. Wu Manhong, I didn't even find out the background of this woman, and later I forgot about it. Ever since Yi Feng's death, he hadn't done anything to deal with her. After all, she and Yi Feng weren't in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. The other party was also very sensible and did not provoke him, but it could be ruled out that the other party would hate him. Now that he had time to go to the Red Romantic Bar, Chu Ge wanted to meet Yi Feng's confidant. First, find out the other person's depth and the background behind him. After Chu Ge took the two of them into the car, they went to the hot pot restaurant where Feng Linlin had invited him last time to eat hot pot. Su Jing looked at the two people who were talking and laughing, and she was sure in her heart that the relationship between them was definitely not just a bodyguard and a boss. Her best friend found a man, but what about her? Am I going to spend the rest of my life living such a dull life, feeling unhappy, and arguing with that rigid man? Su Jing was absent-mindedly stirring the tripe in the bowl, her mind was no longer on the hot pot. Su Jing, didn't you say you were doing your manicure? At this time, a middle-aged man with a very stereotypical look rushed in from outside. Seeing that his wife was actually eating with another man, he was furious. He suppressed his anger and ran to his wife to question her. Why are you here? Su Jing looked up and frowned when she saw Ren Keidong. She really didn't like the other party shouting in such a public place, which seemed very uncivilized. She is a professor after all. How will she look like if others see her? If the news gets out, her reputation will be ruined. Why am I here? I can't come, right? If I don't come, you will have dinner with this pretty boy. After hearing this, Ren Keidong's stern face became a little ferocious. It seemed that he had disturbed his wife's good time, and the other party didn't want him to come. If you don't want to be on the news tomorrow, just sit there and talk. Su Jing looked at Ren Keidong expressionlessly. The relationship between the two had been ruined by the quarrel, and all that was left was disgust and regret. I regret why I chose such a man. I was really too naive at that time. Ren Keidong also regained some composure. Feeling the anxious gazes from those around him, he sat next to Su Jing without saying a word. Ren Keidong observed the pretty boy sitting opposite him. He was indeed fair-skinned, with delicate skin and flesh, and looked quite good. At first, when my colleague said that he saw his wife chatting and laughing with another man while eating, I didn't believe it. Now I realize that I was too naive. Ren Keidong directly ignored Lu Yanru. He knew Lu Yanru, who was Su Jing's best friend. He had met her once when he and Su Jing got married. Could this pretty boy be the one introduced to Su Jing by Lu Yanru? Chu Ge didn't know what Ren Keidong was thinking. He hadn't done anything wrong, but he felt unhappy when he saw the way the other person was looking at him. Don't look at me like that. I don't like it. Chu Ge glanced at him indifferently and said. He doesn't care whether the other person is Su Jing's husband or not, he never indulges anyone. The most important thing is that he hasn't done anything yet. Ren Keidong's heart shuddered when he saw the other party's eyes. That kind of faint glance was frightening even for him as a university professor. Ren Keidong, you are a professor, but don't you know how to use your brain to think carefully? This is Yanru's bodyguard, his name is Chu Ge. Quote. After Su Jing heard Chu Ge's words, she realized that there was something wrong with her husband's eyes. She scolded him in a low voice and then introduced. You are just defending him like this. What did I say wrong? Quote. Ren Keidong stared, feeling even more upset when he saw his wife defending another man and talking about him. What? Do you think I am that kind of person? Quote. Su Jing's face darkened, and she stared at Ren Keidong, then suddenly sneered. Believe it or not, why did you find this place? Quote. And who I eat with is my freedom and my right. You have no right to interfere in my life, Professor Ren. Quote. As your husband, I have the right to know who you are drinking and dining with. Who knows if you have? Ren Keidong was furious. When he said the latter part, he felt that it was not good to say it in public, but he knew what was going on without saying it. Lu Yanru didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs, even if they were her closest girlfriends, so she kept silent. However, the other party actually misunderstood that Chu Ge and Su Jing had something going on, which made Lu Yanru very unhappy with Ren Keidong. Chu Ge is her man, is he blind? Didn't he see Chu Ge sitting with her? She didn't think highly of this man at the time, but unfortunately Su Jing was too stubborn at the time. Okay, since you saw it too, Professor Ren, don't disturb me and my friend for dinner, please leave. Quote. Su Jing picked up the tripe with chopsticks and put it into the bowls of Chu Ge and Lu Yanru. Without even looking at Ren Keidong, she called out to the two of them, come, let's continue eating. Quote. She is now completely disappointed with Ren Keidong. His words have become the final blow that broke the thread in her heart. Even if she wanted to, she has always been chaste and would not mess around outside. As for Ren Keidong, she has discovered several rumors that he was messing around outside, but she has endured it until now. Are you leaving or not? Quote. Su Jing saw that Ren Keidong had been sitting in his seat and refused to leave, so she couldn't help but remind him. If I don't leave, what can you do to me? Even if we go to court, as long as we are not divorced, I will always be your husband. Quote. Ren Keidong doesn't behave like a professor at all. Please leave. Quote. Chu Ge couldn't stand it anymore. Even if the other party was Su Jing's husband, so what? He said very impolitely. Little white face, you are just a bodyguard. Do you have the right to speak? Quote. Ren Keidong said disdainfully, unmoved. What did you say? Ren Keidong, can you say it again? Quote. Lu Yanru slammed the chopsticks on the table and looked at Ren Keidong with cold eyes. I said, they say best friends encourage reconciliation rather than breakup, and now I believe it. Quote. I think you just want to introduce a pretty boy to Su Jing. It's no wonder that Su Jing always quarrels with me when she is with a best friend like you. Quote. Ren Keidong became angrier and angrier, and he immediately confronted him. He was a professor at a famous university in Yuncheng, and what he said was reasonable. Chu Ge pressed down Lu Yanru, who wanted to stand up and get angry, and clapped his hands. At the next table, Ku Wenrui and Luo Shu, who had been watching the show, quickly stood up and walked over. Chapter 53 Thoughts. Boss. Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui came in front of the boss Chu Ge and said respectfully. The people who were watching the show were suddenly shocked. The bodyguard became the boss. Even TV dramas dare not show it this way. Now everyone's curiosity about gossip has been completely aroused, and the food in their hands suddenly loses its flavor. Lu Yanru knew something about Chu Ge, so she was not surprised to see the two of them. Su Jing didn't care about Ren Keidong's situation. After all, she and he were strangers and were just about to get divorced. So is Chu Ge the boss or the best friend's bodyguard? Throw him out. Chu Ge pointed at Ren Keidong and ordered Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? You. Before Ren Keidong could reveal his identity, Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui covered his mouth and threw him out. The two men didn't care about the other party's identity. They only obeyed their boss. They stood directly at the door to prevent the other party from going in and causing trouble. Tell Su Jing that she can't get a divorce. Ren Keidong snorted coldly. Instead of shouting loudly to save face, he brushed the dust off his clothes and left in a cool manner. If you can't beat him, can't you hide from him? He was completely disappointed with Su Jing. Since she was willing to degenerate, he had nothing more to say. But divorce is impossible. He was the one who chased Su Jing at the risk of his life. Even if there is no love between them, he wants to keep her by his side. He is often described as an honest man, but he does have many ideas in his mind, but he just doesn't dare to implement them. Since Su Jing is looking for a gigolo, it is understandable that he is looking for other women. Boss, he's left. Ku Wenrui and Luo Shu returned to Chu Ge in the hotel and repeated the harsh words that Ren Keidong had said before he left. Chu Ge nodded and asked Ku Wenrui and Luo Shu to go back and eat. The people in the restaurant were very reluctant to see this show end, and turned to look at their hot pot, and their appetites were immediately whetted. It was really delicious. I told you that you shouldn't have married him back then. You said you wanted him to be honest, but now look, this is the honest man you mentioned. Lu Yanru complained to Su Jing. She was almost pissed to death by Ren Keidong just now. What a fool. Su Jing smiled bitterly and admitted with a forced smile, I was wrong at the beginning. Now I think I should have listened to you. No, I have a good eye for people. At the beginning, that old guy used threats and inducements to marry me. He relied on his wealth and status as the chairman of the Moyu company to force me to marry him. As a result, the other party really died that night. Isn't that a coincidence? Quote. Lu Yanru showed a little pride on her face. Only she knew what happened that night. Su Jing knew about it. As the only good friend Lu Yanru could talk to, she also knew that Lu Yanru was forced to do so at the time, but the final result was good, and she was happy for her best friend. Chu Ge looked at his boss Lu Yanru at this time. Lu Yanru seemed not to feel that he was looking at her, and recalled what happened that night in a low voice. I was actually thinking about committing suicide that night, but I didn't expect that the other party would suddenly fall ill and go to the hospital, and finally die in the hospital. Quote. Lu Yanru did not mention the will. The other party should not have had the opportunity to leave a will before her death. It was very strange, and she herself could not figure it out. For some reason, Su Jing suddenly remembered that ordinary college classmate who dropped out of school and went abroad to visit relatives. She asked her about Lu Yanru, and then she told him about Lu Yanru. After all, the other party had a crush on Lu Yanru, and Lu Yanru didn't know it. But as Lu Yanru's best friend, Su Jing knew very well how much the other party liked Lu Yanru. After hearing that she said that Lu Yanru was forced to do so, Lin Feng left in a hurry. She didn't know if that guy was heartbroken and continued to work abroad. Su Jing was about to say it, but after considering the relationship between her best friend and Chu Ge, she chose to forget about it. Speaking out would only add to the trouble. Boss, good people have their own blessings. Maybe God couldn't stand it, so he helped you. Quote. Chu Ge patted his boss Lu Yanru on the back and comforted her softly. He knew that Lu Yanru was talking to him, and he didn't mind his boss's past at all. Su Jing looked at the two of them, and suddenly got goosebumps in her heart, feeling like a light bulb. After eating for 2 hours, Su Jing felt like chewing wax. Looking at the two people who ignored her, she finally couldn't help but speak, and said angrily, can you please consider my feelings? Quote. Yanru, didn't you say Chu Ge is just your bodyguard? Quote. Yes, he is the bodyguard who protects me. Quote. Lu Yanru said innocently, if you don't believe me, ask Chu Ge. Quote. Su Jing looked at Chu Ge speechlessly. She was the one who was sad today, but her best friend was the one who was sweet. Chu Ge explained to Su Jing seriously, Sister Jing, I really am the boss's bodyguard. Quote. Don't get the wrong idea. After all, bodyguards don't have any bad intentions. Quote. Tisk. Quote. Never mind you, I'm full. Quote. Let's go to the bar to relax. I haven't been there yet. Yanru, let's go together. Quote. Go away, just be quiet and don't be angry. Quote. Snort. Quote. Red romantic bar. The lights are still on here, and in the bar, the DJ is shocking, and people are singing and dancing wildly. Cheers, venting, getting drunk, and the duel between prey and hunters can be seen everywhere in the bar. But there is one thing, that is, no one is allowed to make trouble. Wu Manhong sat at the bar, looking very melancholy, drinking the wine she mixed alone. Yi Feng disappeared, and she asked around. Some people said that he was taken away by Chu Ge, some said that he escaped from Yuncheng, and most even said that Yi Feng was probably dead. She would rather believe that Yi Feng escaped from Yuncheng or was taken away by Chu Ge, and she was unwilling to accept the result that Yi Feng was dead. But she didn't dare to do it, because she found out a piece of news that made people behind her afraid. That is, the help of the Feng family to Chu Ge was actually made by Wang, the butler beside Feng Legion, who called in person. Wang, the butler, is the right-hand man of the head of the Feng family, and no one dares to underestimate him. Moreover, the Feng family is also the first family in Yuncheng. Even the people behind him have to consider the consequences of offending the Feng family. There is no need to do it for an irrelevant person, which will damage your own interests and is not worth it. This is the real reason. She was warned that if she didn't obey, she would most likely be disliked by the other party. She was afraid. Even though Yi Feng had once saved her life, she didn't want to follow Yi Feng through thick and thin. The main reason is that she hasn't had time to develop yet. Yi Feng still has her own career, as well as her own relatives and friends. She has already tried her best. It's so fun here, Lu Yanru said loudly to Chu Ge as she listened to the deafening DJ dance music. Open a table. Chu Ge called a bar employee and asked him to open a booth for him. Okay, this way please. The bar staff led Chu Ge and the other two to a booth and ordered some fruit wine and fruit plates. After the bar staff left, he asked someone to deliver the fruit plate and wine and walked towards the bar. I felt a lot more relaxed all of a sudden, but the music was too loud and my heart almost jumped out of my chest. After Su Jing pulled Lu Yanru to sit down, she shouted to her. Drink something and don't think about those annoying things. It's not up to him to decide whether to divorce or not. Lu Yanru comforted Su Jing, poured a full glass of fruit wine, handed it to Su Jing, and said loudly. Su Jing nodded heavily, sipped the fruit wine, and looked around. It seemed that this place was isolated from all the troubles of the outside world. She felt very novel about everything here. It was her first time in a place like a bar, and she felt a little excited. To be honest, she had heard about the bar many times from her colleagues, but she never dared to go. Even if it was just with her best friend, she wouldn't dare to go either. But with Chu Ge around, Lu Yanru feels so reassured. After all, he is a bodyguard. Since she is not afraid, then I won't be afraid either. Sister Wu, I just saw Chu Ge. Do you want to ask him about Yi Feng's whereabouts? The bar employee came to Wu Manhong and whispered. Chu Ge. Wu Manhong suddenly woke up from her melancholy, and the trace of drunkenness dissipated instantly. Chapter 54. How could Chu Ge appear here? It is impossible that the other party does not know that this is his territory. So the first thing Wu Manhong thought of was that Chu Ge was here to cause trouble for her. What is he doing? Wu Manhong felt solemn and prepared for the other party to cause trouble. He seemed to be with two beautiful women, and then he asked me to open a booth and ordered some wine and a